What if?
Stop
Dude,
with
what
that,
if?
There's a
man.
fucking total derailment every fucking
What
chance he
if?
gets.
What if?
See,
Yeah,
my
what if
thing
your
is,
what if your girlfriend said,
What
Fatty?
if? I
Kieran,
don't know.
no.
What if?
Kieran, I don't want to hear that shit.
I
I
don't
don't want to
know.
hear
Okay,
all
bro.
that. I don't
No,
care.
fair enough.
What if
Fair enough.
she asked
Like,
me
come
if I
on,
wanted
man.
a
What's the
threesome? I
point
said,
of
well,
that?
which one of my friends did you have
How
in
would you
mind?
feel? Like, who cares how he feels?
Yeah, I'm
We're
out.
talking
I'm
about
out.
fucking
No, fair enough. Fair enough.
facts here. No feelings.
Yeah, we're going black and white here.
You don't want to
Oh,
know the number, is what I'm saying. You really don't.
whoa,
Okay.
No,
All
Fatty.
you want to know,
Fatty.
all you want to know is that things are good. Okay.
No,
'Cause
see what I'm
everything
saying?
else
These guys are
builds
fucking pussies,
resentment,
dude.
right?
Oh my gosh. So he
It
answered.
builds a resentment. That's the whole reason why this argument is just completely fucking dumb.
Fatty, are you
Okay,
saying
I
that-
wanted to
Oh,
know.
Jesus,
I
God.
really wanted to know where Steelman was going with this.
Yeah, that was the
All
last
right,
conversation.
Lindsay, it was good to see you. Where the fuck were we going with this shit?
Come on,
He's gone
Steely
now.
man.
You
Don't let us down. We'll
go
be
ahead.
relying on you.
I like
guys-
the
So,
virginity
like, just
argument.
so, like, we can remind
really-
you where you were, right?
I really
we were
appreciate
at
the virginity argument.
Fatty.
Easy,
Please,
I do.
please, Fatty, stop
Fatty,
talking
shut
over
the
me.
fuck up.
Stop talking
sure.
over me, bro. Stop doing it, please. Where you were, Steelman, is we were talking about the fact that a man that isn't a virgin shouldn't be allowed to want a virgin because it's hypocritical and it's a double standard. And I said, well, the double standard part, we already established that's not a bad thing. And I want to know why being the hypocrite in this situation is bad.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because I think that they're kind of aligned. Because why is it? Why do you think? Why? Well, why would you justify? I'm just saying on its face, and you're going to say, well, it's justified that a man can not be a virgin and want a virgin woman, and or you know expect or not settle for anything less than a virgin woman. And I'm saying, well, why is that the case? Why are you saying that men can have not wait until they have their virgin and marry her and sleep with her and keep her if they're real fucking men? If they're going to go out and fuck a woman who's not a virgin and they're not going to marry her,
If a
then they're not
man,
men.
if a man or a woman made stupid choices throughout their life and then decided to turn around, give their life to God, and decided they're going to wait for a certain type of man or woman in their life that is a virgin, I don't see nothing actually wrong
Okay.
with
Well, there
this.
you just did-
like
you
I
brought-
wait, just like if some person was a ex heroin addict and they said, I'm not going to date anybody that also was an ex heroin addict, that wouldn't be wrong. I don't see anything
Yeah,
wrong
There's
with
actually and even nothing wrong with a person that's already past virginity
Okay.
thinking I would prefer this. There's really nothing wrong with it. There's really truly nothing.
I would
wrong
say
with
it's
it.
an unmanageable expectation. I'd say
I'm just
good
going to
luck
ignore
finding
everyone that talks in
one
between
in a
you so I
billion.
can like address your shit, because yes, it would be hypocritical for an ex-heroin addict to say it. Well, I mean, on that, they're different situations. This is why, like, for example, a court would take the totality of each individual's case, and in those individual cases, I would say they're different because you could argue, well, why wouldn't you want to date an ex-heroin addict? And then if you applied that logic, you could say then no one should date you, probably, depending on their logic, right?
Yeah, but the logic is that two clean heroin addicts are going to use together just because they used to use.
Right, and
That's
so
a
if it's
fucking-
based on something like that doesn't like that, so he's applying that specific to that scenario. So that's different than that specifics reasoning is different than the reasoning in our case, and that's why it wouldn't
It's a
apply.
good boundary
So
to
they're not
set.
parallel
It's-
cases.
He was trying to
No.
figure out where you were going still, man. You still ain't there.
No,
My
it's,
point was-
it is though. It's where do you draw the line?
How the
It's
fuck-
where's the boundary? Right. It comes down to
Wait,
where
where
each
is-
individual
Getting
puts a
there.
boundary.
Getting there.
Yeah.
What do you mean
That's
getting there?
part of
So I
the
just
road.
debunked the whole analogy of
Shut the
the
fuck
heroin
up.
situation.
You
And
haven't
how
debunked
and B, I
nothing.
wanted to let everyone know who's fucking telling me that I need to answer this shit. That you all fucking had something to say
Just
right after
fucking
you
do
fucking
it still,
answered.
man. Answer.
So I haven't even got dude. I'm telling you guys have.
I
said
know
so
you
much
keep
fucking
on
shit.
going
What,
to
shut the
fucking.
fuck up. What am I answering? Go ahead and
Shut
tell
the
me so I
fuck
can
up.
fucking answer
I
it.
really
Fuck up.
you
Oh my god.
You can
These motherfuckers won't give me a guy, dude. They won't shut the fuck. I'm telling you, this is why I got. This is why I got off here, because these motherfuckers just sit here and ramble on, and fucking interrupt each other.
One
about fucking
reminder. I'll
nothing,
give
and
you
will
a
not fucking
reminder
stay on
again.
point.
Steelman, it's fine. It's fine. This is what happens with open panels. It's fine. Listen. And I'm one of the people that I'm really heavy against not muting people. So like some people sometimes will take advantage of it. I get it, but most of the time we can usually rein it in. But listen, I have a good memory. Where we were at was that we already established that the double standards are not a bad thing. And then with the hypocrisy thing, I said, just like if a heroin addict didn't want to date an ex-heroin addict, or an ex-heroin addict didn't want to date an ex-heroin addict, and say they had their reasonings being because they see the outcomes of where their life leads, and they don't want that type of
That's not
person
hypocritical.
with themselves, saying nobody should date them, and by their logic, that doesn't mean anything about who they want to date. And I don't see why we're holding it wrong for them to date this person. Like I'm not understanding what the wrong part is about them having a standard for their relationship, whether it being hypocritical or not, right? Like for example, I've smoked weed for a long time of my life. Never dated chicks that did smoke weed though, because actually not never. There was one. Okay, there was one that shall not be named. Okay, but I done date chicks that smoked for many different reasons, right? There's a lot of negative outcomes of smoking weed. Just because they don't hit me like that doesn't mean it doesn't hit most people like that. And I wasn't taking those risks in my relationship. So like I don't know what's actually wrong about that. That's what I'm trying to get Steelman maybe to help me understand a little better what he means.
He's not going to help you with fucking
why
weed.
it's wrong. Well, not if everyone cuts him off, but I think you can maybe get it out so we could.
We didn't mean to catch you off. We're just talking.
All right. Thanks. I just wanted to make sure everyone's got their steam out, and I mean I don't want to obviously take up too much time, but I do just want to address the points kind of that you made, which the first one, if I recall, was about how if a man was not a virgin, he had slept with someone, and then he went and obtained forgiveness through like Christ or whatever, I think is something that you had mentioned, and then he wanted to date a virgin or something like that. And I'm saying that I think, and I'm trying to say that I think that would be somewhat hypocritical for him to say that if a woman did the same thing in a similar way, where she was no longer a virgin, found Christ, asked for forgiveness, and also wanted to meet another Christian man who was a virgin, and she met this guy who wasn't a virgin but gave himself to Christ and wanted to meet a virgin girl, and he met her, and maybe she fell in love with him, and then after getting to know each other, they found out that each other weren't virgins. I could again concede that I think it would be kind of a detriment to them to say, well, I'm not going to be with this person that I'm in love with because they're not a virgin. They would be going against. They'd be holding a double standard that I wouldn't agree to, because as we talked about in your double standard argument, we talked about how that was nuanced, and how that when we get back to the double standard argument being the heroin addiction, for example, that again, the nuances of these double standards, I don't believe that I believe you're using an absolutist fallacy to say that all double standards are okay. I don't think that you could say all double standards are okay. I think I could think of some arguments against that.
Just so I just gotta interject real quick. I wasn't using it to say all double standards are okay. I was saying it to say that you saying it's a double standard, you can't say that to point it as a negative, as you said there's some double standards that are positive. So I'm saying you can't say double standards in themselves are positive or negative. That's what I'm saying.
Some double standards are false dichotomies.
I said no. I said
No,
no.
you
I
didn't
said
say
double
any of
standards are
that.
not. No. Let's really pay
That's it.
attention to my language because I speak exactly what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
I said that we've established that double standards are not a bad thing. That's what I
Not
said.
all the time.
Yeah, sure.
Not
That
every
means
time.
that means that a double standard in itself is not a bad thing. That's
But
what I'm saying.
sometimes they
So
are.
when we say, well, that's a double standard, I don't care for that argument. You got to tell me why the double standard is a bad double
But just
standard.
because you don't care about the argument doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Well, no, but you don't
no.
either. If you agree that double standards just in itself are not always bad, then you also agree with me, and you have to tell me why the
But
double standard is
sometimes
bad.
No,
not
I
just
see what you're
are.
saying, dude. You're just preaching to those guys, but I saw what you were saying the first time you said it.
Okay,
You know?
well, at least you got it.
No, I get what you're saying. No, I do. But
yeah.
it's when we hold people to account that we haven't lived ourselves, that other people see that as being a double standard.
Thank you, Kieran, and thank you
Hey,
everybody
Craig.
who's helped out the Grifton tonight. Appreciate you all. But yeah, Fatty and Steelman, you get what I'm saying, right? Inherently, a bad double standard
hope
isn't
they do.
inherently bad. I want to know why it's a bad double standard. That's what I'm saying.
I think it's possibly seems sort of somewhat, self-sabotaging or not necessarily self-serving as it might appear to the person who's doing that, But again, I will kind of like concede to your point that they have the right to choose what lifestyle they want to live, and if they want to. Okay, but so on that note, they don't. Even if a guy wants to have even if a pimp who wants to have sex with 100 girls and not ask for forgiveness, he can still only want to have sex with virgins, based on your logic, and that's okay. For him,
Well, wait.
not holding any wrong standard.
Steelman, I'm not saying only have sex with. I'm saying only want a relationship with. So, like, I'm saying if there was a guy that wasn't a virgin, but he said, "I'm not going to commit to a woman that's not a virgin," there's nothing wrong with this double standard. I want to know what the wrong thing is. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but he is going to deprive his woman from being able to marry a virgin man, and so he's got to concede.
If she doesn't value a virgin man, Steelman, wait, dogs, please, one sec. If she doesn't value a virgin man, am I depriving her of anything?
Well, if you believe that virginity inherently has value, then you actually are. She just doesn't know it.
No. I'm asking
How
you
old is this man?
what she values. Because she has to value it for her to be deprived of it, no?
But so does virginity inherently have value, or is it only have value based on the people who like you?
I said virginity. The fact of a woman holding on her virginity till marriage speaks to her character of other parts of her character. That's what I said.
Okay, you did, but but let me go back to that then. What if it does? Okay, it speaks to parts of her character. Okay, but what if,
like her discernment, her
what
value,
if, for example,
her value in herself and her relationship?
What if she's banged over 1,000 dudes and she's worth $300 million?
But what if she's repented and asked for forgiveness and found Jesus and her values have
she's
changed?
gonna have a fucking baggy clout.
Or what if she's a virgin because she wasn't able to find somebody, or she's been sheltered and she's actually doesn't have good values, and she's just a virgin who is now willing to say,
well, I might find that out.
Now she's a good virgin.
But I'm not understanding what the point of saying that, where I'm asking you if she doesn't value a man being a virgin, do I deprive her of anything?
No.
It's yes or no, right?
Well, I mean, because you're saying that virginity doesn't actually inherently have any intrinsic value, then you're not. But if it did, then you would be.
Actually, pretty sure he did Say,
right?
Really, all you're saying is that's just your standard, and that's fucking totally cool.
But if it actually does have some sort of intrinsic value, like being a virgin, and it leads to more bonding between partners or something like that, then you would be depriving her of that.
no.
I would be depriving her of being with someone who is a virgin.
Yeah, who then could lose their virginity to her and possibly have these closer bond to her, and he could give her something that she could receive something from somebody that they could never give to somebody else, just like you're going to receive something from somebody that they can never give else. She's never going to get that gift of virginity that you're getting. So you're depriving her from these gifts that you're receiving, these experiences that you're having, like taking somebody's virginity, all these things which may not have any intrinsic value, but you're giving them value. And like you said, maybe she doesn't want to place any value on that, or maybe she does place some value, but apparently not enough to say, I don't love you enough. I love my value to this more. She's saying, I love you more than my value. I love, I will, if you repented for your sins, I will forgive you for that or whatever. I'm willing to forsake what my value is for my husband, because you're my husband, even though we haven't said our vows and above a priest and signed a paper yet. Spiritually, you're my husband. So I accept you for who you are.
Well, this is a whole lot of what I would say. I mean, I don't know. There's a whole lot of stuff we added in here. What I would say simply is, I don't think you're depriving her of it if she doesn't value a man being a virgin, especially if you're a changed man that is looking for a wife. To. I'm not talking about finding a virgin to fuck, right? That's not what
If she's not on the same page, she's not on the same page, bro. We're talking about on the same page. We both value these terms. We both
what we know too about like the oxytocin release and attachment that comes with sex. What we know from the oxytocin release and attachment that comes from sex is that women are more likely to associate the physical actions with the emotional depth compared to men. So like women are actually going to be more affected in their pair bonding by sex with multiple partners than a man is.
Right, but then then to play devil's advocate, at the same time, then easy, wouldn't it then, with those same factors in mind, wouldn't it then mean more to them to have somebody with the same, I guess, things that they're bringing to the relationship, like you were saying, like all the qualities of a woman, not just the fact that she's a virgin, but all it proves in her character. Wouldn't then it be depriving her of somebody of the same measure?
Well, wait, no, because I'm talking about a man that's changed his character to commit to a woman, right? So, like, you're not depriving her of anything. I said already that the virginity in itself doesn't have the value. It's everything that the holding on to virginity till marriage comes with, that is the value, right?
Exactly, yeah. So then why wouldn't it be the same for if a man was to hold his virginity?
It is no, King. It is speaking to the character of the man. But if the man has changed his character to that of a man that knows that if he could go back, he would have held on to the virginity till marriage, then he's not depriving her of anything. He's giving her a man that she deserves.
Right, I understand that. I understand that easy. But then at the same time, you could argue that from the same position as a born again virgin, because then now they're holding in themselves till marriage. Now their values have changed. So,
I'm not saying it. Wait, King, but this isn't even arguing against my thing here, right? This is like, this isn't dog, chill. This isn't arguing against my thing. I said that men should be virgins until marriage too.
Right. No. What all I was trying to do is
I'm saying if you get with a woman that's a virgin because that's what you value, that's part of what you value, and you this is what you looked for.
Yep.
And she doesn't, you didn't deprive her of anything.
Right, but that was okay. That was the part I wanted to. But how would she know what the values are? Because in this instance, you're saying the man has gone through his phase of women, and now he's being reborn to have the correct values. But how would she not know? Like, because she's not aware. So how would she know that his values are correct? Because he's now changed. Like, how does that make it any different?
I don't understand about how. Well, like you could just ask this about any. How do you know you're not dating the next Jeffrey Dahmer? Like, how do you know? Like this,
Yeah.
I don't know what you're asking me, really, King. Like, you can't just like know people's inside their mind. We're talking about certain qualities that speak to character, and then like why.
Right,
A
exactly,
lot of
but
men will
that's
choose
what
to
I'm.
value a woman
Dahmer
that's
was definitely
same
Right, but that's what I'm
virginity to
saying. His
marriage.
character,
And
right, his
but
character.
wait, King. But we're then I brought up the fact that most the time women don't value a man being a virgin until marriage, and this is why I was saying you wouldn't be depriving her of anything because they don't value this or look at it the same.
Yeah, but most of those women who don't value that aren't virgins.
Wait, what?
This is an
Most of the women who don't
Yeah.
value a man that's a virgin are not virgins themselves, so they won't hold that standard. That's why that standard set that
And
way.
explain to me why wait, then explain to me why virgins women tend to lose their virginity to older men. Do you think they just thought these older men never had sex with anyone but them?
because it
No.
was their uncle, dude.
They
Because-
choose
because-
more experienced men. That's who they lose their virginity to. All
No,
the time.
no, I would argue no. It's not the fact that they're. It's the fact that they're choosing the
Yes.
financial security that's provided there.
No,
It's
it's
not-
not. No, we're talking about
100%.
fucking, not
No,
It's
relationship.
100%.
Because that's what they're. But that easy. It goes back to the all women believing that they can get a man that's of the 2%. So of course they're gonna fold to a guy who's at the higher money, all that, because they think that they're gonna get them.
No.
But all that man wants to do is fuck him and run. So women are more likely because they think if they sleep with him, he's going to stay, because that's the way women think, because they think it's an emotional connection. They don't understand that with men, it's just a physical thing.
Except for when they don't think that way.
But do you think?
Yeah.
Like, so do you
Until they
think
leave them because
And the
they-
older
when
man
you,
just
when
gonna
you
treat
hear
her
these
better.
stories of all these like when you hear these stories of like these underage girls sleeping with older men and shit, do you think these girls thought that those older men were inexperienced in sex?
No, I would argue they thought that
Okay,
they were
now
gonna-
wait,
they
now
thought
wait,
they
now
were
wait.
gonna-
When you
It was
see
a
women,
transactional
when you see
situation. They thought
women,
they were
when
gonna
you
get
see women migrate to the man that has a bunch of women around him, do you think it's because she thinks that he doesn't sleep with a bunch of women?
No, but do you think it's because she thinks he does? No, it's because
Yes.
of what he offers.
Yes.
No,
It's
it
because
has nothing to do with the
yes,
women.
it's because
It has
she knows
everything
that
else to
women are the gatekeepers of sex, and this man's able to open a bunch of gates.
Because
Right?
of what
The
he
key that can
provides.
open many locks
It
is a
isn't
master
because of what-
key. That
It's
lock
because of
that
what he
opens too many
provides.
keys is a shitty fucking
That's
lock.
about their body
Easy.
count.
I'm not arguing that,
Huh.
but it's not because of the fact that he can sleep with all these women. It's the fact that what he has. Generally, in those situations, that's a top 2% man who has money, who has financial security. They have job. They have everything. They can give women all the storybook bullshit that they want. That's what attracts them, not the fact that he can bang any woman. That's not what.
Broke
That's not
ugly
what
dudes
attracts
get
them.
the same thing. Broke ugly dudes get all kinds of puss, man. You know it.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You
I
know
mean,
it.
guys are. What is
No,
that related
dude.
to again? I mean,
Poor
It's all about
dudes.
charisma, bro. It's all about the fucking swag.
guys are related to slutty chicks too, though. I mean,
True.
people are
Anytime
related
they want.
are attracted to that sexual nature, apparently. Just in general.
Every time I ask a woman that same question about if you were about to marry a dude and 10 years ago you had an orgy with a bunch of chicks, would you still marry him? They always say yes. Most men, the only ones I've ever heard say, yeah, I'll still marry her is the ones that's just coping to fucking get
Right.
you to kind of hold
Well,
on.
hold on.
But that goes.
You
then that goes.
haven't. Or wait.
That
I wanted
goes
to
to
touch on
them
this
too.
point.
Like,
My
My
third
bad.
wife, I would not give a shit at all.
Well, hold on. I want to touch on this point because we all
Really?
know that the
You wouldn't care.
sex industry is totally skewed. Okay, I mean, nobody's paying dudes to fuck. You know, girls get paid to fuck all the time, and they always have throughout history. The thing is, girls can pick guys much easier than guys can pick girls. So for guys to act like they got all these choices and they're just going to drop some girl that they've been dating or in love with for the last they're about to propose to her and all this shit because they found out that when she was fucking 15, she fucked, 2 dudes at the same time or whatever. It's like it's bullshit, dude. Guys are
That's
sitting
even
here fucking
worse at 15.
It-
That's
guys.
even worse.
Oh god. But my point is that guys are sitting here fucking doing everything they fucking can for these chicks, fucking, working their asses off, trying to pick up every fucking chick they can, getting.
Sounds like the
tell me
Yeah,
these
there's
guys have.
simps. Yeah, Steel Man, I get it. There's simps out there.
And I'm talking
man.
about the majority of the population.
Nah.
You
No.
The
No.
definition, though, hang on a
I'm not
minute.
saying that in a
The
bad way. I'm
definition
saying
simp is a man
fatty.
that works
Steve
his
Man,
ass
you and
off to
fatty.
make sure his old lady can stay at home.
Wait, what?
No.
What'd you say?
So a simp is working his ass off, right, for his old lady, right? So she
No.
can stay at home.
No.
Huh?
Bye-bye.
No.
That's
Oh,
not what a simp
No,
is at
a
all.
simp,
What are you talking about?
a simp is the
Oh,
guy.
yeah.
A simp is the guy who lets his girl do whatever she wants in fear that he'll lose her.
Yes.
At any Coliseum.
That's a simp.
By
Man,
simple
man,
definition, a simp is a man that
Take
does shit to
care
get
of
pussy.
my wife.
That's all it comes
Not that
down
I
to.
have one now, but I would take care of my wife no
Yeah.
matter what. But I'm
Grad
not
dudes
a
are simps.
simp.
You heard it here first, folks.
No. Like, there is a point where she listens. That's probably why she left me in the long term.
Oh my god, dude, bro, nobody cares.
Dog.
He was
Anyways.
more of a pimp than a simp.
Dog, you've been beating around the bush.
No, I'm not a
How
pimp.
many beers are you in,
You've
dog?
been beating around the bush about your divorce all night, bro. Nobody cares. We're sorry. It didn't. Nobody cares.
I was,
Didn't
I'm
you
going on
want
wife
to
number
look next
4.
time?
I was
Should I be
sorry.
looking
I
for a
was just
virgin?
trying to be a smartass at that point. I was just trying to be a smartass.
The only 50-year-old virgin chicks out there, I'm looking for wife number 4.
Okay,
Wow.
okay, I get what you're saying again.
Wow.
It surprisingly makes me be some
Keep
points.
those attitudes.
Why
That
would
shit
you
never-
stand?
Why don't you have to be
Yeah,
guilty, though?
505 and 6.
I dig the scenario, and I definitely dig the dissidence, but like this man in the scenario must be like what, 23 or 24, because if he's in college, like he ain't meeting no.
No.
I am
Why
not
can't? Why can't you? Why can't you have a 20-year-old version?
He
Huh?
can.
Yeah, into the
Right.
late 20s,
You
definitely.
could absolutely. You could change your preferences, fatty, and you could be. You could say that's all you're going to settle for.
I'm not going back to
There'd be
college.
nothing
I'm
wrong
talking
with
about
that.
the guy in the scenario.
Well,
In the analogy that we're running here, that the man that's looking for the virgin. Hey, more power to him. Great,
you know what?
great.
We're looking
That
for a
could be
good
you.
woman, not a virgin.
But
It's a
you
good
telling me a
woman.
50-year-old dude that's looking for wife number 4 is going to be looking for a virgin? You're fucking high,
He
bro.
could. He could. It happens all the time. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but I'm
Why
not.
is it
I want to
wrong?
ask Fatty something.
That-
Hold on.
why
Alright,
is
alright.
it wrong?
One second, guys. One sec. I want to ask Fatty
No.
something.
It's not wrong at all. I didn't say it was wrong.
Because
I said more power to you. I said that's fucking great. But like,
okay, wait,
I gotta
Fatty,
think
Fatty,
rationally too, and like logically, like
Fatty.
What?
I want to ask you something. Okay. So if you started dating a chick, or if anyone started dating a chick, or a chick starts dating a dude, they find out the other one's a meth head. They do meth. Is it wrong for them to now be like, oh shit, can't be with you, meth? Sorry.
why would I say that? That's not wrong.
Right. So
People-
why?
Look it
Then
up.
why do you hold
Well-
such like a resentment to like a man having a standard like my girls can't?
No,
go to the
I
club,
don't. I'm just
My
saying,
girl
brother.
can't dress a certain way. My girl can't fucking have male friends. All these
I have
different
my
standards.
preference,
Why do you
bro.
think it's a bad thing to hold this? Why is that insecure?
I don't
But
think
it's
it's
not
a bad
insecure
thing.
to not want to date a meth head.
That's a good boundary to set, by all means.
Yeah,
What-
but Fatty, this is where I'm trying to get.
right.
I'm trying
It's
to see
because-
your mindset here because it's not insecure when you have the standard of no meth heads, but it's insecure of like my chick can't wear crop tops or something. You're saying this is an insecurity. My chick can't go to the club. Insecurity.
It's looking at the dynamic from an existential point of view. Okay, and trying to understand the dynamics of relationships rather than understanding our feelings about them.
Feelings Nothing more.
Wait,
Yeah, doesn't that
wait.
make sense?
I'm so confused. Fatty,
When
please.
we can't take ourselves out of the scenario and just look at the scenario, right? Then that's when we get like convoluted and we get like
Yeah, say this person.
Holy fuck.
Say this, listen, Fatty. I used to know this dude that smoked meth, and you would never fucking know it if he didn't show you it that he did
Yeah.
it. You would never know it. He went to work all the time. This guy fucking had a life, an apartment he paid for. You would
Okay, so then
never
what was wrong with him
fucking know
smoking?
it. Okay, so I'm asking you: is that if some girl says, "Oh, I'm not dating this dude because he's a meth head," even though everything else is in order, is that wrong? Is she insecure?
no.
Well,
Okay, then why is it insecure to not want to date a chick that goes out to the clubs?
Okay, so in this scenario, yes, she would be insecure. Her
Oh, now
insecurity
she's
is
insecure.
No, she wouldn't. Hold on. She wouldn't be
her
insecure.
insecurity.
Just
right?
so you
Would be-
don't have to say the other one isn't
You listen,
insecure.
I can argue it if you want me to. Okay, it's fine.
all right.
But
Yeah,
it doesn't have to
Hang
be,
on.
right?
I'm pretty
And that's
sure
why
you have-
shit is not binary, bro. That's why shit isn't just one or the
Yep, too
other.
much fun, easy.
Okay, you're talking about a situation, and then you're talking about a thought. The two aren't even equal on the playing field. They're not even on the same playing field.
Wait. A thought in what
They
you
are
How do you
equal.
compare? How do you
They
compare
are
a
The
thought
only,
to an
the
actual
only,
standard.
the only,
The analogous
only-
part, the analogous part is a standard you hold, a cutoff, a threshold that says nope.
boundary?
Right. So that's the analogous. So why is one boundary insecure and the other one isn't?
because I guess
It's not
in
the
a sense,
boundary
it
is
comes down to
insecure.
what those boundaries are based in.
It's the reason
What-
on why
where-
we set the boundary there in the first place.
Oh,
Right.
What is
the
it that hurt us?
reasoning.
What
And
is it in our
why
past
does
that-
the
Wait.
reasoning-
One
I
at a
know.
time. One.
Okay,
What is it
sorry.
that tells me I know that I shouldn't be doing this? I shouldn't be dating a method. What tells me that? Prior
taking the
experience,
meth
right?
part.
That's
Yeah,
where
well,
our fucking
exactly.
boundaries come
That
from.
was exactly. So I think to understand his Fatty's point, he's saying, so what is it that makes her not want to date a meth head? Is it because she doesn't want to be addicted to meth, or is it because she's not into guys who do drugs? Because if her thought is because I don't want to be addicted to that drug, then that would be based in insecurities. But if it's the fact that she's got this because she's not into drugs, like she doesn't, that's just a standard she set, then that would be like you're saying, Easy, that would be a standard.
I don't want to give my life. Her reason is I don't want to give my life to somebody and commit my life to
Right,
somebody or have kids with somebody who does drugs. On
And
the
that's a
other side,
preference. Yep,
it's I don't want to
100%.
commit my life to have a kid with or have a family with somebody who goes out to the club. Both
Right. Yep. No. 100%. Yeah. No. Then that's 100% a preference, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And it's not based in some type of bullshit like that's you guys want to keep saying that. It's not. It's just that's a straight up preference, as clean as it can be.
I think
Can
a lot of
can I interject?
Yeah, go ahead, Jim. You haven't spoke since you've been
Hey,
up.
Jim.
I'm surprised. How you been?
Oh, how are you, sir?
Oh, boy.
Just look at the private chat and sort of just read, please, afterwards, all right? What I want to say is you're talking apples and oranges. You're talking about virginity, pious, good girls in 2025. And that used to be the standard 50 years ago. It was absolute. They used to put a sheet on a wedding night when a woman got married, a young bride got married, and there was no, blood on the sheet, and the village I'm talking about, they used to display in the morning for the whole town, village, to see she was a virgin.
What the fuck is that?
Was it
Good luck.
Passover?
It's like it's
Fuck
like
me, Jim. What village did you live in?
Jim, what the fuck is happening, Jim?
I'm talking about
I will
culture
agree.
change. Culture
The
change
comic
in
relief.
50 years. So it's not that long. It's within my generation and your generation. I'm just looking at your the language.
Okay, Jim.
About a desire
Jim,
of a
buddy.
virgin. Good
Jim,
luck.
Hey,
There
Jim,
ain't
buddy.
no
Well, that's
virgin
cool, man.
coming out.
I dig it.
Jim, about the topic. What's your thoughts on the topic? Can men have platonic relationships, friendships with women?
No, that was cool though, Jim. I like that story.
We've got two heads. One is the big head and a little head. We think with our little head. And the women know the power of the pussy.
That son of a bitch, I call him the general.
Jesus. It's not rocket science. It's not
He's got a way with
rocket
words.
science.
Oh, Jim.
Buh.
You're not fucking wrong. You know what's funny? Most base shit said for the last little while, that's facts, right?
Jeez.
That's exactly what it is. Dudes out
like
here
an
thinking with their
oversimplification.
dicks, and chicks know the power of the pussy. That is facts. Simply
Remember
said.
what I said the other day? Keep it
W's.
simple and stupid, lowest common denominator.
Yep.
Simple. If you verbosely
See,
talk,
Jim understands. He's
philosophize,
speaking in general too. I hope everyone,
yeah.
he knows how to speak in general. Dudes think with their dicks, and in general, women know that with their pussy they can get what they want. So in general, no, they can't fucking be friends.
Mouth works too.
Exactly.
That's what scares me. It's like I've been single for a long time now after my long marriage.
Can I suggest change your
And-
hand from left hand to
Oh,
the right?
God,
Long marriage.
He's impressing us,
terrible.
bro.
Yeah.
But
Jesus
anyways,
fuck, God. Have you
that's
been
what
drinking,
scares
bro?
me is women. There's a-
I think where was the guy who said he did whatever divorcee fucking meetings? I think that was you're in the wrong camp, bro.
Fatty does. Oh no, Fatty does marriages. Sorry. Oh
19
yeah,
day
yeah. Fatty has the divorce meeting. Yeah, that's right.
You need to go to
Like some
Fatty.
relationships.
You need to hook up
What
with
does it
Fatty,
mean?
dog. Follow Fatty.
It's 4th of July weekend. We're doing
Handle that
3-day
over
weddings on the same day, at the same time. It's gonna be
Yeah.
fucking amazing.
Here's a B.O.
He's your man. He'll make you feel so much better about being divorced, bro.
I'm good.
Yeah.
No, but that
Please,
shit,
doesn't
that's
matter.
for real.
Horror stories, bro.
I actually
You know
use
what?
it as funny language to enjoy, like using it as funny language to
Yeah.
bring me some kind of culture to the fact.
He sounds like he's laying in the
Jim
bed.
pointed out a great point, especially in modern times, right? Like, especially in this time of the promotion of fucking shit like OnlyFans, where it's like, yeah, as soon as you turn 18, go get yourself some fake tits and, sell your shit online and you'll get whatever you want. Who's the role models they promote of females in the media? People like fucking Kim Kardashian, who literally sucked dick to get famous. Like, get the fuck out of here, right? Like,
Well,
what
Eight brothers
are we
literally
doing?
Can I
like
touch on that point?
raped women
Jim.
and got away with it.
Jim, how old were the girls that were losing their virginity at that time when you were talking about?
Well,
What a weird question.
Well,
We don't wanna go back.
where I'm going-
Yeah,
let me
weird question.
let me put this into context.
16 years,
Let me
3
put this
months
into
and
context.
4 days. How about that? I mean,
No, let me put this into context. Hold on a second. Let me back up and put this into context.
ahead. Go ahead.
Don't answer that, but
version.
I want to touch on this. No, I want to
They
I
were
wanna go
all
real quick
types
back.
of ages, Steelman. Why?
because you guys are kind of talking about older men and transitioning to wanting virgins, and when you're talking about virgins, we're talking about, like, he's probably referring to virginity is usually done, at a young age.
You said
for the
that
most part.
Virginity's done at a young age? What do you even
No, I'm
mean
saying-
by
no,
that? What?
In Latin, it's called Virgo.
I'm saying the women that.
In Latin, it's
Do you
called
think this
Virgo
was like,
in
are you
Texas.
going to try and make this like false thing that like, oh yeah, it was a bunch of 12-year-olds with 40-year-olds? Is that what you're
Well,
going
I'm
to do
not
right
saying
now?
that they were 12. I'm not taking it to the
Well,
extreme,
like,
but I
then
am
what are you
saying.
doing? What are we doing?
But I am asking: is it coherent with today's norms and standards, where we don't? Before, it was probably normal for 14-year-olds and older men or whatever to actually marry. You can marry when you're 15 or whatever and all that stuff.
Where the fuck you live?
No.
That's called Islam.
This isn't true.
I'm a Christian. I'm a
100
Catholic.
years ago in America,
I'm not
Actually,
Catholic.
Paul,
get it
the way you
through,
do
gentlemen.
So are you
Get it
saying?
through.
So,
There's some really sick fucks that
well,
you
I want
can
to know what
point
you're
out in
advocating for,
history.
Easy. I want to
That
know.
is the norm.
No,
No. Like Steelman, I'm not saying it never happened, but what you're gonna do now is point out some sick fucks in history and act like this was the
Yeah.
norm. It
Yeah.
wasn't.
Okay, let's say they're
Exactly.
18. Let's say they're 18, right? Like what age are you expecting these women to save their virginity? Like what when these younger women
Until they
you're
get
referring to-
married.
Married.
How
So it
about
could be
that?
18,
Bravo.
19, 20,
Yeah.
21,
The-
22,
There's only like
whatever age they get married.
Maybe
one
can't
Billy
get that
Joe for all
concept.
the
Now,
trouble
Jim,
dudes.
It's too much
Jim.
for 2025, isn't it?
What I'm asking now, Jim
It's
here.
called
I want a
cognitive
reference from
dissonance.
maybe even
No,
back in
wait,
the day.
stop. What I think Steelman's saying is like, oh, in this day and age, how do you expect a woman to hold
Yeah.
on to her virginity for marriage?
Well, it's called
With her
feminism.
free will, my
What?
friend.
It's,
Okay, but would you
can
agree
I
that
speak in legal terms? The biggest fuck up America did in Constitution is 19 Amendment 19 allowing women to vote. You fucked up like we in Australia have, and all over. the
No,
world.
I want to see the point to
But that's
Steelman's
another
question
point,
here, though.
anyway.
Well, I'm just saying that you're asking them to hold a traditional, a tradition of virginity and all that stuff, and I'm
It's
trying to
no
say
longer
that.
there. I'm not defending.
Not
it's
you,
lost.
Jim.
It's lost. It's gone.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to say that, like, I think if we take it back to like what Jim's saying is that traditionally women would lose their virginity at a younger age, and probably men would too, because men were more responsible
At
a younger
marriage,
age.
you were talking about.
Yeah, but men would be getting married younger and actually having families younger, having children younger, and
Yeah. But
yeah, so
but
I
there was
don't think it was older men
But the
going
problem,
and dating
no.
virgins.
Forget about the young and older. In good old days, there used to be the second most popular profession, which was brothels. So men always, because
The
of their
good old
urges.
days.
Always.
Good old days.
You're gonna claim always. That's
It is
wrong.
the oldest
Good
profession.
old days. I'm just saying. I'm not.
You just
What I'm
claimed
trying
always.
to say. What I'm trying to say is that used to be a father and a brother or brothers who kept the women, especially their sisters and daughters, etc., in line.
Yep.
That's
And
all
when
I'm
you
saying.
went up the hill,
And that's
both
a
with a buck and a quarter.
historical fact.
You
I'm
came
not
down to
making that up.
250.
But
It ain't no longer so. I understand.
Yeah, Steelman, I think you misunderstood what Jim was saying. He said before about the blanket thing, he wasn't speaking to them being young for the blood. It was speaking to them being a virgin. So like on their honeymoon night, when they would go to have sex, because they're married now, they would put a blanket onto the bed, and if she didn't
I hear
bleed,
you. I
they
got
would
all that.
assume
And then-
she wasn't a virgin anymore.
Exactly.
I did get all
and
that.
then
But I
the
did-
father of the bride or the newly wedded wife paid the dowry.
The dowry, yes, the dowry.
Okay,
Wow.
but
Well, that's a strange fucking word to use in 2025. What is a
But Jim-
fucking dowry? Oh, let me see. Let's Google it. Fucking dumb fuck.
Pretty sweet that
You
we don't have
know-
a bunch of religious
you know
fanatics
that's
fucking
been
being
used for a
murdered
long
in
time.
Union anymore, right?
I
What I'm
don't know
trying
how
to-
much it cost.
Else to do what?
Depends on your status in life. And
Yeah.
our society,
long time.
Western society.
Yeah,
Thousands of
but
years.
I do kind of really want to know where Steelman was going to go with this, because like you're saying, when do I expect them to be virgins till? And again, I hold this, men should too, till their wedding night, till they get
but
married,
I think that
till they
we're
find the
talk-
person they're going to commit the rest of their life to.
Okay, but I think that you're kind of clashing traditions because
It's
No.
now
not
we're
a
also
tradition. It's not a
No,
tradition.
No, wait,
It was a
Jim, let him
Christian
finish.
belief.
Let him finish,
It was a
Jim.
Christian belief.
Jim, let him finish. Let him finish.
So I'm just trying to say that, like, I think that because of these different other cultural norms and laws that we put in place, where we say, like, a man, these age restrictions on even women who have reached puberty and can have childbearing women and all that stuff. We have locked their virginity up for several years, and so it puts into this play where now they're not going to be dating losing their virginity or marrying an established man like they might have in the past. They're going to be experimenting with their sexuality with younger men because that's all that they can do for those years. Or like you're saying, well, they need to have all these principles in place to keep from doing that. And I'm saying, okay, that's fine. We can add all of that. But I'm just saying that we've added all of these, like by adding in these different regulations on women saying that, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm losing my train of thought.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying that okay, once a woman's reached puberty, we don't consider her to be a woman, even though she's childbearing. She can still have children, even though. And so where I'm going with this is, I think back then, women were having children at like age 15, 16, 17, and they were having, you know, multiple children. But now we're saying, women, you basically cannot have a child until you're 18. We're expecting you not to have any children until you're at least 18, because you can't have sex until you're at least 18, because you're not allowed to be with a man until you're at least 18. So even if you're a childbearing woman at, you know, for multiple years, back then you might have actually been starting a family, you know. But now we're delaying the time that a woman can start a family. And what I'm saying is,
because we understand now. It's because we understand now with the way our brain develops. We need a certain amount of time before like our long-term decision making is actually accurately with consent of your own, that you're in your right fucking mind, basically. I'm just confused that like, so the problem is we're gonna make them wait longer.
Well, I'm saying, okay, they don't really have that many years. They don't have that many years to find the one that they're going to settle down with, if they're going to stay a virgin and get married. I'm just being realistic, right? Like, basically, even if they don't do it right away, before they're 25, basically, we're expecting, okay, 99% of the women are probably going to settle down and get married by the time they're 25. If they're not, then they're outliers.
That's not true. But anyway,
I'm trying to get to like a consensus that the younger they are, you know, the more you're going to see marriages, and the older they are, you're going to see the marriages dwindle off because they're already going to be married or lose their virginity. I'm trying to just get to some basic understanding, right? Just so.
I'm confused. Are you trying to argue that we should allow women to get married
Can I answer the question?
Wait.
Can I answer the question?
No, wait, real quick. No, real quick. Are you trying to say that we should allow for women to get married younger?
Well, yeah, for one, especially if we're going to hold your stance that men should only, especially if we're going to try to align your stance that women should be getting married before they have sex.
So then, Steelman.
Please.
Hold on.
I want to hear the why to this. Is there not a why?
I'll ask.
Are you just asserting this?
Wait, guys.
Everyone stop. Everyone stop. Wait. Everyone stop. I need to hear the why to this, because you asserted it. Now I want to hear why you think this, because like you're literally saying because they don't have enough time to find someone. I don't understand why you would assume they don't have enough time to find someone.
Well, no, they do. But what I'm saying is you're creating
OnlyFans. That's the answer.
So you're sort of creating this unnatural legal barrier between childbearing and marriage and nature, right? So we know that a woman becomes a woman when she becomes a woman, you know, or whatever like that. When they can bear children would be my legal definition, right? Like,
legal definition? That'd be your legal definition?
I mean, like biologically.
What fucking legal definition are you talking about?
I'm saying like
that some girls get their periods as young as 8 years old. Are you telling me 8-year-olds are now when they get their period, they're all of a sudden they're a woman? What are you talking about right now, dog?
No. Okay, so that's not what I'm advocating for. Right. But I'm just saying that the reason I'm saying this is because like I know that like you know, I'm giving you an example is that my mother was married when she was 16, and maybe this is a bad example, but I'm giving you an anecdotal example. You know what I'm saying? She had children when she was that age. You know what I'm saying? And I don't. And back then, not like back then. You can even take it back farther, but like historically, that's not like this anomaly. That's all I'm saying.
Steelman, in growing up, Did you guys have a very safe, secure lifestyle?
This is not an anomaly. This is wild. This is wild. In the past, there was people that used to take babies to the top of temples and light them on fire because they thought it was going to bring some rain. So, like, maybe
Yeah.
since
Yeah,
it's not an anomaly, you
What
know,
I'm saying is,
They didn't do
but,
it.
no,
Dude,
but now we
maybe
have
we
a
should
problem.
allow human sacrifice.
Well,
It
you're
wasn't
just
like
creating this
that.
arbitrary. But
That's
bro,
wild.
listen, no, but you're
wasn't
creating
like
this
that.
arbitrary. I think even in some states they actually allow 17-year-olds to marry and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? And you're
They do.
creating, and they also have this three-year range where if you're within 3 years. So what I'm saying is you're creating these arbitrary numbers and saying that even a 16-year-old can get married if it's to a 19-year-old and all this shit. And so
It's not an arbitrary number.
then you're also advocating. But then you're also advocating.
Wait, it's a consensus based off the general brain development of human beings. You could argue that some maybe they should wait till aren't that at that stage until 19. Some may be at that stage at 17.
But
You
you're
could argue this, but we're talking about generalizations, right? How young would you advocate us to allow people to get married and have relationships with whoever they want? I think you're basically arguing the age of consent right now. So I'm wondering why.
Well, because I'm saying that I'm arguing it because I'm saying that you're actually saying, to me, it sounds like you're saying that older men should be dating younger women that are virgins. Because that's the virgin.
Why does you why do you
18.
have to be younger to be a virgin? This is where you're assuming.
We agreed that the pool of virgins is going to be under 25.
A 15-year-old. Stop. Just listen. 15-year-old meets a 17-year-old. They stay together for a couple years. When she reaches 18, they get married and they have sex. What's wrong with that?
Well, nothing. But I'm saying
nothing's wrong with that. So what am I saying that's wrong? What am I stopping from happening? From saying that women should wait till they're married and adults to have sex. What's wrong with that?
Okay, well, I guess right now I'm just challenging this idea that you're saying, well, an older man who's maybe even in his 40s, who's had sex with multiple women, as long as he's repented and he wants a virgin now, he should be able to target virgin women and only settle for a virgin.
What do you mean target? What the
yes, he's only going to settle for a virgin, right? So he's going to be looking for a virgin. He's only going to settle for a virgin. That's his target.
He's going to target him.
He's deciding.
Is he going to groom him?
That's the language you want to use. I don't care.
Right.
Sure.
Right. So he's targeting these.
What's wrong with him? Wait, but they don't have to be younger. If a woman holds her virginity, doesn't have sex until she's 25, he can have sex with a 25-year-old virgin, right?
No, he could. Yeah, he could meet a 40-year-old virgin, and he could say you're a virgin, you're 40. Okay, but what I'm saying is that's an outlier. The odds are if he's going to find a virgin woman, she's probably going to be 25 or younger.
So
it's going to be very hard to find a woman who's older than 25 that's a virgin.
But why is that wrong?
Even if that's even if what?
Why is that wrong?
So are we still going with this?
If he's still
I said 18. I want to know why you like. How young do you want it to go?
Right, and I'm saying that I thought that 18 was pretty darn young. I thought it was actually too young, and I'm saying that if you're going to advocate for 18 being okay for a 40-year-old man to target an 18-year-old virgin, for a 40-year-old man to target an 18-year-old virgin, then I'm saying, then why not just say?
I mean, I think 40-year-old men should at least be starting their family by then already. You know,
Nobody
you should at least have been starting your family by then.
Nobody said anything about underage.
But like, I'm just confused. Wait, I want to know where this goes because like you're saying it's okay for a 40-year-old man to be with an 18-year-old.
No, I'm saying that's what you're saying, and I'm saying
I know. Yeah, and what?
Okay, and I'm saying, but you.
What is wrong with the 40-year-old man being with the 18-year-old?
Okay, my question is, do you think it's wrong if there's 17 and 364 days?
Wait, what?
Do you think it's wrong for that same 40-year-old man to date a girl that's 17 years old and 364 days?
You just keep adding shit.
So if you're gonna, I already answered this. So you could argue that people would be at this stage of brain. There's some cases people could be at this brain development stage by 17. There are some people don't have it until 19. But in general, most humans have it at 18.
Right.
So I think
So if
it's
this-
safe to stay at this number 18.
So you are
Can I
conceding
tell you
then?
the law in Australia and a case I was involved on that very
No, Jim.
Okay. So you are conceding then that
in
that
order
40-year-old
in
man.
order to
Um,
marry, you got to be 18. The age of consent in Australia.
Okay,
not
but
about
we
America.
speakeasy
So
just
shut the
This
fuck
is
up and let me finish.
So actually, I want to make sure I have your question right, Steelman. Is it okay for the 40-year-old to initiate the relationship if he like engages with this girl and asks her how old she is, and she's like, "I'm turning 18 tomorrow"? You're asking that? Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all.
she,
You got no answer for that, huh?
Well, no, I'm not saying that he's engaging.
Yeah,
with
you
her.
tried
Okay,
to make it sound
no.
sick
No,
Yeah.
by saying, "Can he
Okay.
fuck her when she's just about
Okay,
to
then let
turn
me answer-
18?"
then let me speak
I
on
didn't
that.
talk
Let me
about
respond to
just
that.
fucking here. You're
Okay.
taking this out of
Then let me
order.
respond to that.
We're
Can
talking
he
about
take
a
her
man that's
virginity
trying to
at
build a
midnight?
relationship.
Is it wrong for him to take her
Well,
virginity a minute before midnight on her
degenerate.
birthday, but it's okay a minute after midnight on her birthday?
Can she get married a minute before
This would assume he built a
midnight on her
relationship
birthday?
with her while she was
that's her
underage.
option, isn't it? Getting married is
but I don't
her
even-
option,
I
is
agree
it
that-
not?
You-
Same with
You
the,
can't do an internal critique and then take out of things of a part
I'm
of
saying
my
that those are
worldview.
clearly too
They
young.
have to build a relationship and get married before they can have sex.
Right.
So you're implying that what if he builds relationships and marries her underage? Yeah, that's wrong, dude. What? You're
Right,
talking
and
about
even if she's
grooming
18,
now?
she can
Yeah,
still be
it's wrong
underage.
to groom girls, bro.
Even if she's 18,
I
she can
was
still be
talking
too
about
young,
group.
is what I'm saying. And you conceded at that point that even an 18-year-old may not be, she may need to wait till she's 19
We're not
before she has the
talking
full
about
mental capacity.
fucking. We're talking about building a relationship.
Mhm.
And I'm okay.
I
but
said there's nothing wrong with a 40-year-old dating an 18-year-old.
And I'm saying that I think that it is because you can see that it's clearly too young. It's almost as like a 40-year-old dating a 17-year-old.
It's
You're
almost
taking
like,
down
well,
to-
yeah, and that's almost like, and that's almost like 17 is really close to 16, and like 16
Right,
is
you're
really
talking about
close
a
to
huge age
50.
difference,
And if
you're
you go all the way down,
you're
it's
actually
like close
targeting
to
these
the
young people.
newborn. So
You
that's
know
just
how many-
weird, bro.
Then you've eaten
What
a
I'm saying
total
is-
different book altogether.
What I'm saying is that these men aren't going to be getting women within their age within their age range at all. Obviously, as you know, by doing this method that you're advocating for.
Actually, it's pretty common that they get the age group that
I'm
Peter
just
talked about.
confused. What does it matter if they're not dating the 40-year-old women and they're dating the 18-year-old instead?
Okay, so I'm not sure exactly right where we're going with it. I'm just saying that it does seem like it's targeting a young group of women, and then I'm saying that now you're having this whole problem with you're saying, oh, well, a lot of these women are turning into sluts at young ages and all of this stuff.
Men too.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, sure, but and I'm saying that I think that I don't know that could have something to do with these arbitrary numbers that we set between,
Well, it's not. It's arbitrary in a sense, but we do base it off of biological facts, right? The brain development is what we base it off of, right? The brain doesn't fully develop till around 25, but that part of your brain that has to do with your long-term decision making develops more. It's a more significant development up until the age of 18 than it is from 18 to 25. And this is why we've come to the scientific consensus that 18 is an adult.
And they can legally consent.
all right. Well, I pushed
Absolutely.
back as hard as I could, but I can see, you make sense and everything. I'm with you, man.
Yeah, you've been clamped and shut the fuck up, haven't you?
You did wait, so in the chat when you were saying that you wanted to talk about a certain debate, was it that, or did you have a different topic that you wanted to maybe debate in the future, and we'll set up like an actual like formal debate.
Oh, thanks. I'm not sure what I've got a lot of different debate topics that I would love to debate. I mean, speaking of age, I think that if someone is paying taxes, for example, no taxation without representation. If you're 17 and you're paying taxes, how do you not have the right to vote? And I think that that's an underrepresented class of people.
Ooh,
That
that's
it's
a
actually
big
the
deal.
most oppressed
It's
class
a
of
little
people.
bit of a question there, but
Well, wait there.
And
Why?
then
Just because you're paying taxes, you've got the right to vote.
yeah.
Well,
Right.
17-year-old shouldn't be paying taxes anyway if they're
Yeah.
being claimed. If they
Yeah.
That's a
live at
good
home,
point, King. That's a good point. But anyway,
they
let's
shouldn't
just
be.
grant them it.
Are you strictly talking about income taxes too? When you're
Any
Well, I
tax.
mean, we could go a step farther. I mean, I would actually go a step farther and say that if you're a U.S. citizen, if women have the right to vote, then I don't see why we're still oppressing youth. We've given the vote right, the vote to blacks and women, and the youth are the
What
class
the
that's
fuck?
still being
Women
We was
oppressed.
shouldn't have the right to vote.
Actually,
Hell,
part of that.
And they're underrepresented. And
We
the thing is,
give
they're the weakest
women the
class.
right
No
to
one,
vote.
they can't
I
represent
trust adult
themselves.
women to vote better, right? Better than young kids.
Hold on,
Right?
hold on.
Yeah.
But I
We
would
take away their right to bear arms. We
ideally,
claim we have the Second
ideally just
Amendment,
have it like
but
men.
we don't give it to the youth.
Yeah, we
Who
do.
probably
they was making a
may
choice
even need
and
it
they
the
were
most.
targeted.
18 years old.
America's been given to illegal immigrants. What do you mean?
What?
What do you mean?
The right to
Children
vote?
have all these protections under the law through their parents. What are you talking about? Their parents are their arbiters. Like they're the ones
Well,
that
that's what we
make all
said
the
about
decisions.
women when women couldn't vote. Same argument for not giving the women right to vote.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they shouldn't vote to this day.
All right, then I say
That's the way it
either take
was.
away the women's right to vote or give the man that pays
Yep.
taxes a right to vote, regardless of
Take
his
away,
age.
take away, take away women's right to vote. They're too
I think we
emotional.
should. For me, I would just say we take away most people's right to vote. There should be some set of
But
standards that you need to meet to be able
how,
to vote,
how do you
and
meet
Yeah.
it?
Cool
What's
idea.
your standard,
and you
bro?
have to do a test, and you have to do a test to make sure that you understand. You have to pass a test. Sorry, not just do a test. You have to
You
pass
have to
a
get
test
kicked in the
to
bollocks
make sure
once.
that you understand how voting works. And if you can't do both of these, you don't get to vote. And I think this would actually mitigate a lot of women from even voting because they'd be like, "Fuck doing all that shit." Like
You
women
know
don't
what do
want
I
to.
want to do? No, fuck
Women
that.
don't like politics. For the most part, women don't like politics.
Yeah, I got to get my nails
No,
done. Fuck all
and,
that.
and it goes back, and I'm trying to be real about this. It's like it goes back to our different personalities and characteristics. Like men and women are different. Like we really are. We
I hope
have
so.
different interests, different attitudes. Like
No,
it's just men or women are
the
different. Like,
well,
I
the
think that's
reason
the
that
They
best
men
part
are.
about
Yeah.
my wife,
Dog,
right?
she was
She's
a
not a
smart
man.
mofo.
Science. What is it all about? Technology. What is that all about?
Cracks.
Big up, big up.
nice.
Technology. What is that
my
all
life.
about?
Where did that fucking come from?
Easy
Shit.
pie is you alive.
But those all sound like great ideas for Canada. Easy. You should definitely get those implemented. That would be great.
I would love to actually. Love to.
I've got
Down here, we
I've
don't
got
run by those rules down here.
I'm going to be arguing
What?
for
Not right now. It did at one point.
Yeah, thank God. For
The
progress.
whole foundation that you stand on today was built that way, my friend.
Yeah, on the first 16 words of the First Amendment.
But
He's just been Googling this shit.
Do you
Him. That's what
understand?
he's done.
Do you understand how it was in the beginning, right?
Yeah, the founding fathers had male concubines.
What?
What?
Yeah, they were called scribes, right?
Oh.
Yeah, they were all gay as fuck. You telling me they were wearing tights and wigs and they weren't gay? You guys are delusional.
Okay, so speaking.
Yeah, do you know why? Do you know why they wore wigs? You dumb fuck.
Bitch.
Historically, why did they wear wigs?
You understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
So speakeasy, if a 17-year-old taxpayer could pass your test, would you let him vote?
No. We're not letting Fatty get away with
No,
it.
tax paying isn't the only.
What if he could pass the
thing
test?
that would be, so you would also have to like own some type of property or business. This you'd have to have some type of incentive this way. You'd also have to. I haven't weighed this all out. You wouldn't be able to be a criminal in any sense whatsoever, like no criminal record.
Well, hold on a second. Like, I just have a question of why you would outlaw criminals, and also how that relates to George Washington being a criminal.
they had a set of rules to the society that they're a part of, and they broke it, so they do not get to have the right to vote on the set of rules in that society anymore.
This is why the founding fathers left Europe, right, and came over here.
Okay.
Is that why?
Well, it's
What if it
Christians
was-
doing persecution from Christians, right? It was one guy saying, "My Jesus trumps your Jesus," right?
I didn't say anything about my Jesus.
Well, no, but this what it all always comes down to is.
Wait, why?
You're talking shit again.
It's always that way, right? If this is the thing, this is the thing. If you didn't know I was a Christian, you wouldn't be able to use that argument. So why don't you try to give me an argument?
You know me, and I always use that argument.
Not knowing I'm a Christian.
You know me, bro, and I always use that argument because it
Yeah,
always
because
comes down
you know that I'm a
somebody
Christian.
somebody else that their God isn't the right God. Doesn't matter what God it is. And when you talk about tyranny, you talk about somebody saying things like,
"Dear God, help you."
On an extreme level.
If Fatty, if God had nothing to do with it, what would be the problem?
There you go.
It always comes down to God.
See?
No, yeah, so why?
Every time. You know this.
No.
Don't fucking turn the fucking table on it.
No, that's actually the thing, Fatty.
I don't agree with
No,
it.
Fatty, I've learned. This is why in the beginning. No, Fatty, this is why in the beginning, when people would ask me what I am, I would evade the question all the time, because this is how it goes. Anyone that tries to debate anything, as soon as they get cornered in something, it's like, well, yeah, but God and Sky Daddy and this and that. That's why I've learned to debate people from their worldview. I can crush it from your worldview. You need to explain to me the negative outcomes that is going to come from my rules. Why is that such a problem?
Because we don't put up with dictators, bro. Nobody likes a dictator.
You're a dictator.
Nobody likes a dictator.
You don't like the facts, bro. Like,
is a
being a fucking dictator isn't fucking cool. Like being a king isn't cool, right?
Fatty, what kind of system would you advocate for?
Using your God to appoint yourself as king is kind of fucking lame.
But
I
Fatty,
used to on vacation.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't appoint myself as king.
I think you'd make a great.
Very respectful.
Hold on a second, Fatty. Look at what system are you advocating for? Because obviously the system we have right now isn't any better. I would say you could argue that it is the same shit, right? Or worse.
Supposedly, we still have a democracy. Who knows?
Even if we do have a democracy, all we have is a mob rule. Bunch of fucking idiots. Sorry to interrupt you, but sorry to interrupt that. But democracy is not like a solution. Sorry, my lights all fucked up. But democracy is not a solution to the problem. I mean, democracy is just saying that the media can control this, the public opinion, and the majority of the people are fucking retarded, and we're just going to go with what they say.
I'm saying fuck the king, and anybody that
yeah,
wants
but I'm
to be
saying
one.
fuck. Yeah, but so what? You got a better idea? I'm not saying. I'm saying, what is your better idea, though?
So you're a fucking dictator.
Do you have a better idea? Because this system that we're working on is just a bunch of fucking dictators working together. So do you have a better idea?
Yeah, definitely. We get rid of Citizens United.
I'm so glad the
Pull
chat's
the money
with
out of
me, Alec,
pull the
honestly.
money out of the government. Not allow people to pay off politicians on both sides to literally like put their law onto the books.
But how are you going to
They
not
allow
allow?
What
people
about
to
this then, Fatty? What about just like let's just take away the owning property part for a second and all that. Let's just talk about like an epistocracy. An epistocracy. So like basically only it's just like
You guys love this one.
it's just like democracy, but you
Mhm.
have to be competent. So it would require the test of knowledge and competence to vote.
Merit, right? Meritocracy.
No, it's epistocracy. No,
It's merit.
no,
It's merit based.
no. It's based on your knowledge.
Yeah, it's based on your merit, on what you have to bring to the table, to offer.
No, that's not. No, he's saying
No,
it's based on your knowledge of the system and how it works.
You could be a bum on the fucking street, own not a fucking thing, but you have all the competence and knowledge of how the system works, how your vote works, what it's going to,
He's
and how
trying
the
to
whole
say the
political
opposite, bro.
system works. That is what gets you the vote. Is the knowledge.
As soon as you know and you recognize your impact that your vote has, you are allowed to cast a vote.
Yeah, that's,
Okay,
that's,
so
that
would you
was a
agree?
that's a
psychology
tyrannical way
trick
of
that
looking
they
at it.
won't
That's
teach you
cool.
in school, Fatty, that you got pulled up on there.
No, I want to know, like, is there a problem? Like, it's just like a democracy. It's just instead of giving the right to every single
doesn't allow
citizen, it's based off competence.
Yeah, but it doesn't allow the impoverished. It doesn't allow it. It's discriminatory, is what it is. That's the way it would be put. It's discriminatory.
Well, how would it be discriminatory?
Whether it's
Because
intentional,
It's
whether
the
it's
crafty.
intentional or not, it
Yeah,
does
see, I was-
deliberately.
Is there a
Just
system
have
that's
to
not?
be intentional.
Our system is too. Our
how?
system is
It
totally
would
rigged by
it
those.
would be based on, but the discrimination,
Merit.
Fatty, the discrimination would be based on knowledge and whether or not you understand what you're doing. So really, it's a competency thing. It's not really like so that when you go to cast your vote, they understand what they're doing and how it works. So people can't just be told, "Hey, go do this," and then they go and do that thing. Like they have to know what they're doing.
It's just a basic
I mean, yeah, I guess in essence, people discriminate. But how would that be a bad thing of
that
discriminating?
really have the means to being part of our civilization, other than just joining.
Epistocracy. That's how you say it. I said it. Epistocracy. That's why I was fucking it up. But I was right
Goes
on
right there with
what I was
opinion,
trying to
right?
say.
Where you try to find patterns and shit that doesn't fucking
I
actually
was
care,
trying.
like the government.
I knew what I was trying to say. I knew the word. I just wasn't saying it right. It's an epistocracy. So basically, yeah, it's just your competence that gets you a vote. You don't
who
have to
sets
own
the-
anything. Doesn't matter if you're man, woman, black, white. Doesn't matter. None of that matters. All it matters is your knowledge of the system.
Yeah, the problem comes where who sets the standard.
No.
Of what? Like the
They are
standard of
elected.
knowledge?
Yeah,
It's
who
based off
sets
the
that
knowledge. It's based off of the system that you're voting on. So like if something was a lie or something was wrong in there, the people within the system would be able to point it out.
Hopefully, as best
I'm
we
sorry.
can.
That's
I'm
I mean,
sorry,
that's
I'm
There's
gonna
false
vomit.
media.
I'm gonna
so
vomit.
we
I'm
will
gonna
say-
vomit. I'm gonna vomit. I've done a
So
thesis
speakeasy.
on Athenian
Not you.
democracy.
No, that's not-
Please, boys and girls and in-betweens, those who are transitioning, please stop. I'm in Sydney, Australia.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna
No.
fuck up. I'm talking
So-
about. You're talking through your
Okay.
fucking ass.
Jim, I think you need to
Please,
Okay,
please,
that's your
please,
opinion.
please, from where
That's
I'm at.
fine. That's
Transit.
your
What the
opinion.
fuck is up?
So
please,
speakeasy.
please.
Since you're gonna
boys.
base it all on the knowledge about the system,
Oh, here we go. Here we
I
go.
don't know what the fuck.
Pull
Was you
the
actually
other
saying
one.
something? You weren't saying something.
Yeah,
No, I don't think
So,
he is.
all right.
it's based.
All right,
Since you're gonna base.
It
All right,
inherently
shit. Can you hear me
There you
now?
go, Jim.
discriminates
Oh,
against
shit.
for
Please,
NH.
It's all
Would you
fine.
say that-
Whatever.
Oh,
I mean,
very
you know, if you're
good.
gonna bring that kind
Oh,
of troll blast
fuck
in
it.
here,
Please,
then
my brother.
Everyone just shut the up!
Right.
One at a time. One at a
All right,
time.
please.
The
I'll
gophers
be-
get the right to put up there, Jim.
I'll be simple, short, and stupid.
Down the bloody rose.
Athenian democracy, direct democracy. You and I and the world lives in an illusion called democracy. Both the Democrats and the Republicans are bullshitting to you, to me including. Okay, wake up, boys. As I said in those transitioning, please wake up. The true democracy was in Athens. 300 BC, it's called Aristotle. And this is the fucking book if you want to talk about democracy.
I thought you were going to be short and stupid.
Now, shut up. It's men 25, listen, 25 years or older. He mentioned about the mature of the brain. How did these ancient people, 300 years BC, know that a man, only not slaves, not women, not children, only men, and men who have a stake in the polis. You know what polis means? City.
What are we talking about?
Okay, I know it's above you and above you. So
they
these
paid more
people,
attention.
just listen.
Jim, I thought you were saying this was.
Goddamn arm.
Yeah, that.
I thought it was going to be short, Jim.
All right, I'll shut up. What I'm trying to say, only men over 25 who had a stake, children, grandchildren, had the right to vote, and they met every week. Okay, and that is democracy.
Oh, and this one time at bank.
Which we
You were
don't
at
have.
Bandcamp too?
That
Today, Junior.
That's right.
I know you're Americans. I forgive you, sir.
No, that was for Steel, man.
Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
See,
There you go.
please don't talk about democracy. You're insulting my intelligence and your intelligence. Think about it.
What?
There's
No.
no democracy.
Here's one for you guys.
Don't talk about democracy because we've never had an actual democracy yet. So don't talk about them.
America was actually established from the get-go as a Christian nation.
No, it wasn't.
Okay,
It's a Freemasonic nation. Sorry,
Out of all the
Jefferson, your
signers,
founding
out of all the
father
signers
was
of the
a
Declaration,
Freemason. He wasn't a
Jim.
fucking Christian.
Hey,
Oh,
hey, Jim.
fuck yourself.
Ma'am.
Read your history.
Ain't got shit on.
Let this good sir talk.
out of all the people, right?
Hamilton,
out of all the
Freemason.
signers.
Fuck your understanding
Yeah, I
of
know.
the Constitution. Come
Yeah,
on, mate.
Oh, really?
Don't
They were all-
get me going, mate.
They all came to the table and said, "We're not going to establish, right, as a Christian
Jim,
nation."
you
The founding fathers.
There's a reason why they did that.
Broke it through their ass.
Oh, you're...
Ooh. That's how American democracy. Go and fuck yourself.
No.
Emotional, damn it.
He just...
Jim, what are you charging me to sue you?
I'm sorry.
You think for a
What would
minute
you
that the
charge me to
Mormon
sue
church
you?
would exist today? Would Mormonism be a thing today if we would have been established as a Christian nation?
Well, Mormonism is not Christianity, is it? It's a sect.
Oh, it's Latter-day Saints, yeah. See, Jesus, he came back and he came and talked to Joseph Smith here in America.
Yeah, and the Bible. I know all about that
fuck
story.
he did.
Well, you're digressing, but anyway, what's your point?
Yeah, Angel Maroney and the whole bit, yeah. It was a big deal.
And the
Gave him some
Mormons, in the
tablets and stuff.
Mormons.
Only he could read them, right? He couldn't, and nobody else, and they haven't found him yet.
Bullshit, bro.
Do you think that would exist today if we were established as a Christian nation from the get-go? Would Scientology be allowed to exist today
No.
if we would have been founded as a
It'd be
Christian
much
nation?
better country.
Yeah.
So what you're trying? All right, what you're trying to say?
Fatty on the side of Christian nationalism. Let's go.
Well, if we were founded under a Christian nation, if we were founded under the Christian nation, and then there was, the separation of church and state, then would that mean that they would still allow other sects of Christianity and not?
See, talking about church and state.
Well, see, there was 8 sects that signed the declaration, right? Out of the 53 signers, 48 of them were actually Christian men, right? That put aside their Episcopalianism and their baptism and their Greek Catholics and whatever. So which one would they have chosen?
Catholics. Whoa! Stop there! Whoa!
Whoa! Stop there!
You gotta let the gays in, right?
You say they were Christian men, but if you look at the chair that George Washington was sitting in during the drafting of that declaration, the U.S. Constitution, he was it has a mushroom, a liberty cap mushroom on the back of that chair. These guys weren't just Christians. These guys weren't just Christians. Okay, these guys were in serious secret societies like Freemasonry. Where they were doing secret
self-identified as Christian.
Just like a bit of a trick.
Well, I could call myself a Calathumpian. Doesn't make me a Calathumpian, does it?
Right.
Fuck.
But I mean, again, like they were
Christian.
Like they had to leave their homeland, right?
Oh, they were
because
Christian.
somebody else's version of Jesus was telling them that they weren't doing the right thing.
What about Jefferson rewriting the Bible? Have you heard of that? Hello?
Absolutely.
Yeah, all right. So how do you explain that? Please explain yourself.
Hey,
Come on, mate.
do you want me to explain his
Yeah,
slave
well,
children
why? If
as
he's
well?
a Christian, if he's a fucking Protestant Christian, he's a Freemason.
Self-identified.
Why did he fucking started chop and changing and editing the Bible?
I don't know.
Nobody knows.
I do know that these were not like the purest men.
I hope I'm entertaining.
They did something that world history had never seen done. Right up until that fucking point, bro. Up until that point.
And I hate Yankees. I love Southerners.
God was
always South will rise again.
Hell yeah.
Right? There's
South will rise again.
Like the godless commies, right?
No, well, the North won for a reason, bro.
And it was like the God people and the commies, and that was the dynamic, right? And then this thing came along, and we were like, we're not going to have God in our government, right? Because we're going to allow people that have God to be in the government and therefore influence the government.
But so I do
separation of church and state. There's no such thing, right? Okay, the founding fathers knew this.
People talk as well, though.
Was I getting told to shut up? I was just curious. I was going to push this button of why should faith and government be separate? I was just going to push it.
Good point.
Oh my
Who's
God.
that? Who is that? Who's the person who's just said that?
But are they really?
Which one?
And is that what? Is
Which
that really
one?
what?
Who's the
I've
guy?
been here for a while, and I'm just going to...
What's your name? What's your name? Where are you?
Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
What a big
Not
guy.
having the establishment of religion doesn't mean that we still don't have the influence, right? Still doesn't mean that religious aren't in the system.
Talking with other people. Sorry, I now I'm getting your feedback. Sorry. Okay.
I mean, our politics is guided by our morals, right? Where do our morals usually come from?
Well, usually faith.
Exactly.
Our experience and our upbringing in the church.
No.
Our common white European.
Other guys come to the table, they don't go to the same church, and they have different ideas, and that's okay, right? Because we all come to the table with the intention of like,
hey, brother,
Patty, you're saying your moral basis is strictly on experience?
What experience is that? I remember. What's your culture?
Where's Shiva the Destroyer when you need him?
It's European, transferred to America, and it's Christian. We are all, even New Zealand and Australia, Canada, America, and Europe, the whole East and West, South, North Europe are swimming in Christianity. whether we love it or hate it. Our language, our philosophy, our theology, our trait of thinking is Christian. Just hold on.
Well, we see a lot of similar themes in the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights.
Not at all where I was
How dumb
going.
fucks. There you are. There you are. Just fucking Jesus Christ. The Christian foundation of common law.
Cool story, bro.
You want to see?
Some dumb guy wrote a dumb book.
Fucks.
Just because you can read a book doesn't mean shit.
I mean,
was really
you
trying to
don't
have an
understand.
active conversation with
don't
somebody else
understand,
right
boys and
here,
girls. You don't know
and
who
you
you are.
totally just
Jim, you don't understand, bro. You just want to be American so bad. Just admit it.
Yeah, move on over.
Well, we are
How
the
about the
arse
Homebrewer's
end.
Guide to Life?
Absolutely. Australia's the arse end of the world. There's no America.
Exactly. Stop arguing. Stop sitting there and arguing from a point of authority, bro. Because you're not. You're the accent of the world. We got all the authority.
Yes.
You hate it. You hate us because you ain't us. That's as
No,
simple as that.
I don't hate. I hate your stupidity. American stupidity, and because you're an empire, you're an empire like any empire, like Roman Empire, Assyrian Empire. You think you know everything. That's your problem.
Jim, guess what? The view from the top, it ain't so bad, bro. It ain't so bad.
yeah, we probably take
Stupid is the stupid
way
does,
better
sir.
care of you.
Yeah, take that shit.
Oh, shut up. Go on, have your go. Go on. I like criticism.
You fucking love it.
No, I thought we were.
I'm a fucking lawyer. I love it.
Right.
Except for when she picked in, but we were having a good conversation before that. Just saying.
I hope I've apologized. Go back.
Jim, look, you've done well for a British convict, right? Okay, let's face it, because that's all you Australians are.
I'm proud of it. Why should you?
Hey, we didn't do too bad for you, did we? If that's how Australia ended up faring up with a British convict.
You sent all the best. Look at me, I'm the best.
Sent over.
Look
Especially
at me,
where
I'm
this
the fucking
country's
best.
turning into, Jim. This country is fact, mate.
Well, hey, I don't mean to interrupt, but I just didn't want to be rude and hop off, and it's nothing with you guys. It's just late, and I appreciate chatting with you guys tonight. Sorry, yeah, thanks. I tried to steelman the opposition the best I could because this was kind of the whole friends issue and stuff one, but
kind of in your name as well, and the steelman.
Yeah, so I know it wasn't the best take, but I learned a few things and had fun. So thanks again, Speakeasy, and all you guys.
Come on, Vicky, on Friday.
Thanks for coming out.
No, it was super good conversation.
It's always fun. It's always fun, Stu, man. You always bring a new fire to the panel. So
you should
appreciate
get on, Vicky. You should
get that prostate exam.
Later, Steelman.
This motherfucker talking about prostate exams.
Oh no!
Someone slipped that right in there, didn't it? No pun intended.
Right in the.
It was Jim. It was definitely Jim. I know it was Jim.
That was
Oh God, I love this. I just enjoying myself. Thank you. Much appreciated.
You into some good wine there, Jim.
I was just going to ask, Jim, how big is your glass of wine tonight?
Joining.
Damn.
Yeah, buddy.
Only a half a gallon.
And I'll have to top up.
Is this your new name, Shiva?
Book covers. Book covers. This is such an excellent debate tactic. I'm going to use it all the time. Look, Jim.
I'm just gonna come in.
One fish, two fish.
Look, you know I'm right, Jim, because of the Cat in the Hat.
Right.
What can I say? The Grinch stole Christmas. This is such an excellent debate tactic. Why didn't I think of this before?
You're talking about Dr. Seuss.
Oh, it's Dr. Seuss. Get it right.
Seuss? Don't tell me.
It is Dr. Seuss. It's actually supposed to be pronounced like the word voice, not like Seuss. Look it up.
No.
It is.
I
Correct way to
decided
pronounce
I'm not. I decided even if you're right, you're wrong.
Oh, I'm
No,
right.
I
easy,
promise you, like,
easy. There's an
grammar
easy,
language like
really
that,
simple way to prove him wrong. Just show him a book.
Yeah, Dr. Seuss. Look right there, Dr. Seuss.
Yeah, that's
Right
true.
there.
I
That's
mean,
another
yeah, I
one,
guess
Dr. Seuss.
I concede my knowledge on the point of what the man's name was. I mean,
Horrible.
it's right there on the cover. It's on the cover.
That's right there. Listen, okay. All right. Sound out the words.
Whatever.
Just like you did when you were a kid, right? Sus.
Now, Jim, I've gotten so sick of you referencing City of God by St. Augustine that I fucking ordered it from Amazon, right? So I'm going to read it.
Hey, Jim, you want to cut on that? You want percentage on
And
that,
next
mate?
time you reference City of God, I'm just going to pull you up on it. I'm going to pin you down, man.
Oh God, I hope you do. All right. I like a challenge in a Socratic manner, which is a dialogue with no personal attack, ad hominem attack. These days, the young kids don't know how to debate. If you say something that
I know, right? Like, I
They
mean,
take instant
Ricky.
offense.
That's just because you're.
Why did you go to me
Just
then?
because you're a tard, Jim. You're just a fucking tard, Jim. All your arguments are retarded. You're just retarded, Jim.
I was going to get some.
Jim, have you tried debating Bricky? Because he's an erudite man.
However, the author himself said his name should be pronounced as Sois. Sois. Or he said Sois would be.
I regret even looking at that. Whole childhood ruined.
I told you, bro. I wouldn't lie.
Whole childhood ruined. That's
full of useless knowledge. Full of useless knowledge. I promise you.
You destroyed everything I believed in. Shit.
You're a broken man.
That's it. I'm throwing all my old Dr. Seuss books out. Boycotting Dr. Seuss.
I've got the full
What kind of weird name is that?
If you want them.
Sois. That's funny. Huh?
They'll throw out the Berenstain Bears.
That's really crazy as how long that.
Why is Sois weird, but Seuss isn't?
Oh, maybe he's back.
You know what it is? It's actually a state of comfort that's being thrown off. It's something that is like something. It's like as if like have you ever had something where you think a situation where you're like looking at something, you look away, you look back, and it's like gone, whatever you were looking at, and like that feeling you get in that second. That's what that is, but it's a lasting version of that.
It's like
and I don't like
you
it.
were, or at least what I thought, it was Seuss, and now it's like, what?
It gives me the ick,
like,
bro.
wait.
It gives me the ick, bro.
Clip that. Clip that.
Yeah.
Clip
Gives you
that
the
bit. Clip that bit.
Don't you dare, Bricky.
Gotta clip that.
I'm deleting this live after.
Give me the ick, bro. Go back. Timestamp it.
Where's Steelman?
Deleting the whole live.
He went to bed.
2 men left.
Damn it. Okay.
I hope I didn't hurt
I'm
him.
here to kick him in the
I
nuts.
think we had a
No. He's a cultural anthropologist. I was going to ask him some
For fuck's
questions.
sake, Lindsay, don't use big words, love. Come on, I'm stoned to fuck. Try and keep
You know what? JS just fixed it. JS just fixed it. Dr. Seuss was just trolling when he said that. True, JS, you're actually right.
Lindsay, I think Bricky wants you to explain
He was just
cultural
trolling his whole
anthropology.
entire life being called Dr. Seuss. Yeah, his whole life, his last name, all as he grew up, it was a one big troll. You're right.
Well, wait. Does that mean
you
that
weren't there all the time you grew up? Did you raise that motherfucker? What are you talking about?
Does that mean that?
You
Does that mean that we
said it.
should-
Now you're saying it says he was raised like that? He just told us.
Does that mean that we should be calling Sigmund Freud Sigmund Freud?
Yeah, you're just making me think. more
Actually,
food now.
Freud is better.
I'm thinking the soya sauce.
He was a sick man. Sigmund fits him.
It was.
It was.
They just call him Ziggy.
I mean, I'm not going to argue with that.
He was really interesting for sure. He was a sick man.
Nobody wants to say it.
Most psychiatrists and psychologists are.
He was a plagiarist.
He was a plagiarist.
Yeah, he stole his work from St. Augustine, didn't he, Jim? Didn't he? Eh?
No, you're close. but not
Shakespeare
that
was
close.
too.
You don't understand what I'm saying.
You know who never plagiarized nothing?
Claims like, how do you?
Listen, we can all just blame Sigmund Freud for all the feminists now, okay?
I mean, Sigmund Freud.
Yeah, fair.
Freud.
Freud.
What?
About Sigmund Freud.
We've already got it. We've already got it.
I
Already
think
clipped.
I would blame the Frankfurt School more than Sigmund, but he's part of the parcel of the group.
Ah, fuck it. It's Jim's fault. You didn't read the right book.
Coming. Back up.
Jim, do you have any books on psychiatry written by Freud that you can show us
Yes,
on
I do.
camera?
Yes, certainly.
Oh, Steven, don't ask him to
He
do that.
does, dude. That's the craziest.
Why you do that?
Bro, the guy's got like 12,000 books behind him. Of course he does.
Hey, Steel Man, welcome back. Came back just for you.
You
man.
ask him something harder, bro.
He got the original Playboy, Jim.
Do you have green eggs and ham? That's what I know you don't have, motherfucker. Found a book you don't have.
Right.
Yeah, but I bet you if you go to Jim's
Oh,
fridge,
what
you'll
a-
find green eggs and ham.
You know, there's a good challenge right there. Everybody grab a book and see what. Grab a book that somebody else would definitely not have.
Well, all my books while I'm here in America are all in audio form, so sorry.
Oh, appeal to
Oh my god, he's got a whole fucking Freud section. Look at him. He's got a whole section on
yeah,
Freud.
he had that alphabetical order on his wall and everything. Look at this guy.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Kind of look like him
Using the
now.
Dewey Decimal System, or what are you using there?
You look like him at the end.
Actually left all of my.
Are they all from the same publisher?
He
Because
just
they
won
all
the- he
look
just
kind
won
of
the debate.
similar in terms of cover design.
Reader's
Yeah,
Digest,
they're all from the same
Every week.
publisher, aren't they?
No, they're not. Reader's Digest.
Aren't they?
You know.
All right. I'm not. Yeah.
Oh. Can you see that?
He totally stole
Yes.
that cover from Finding Nemo. Look at that. Bring that back up. Bring that other one back up, bro. That look like the cover of Finding Nemo, bro. He just stole that. The font of the lettering and everything. This guy's a fraud.
You make that
Now, Jim,
Sigmund fraud.
Easy has a book challenge for you. What
Sigmund
was the
fraud.
book?
Yeah, so I have a book challenge for you, mister. 12,000 books. Do you have green eggs and ham?
No, I don't.
Yep, boom. Got him.
You just found it.
I'm so disappointed.
Boom.
Gotcha, bitch.
Doesn't ring a bell. No.
It's,
Do you not
it's
like green eggs
popular
and
by
ham?
a guy named Dr.
They got
Soy,
this.
not to be confused with Dr. Seuss.
Wait, what the book you got up there?
Come on.
Wimpy
Hey, Jim.
Kid. That's my kind of book.
The Diary of a Wimpy Kid? That makes sense.
Jim, what did since you read a little Freud, what did he accuse all women of having?
Sigmund Fraud.
There's more. I've got a
Little trivia question.
It was
I've
Jim.
got
Y'all shush up. It was Jim.
Come on,
Did you
Jim.
hear me,
Come on.
Jim?
You
All
can
right,
say
come
it.
on.
Come on, Jim.
Come on.
Come on, Jim.
Okay, all right.
Come on, Jim. You're
I'll
being
give you-
quizzed.
Yes.
All right. All right.
He
Wait,
said-
right or wrong. All right. All right. What's
He
the
said
question?
that he said women lack depth and accuracy.
Now, what did he say? What did he
That's what he said.
What did he claim all women had?
Come on, guys. What the fuck is wrong with you? This is like.
What was their diagnosis? Overwhelmingly, it starts with an H.
That's about right.
It's called hysteria. It's called hysteria.
Yes, all right. He knows his stuff. So what did he?
I won!
Jesus Christ.
Down, Jim, for fuck's sake.
Here's a question for you.
And he was right. He was right. He was right. Look at all the women now want to do all the shit that men do. He was right. You do have penis envy.
Yes,
it's penis
envy.
I have a question. I have a question. How many Freudian psychoanalysts does it take to change a light boob?
Light boob.
Yeah, I want to follow this up to see if Jim gets the prize. Jim, what did he prescribe for these?
He might not have
women
been
who
right
had
saying
hysteria?
all of them have penis envy, but he was definitely right that women have penis envy. Okay,
We do.
No, they all do. Every single one of them.
Yeah.
They all want to. They all want
Well,
to.
he's
If anybody have a penis, you have penis envy.
And that we are in love with our who?
What?
We seek.
No,
the
you
affection and
guys
attention.
just want to be able to pee standing up. That's all. Penis
I
envy.
was just going to give him. a
that's
quick-
exactly where I was gonna go with it. Have you ever heard a girl when they say the first thing they would do if they were a man is they would helicopter their penis?
Yeah, helicopter.
Penis envy. You
Penis
imagine
envy.
you can't do it.
Oh,
I get it. It's okay.
oh God.
Yeah, but if you had boobs, wouldn't you squeeze in easy? Come on.
No.
Not if it hurt.
No.
Of course.
They would be on a
Look,
man.
look, can I,
What
we
would you
all
guys
know.
do if you were a
Listen,
woman?
just
Hold
listen.
that one day.
On a serious point, every man would ignore every woman if they did not have a pussy. We wouldn't even talk to her. The reason.
I mean,
man
I don't know,
talks to a
Jim.
woman
I
is-
don't
is
care about
because-
women's twinkle caves. I'm just going to throw that out
you
there.
think about it. No, it's funny.
Yeah. What about
If they did
What
not
about
have
the
that thing,
homosexual type, Jim?
intellectually, they're not very challenging. Generally speaking, of course, there are.
I mean, Jim,
exceptions
I'd call you a
everywhere.
cunt, but you have neither the depth nor the capacity to give pleasure.
And then you have the counterpart.
In your case, you probably are probably not.
You have the
called the art.
anti-penis envy movement by a someone that said that it's actually men who have envy over women having wombs, and they call it womb envy. And this woman's name is unironically Karen Horny.
Yeah, unironically.
There's a word for that, isn't there? Where people's names
Can I-
reflect their jobs.
Right?
Oh, fuck, that's going to
mentioned-
bug me now.
I mentioned Freud and plagiarism before, and I obviously went above all of your heads. No one questioned what I meant by that.
It's because we're all talking.
All
about
right, who did he plagiarize? Come on then, Jim. I'll take you at face value.
Just
Who
listen.
did he plagiarize?
Yeah, exactly. There's a thing called in Catholic Church confession, and stop.
Atronym.
Confession. In other words, all these American frustrated bitches
Right.
have psychological problems.
Bitches.
And I'm not going to go in feminism. I'm not going to go there. But
Another
they've all
one.
got their
Confessional,
psycho,
confessional.
very trendy psycho. Who's your therapist? Who's your psychologist? Who's your psychiatrist? Look how smart the Catholic Church. Just let me finish.
Nominative term determinative.
Yeah, there's a Reddit on it.
All right, I'll shut up. Go ahead.
Determinism. Yeah.
So does that mean then, Jim, that Catholics stole confession from the Buddhists?
Yes.
If they were nearby, probably yes. But we're talking about now. This is the eve of
Predetermined or free will, Jim?
Oh, we're not going to go there again, are we?
Oh, come on, buddy.
All right. Look. I'm not great. Oh, Jesus, this is going to be a religious talk.
We're not doing religious.
It already
let's
broke
not
his
go
brain.
there.
We ain't talk.
Now, what's the question? Sorry, I apologize. Could you repeat it?
Is it free will or
That's about right.
predetermined? Which one? Tell me why. You're a smart guy.
He's just going to show you City of God.
We've got it
No,
here
no,
somewhere.
just you're just gonna show you the book cover.
But just look. I used to lecture in European modern history and literature. All right? I'm not bragging about that. I've given that up. Obviously, fuck that. But anyway, it's semi-retired.
Wait a second.
And I've got various journals. Anyway, leaving that aside.
Sounds like a break.
Leaving that aside, I sort of sound like a verbose sort of person, but I love listening to young people like yourself. You could be all my daughters, or I've got 4 kids, and I appreciate you talking and listening to you. I learn a lot. Your train of thought.
Why do you
I'm
think
not
we're
saying
all
you're
young?
wrong or
Why
right.
the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my gosh, you making it hard for me.
Jim, how old do you think I am, Jim?
Yeah, Jim, how old do you think any of us are, Jim?
Yeah.
Well, you're not as old as me. I'm an old fart. What are you talking
How old
about?
are you?
But how old do you think I am?
Well, if you had the balls and guts, you show your fucking face, and I can tell you, give you an estimate.
Well,
Right, yeah, but how old do you think I
You
am?
got no balls. See, this is
No, I
is
do
the
have
thing.
balls. I just don't have a webcam.
Oh no!
How old do you think I am?
I don't know.
I'm in my 50s. I'm not young.
Well, you're probably transitioning, aren't you? Sort of thing.
Transitioning into an older man.
Transition right into pins.
Transitioning to what?
Into doctor.
Wow.
Great ones.
Oh God! Come on! All right.
Yeah.
Am I transitioning into an older man, Jim?
Well, there are 3 acts to life. From 0 to 30, it's Act 1. I'm not gonna.
Right.
From 30 to 60 or 55, 60, it's Act 2. After 60, it's Act 3. So you're looking towards the end.
Yeah.
You're examining.
You often think about death.
Of course I do, mate. I'm 63. I've got 4 kids. I've got 3 grandkids. I've got 1 daughter and 3 sons. One lives in London, by the way. I told you that. He's a doctor in London.
Fancy.
And he's engaged. Yeah, that's his bad luck.
Yeah, so
With an Irish girl. A ringer.
There's a little bragging again, Jim.
No. What I'm saying is, the youngest son is not. For example, my youngest son, I've got a huge difference in age. My daughter's the eldest, of course. She's married. She's 37. My son in London is a GP's 34. 33, 34 now. The other 2 boys are here in Sydney. He's an accountant, and the youngest son is 19 and 20, about to be 20. He's a carpenter. He's actually a tradesman. So there you are. And he's going to make probably the most money, and I'm so proud of the young boy. And there's a big difference, 19, 20 to 37. And all the kids are with one woman. You know, when I say, how many?
They're all with one woman? How does that work out?
Well, I'm the old fart. I'm the old,
No, it was a joke, Jim. It was a joke on the dual meaning of being with one woman.
Me. All right. I can get that.
have you actually taught your children to be that way? That's very awesome.
I'm sorry.
Or
Yes,
yeah,
master.
if you
I'm being cross-examined here. All right, go ahead, go.
if you
Well, you should be
actually,
used to it as an ex-lawyer.
I'm sorry.
right? Come on, you just whatever. But
Dogs, go ahead.
if
Come on, have you go. Come on.
those
It's good to meet an old guy that's got a son younger than my youngest.
All right, have you go. Ask. Look, there's a saying: if you look, veritas, the truth. If you haven't got the balls to show your face and to stand what you believe in, you're a coward. All of these people here, all of these people, except the host, you haven't got the ball. Except that other man, Fatty, I have a high regard because I.
Why is that important?
Well, it is because of
Jim,
our surveillance.
Jim, you're right.
Let me answer that fucking thing. In our surveillance, you're all afraid of losing your job, being doxxed, and not saying and trolling.
Yeah, of course.
Everybody can fucking do that.
Jim, I'm from a wait. Let me answer this. Let me answer this. I'm from an online community of psychopaths who, if they knew who I was, not only would they dox me, they would end up sending the police to my house. I'd get endless pizzas sent to my place. I'd get fucking harassed nonstop because they do this sort of shit. So, like, from my point of view,
unfortunately, it's happening in Australia. I can tell you.
Right. So from my point of view,
Parliament, yes, I understand.
So from my point of view, taking steps to protect my identity is a smart thing to do.
Absolutely, point taken. Yes, I understand where you're coming from.
Plus, I'm an ugly motherfucker, so I don't like having my face on camera. I mean, there's that as well. You know?
No. Oh, Stan, come on.
But also, like, I think what it is that when I first started doing online stuff, I was doing something called scam baiting, where I'd ring up Indian criminals and waste their time for as long as possible.
Oh, right. I'm aware of that.
Yeah, and I've cost Indian scammers like literally hundreds of thousands of dollars. Because like there was one time where we got access to a scammer's payment gateway, and he was logged into my virtual machine, and so after I booted him from the VM, we logged back into his payment gateway and then just refunded like a whole bunch of people. Because there was a refund button next to every fucking transaction.
Oh my god!
So, like, I mean, from
being on any kind of online reels. I mean, I grew up in the age of social media, growing up and stuff. I mean,
yeah, so from the very first point of me being on YouTube, protecting my identity has been a kind of feature of it.
I fully understand. Could I say, look, there are two people in Australia which are unique. One of them is myself, and the other one is a former High Court judge, retired judge of Australia. Both of us do not have a watch and no mobile. How about that?
Why is that, Jim?
Well, no.
How about that? You can either laugh at me or fall off your fucking chair. And this guy is a Laddite, stupid fucking moron from down under. That's fine. But there's a method in my madness.
I can appreciate that. I also don't.
That is what Shakespeare said. You know what
I can appreciate that, Jim, because
Shakespeare also said, kill all the lawyers and start the society all over again. There's also a thing in there. But anyway.
I can appreciate your stance on tech because I also don't have a watch. And there was a period of about 4 years, maybe, where I intentionally didn't have a mobile phone, or for a Yanks in the audience, a cell phone.
Good old phone.
I've got a mobile now because we don't have a landline.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, I mean, I think we probably do actually have a landline. We just don't have a phone attached to it.
Did you have a problem with punctuality with no watch and no phone?
No,
No.
I don't tout for clients. I've been in the game for many years.
Just asking.
I'm a
Just
former,
curious.
I'm a former barrister. Now I'm a solicitor. I'm a public notary. I'm a former lecturer and all that. But I'm bragging now. Fuck that. Don't worry about that.
No, he said punctuality, not punctuation, Jim.
Look, I'm known quite well, and I've got too many. All of these things here, which you see, some of I've got about 120 clients, and 30% of the clients who come to me, I go away, go and see someone else. You know, a lot of doctors and lawyers all over the place, and I'm in that sort of I suppose privileged position. I'm semi-retired. I hate law.
Look, if you're going to ramble, can you do it loudly so we can hear what you're rambling about? Come on. Man.
Come on, if you're gonna fucking mean it, man.
All right, I'll shut up. I apologize.
Or maybe move your microphone closer to your mouth a little bit.
You've got a large head.
And this one from.
Sorry.
Yeah, if you're gonna ramble, do it clearly. That's all we're asking.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Yeah.
So, Jim, am I going to enjoy reading City of God, do you think?
I've got it here. Some
Yeah, we know you've got it. You've shown it to us.
Did I? I wrong. But
yeah,
no,
it
is one of the church fathers. If you're interested in history and early church fathers, St. Augustine lived in Alexandria. Today is Egypt, and the burning of the greatest library alive is Alexandria. Tragedy, I think. Is the burning
Like the
of
ABBA
Alexandria.
song.
I'm sorry?
Like the ABBA song.
Yeah, and all the literature which we have, in things is I'm talking about the Aramaic, the Hebrew, and the Greek text, with the books which was saved from the fire of the burning of the great Alexandrian library, and that has been transcribed by the priests in a 7th, 8th, 9th century. That's where we get our Oxford and Cambridge University, and including Harvard, many centuries later. But that's history in a nutshell. All right. I'll shut
How
up.
much money does Harvard have in endowment, Jim?
I'm sorry?
How much money does Harvard have in endowments?
I do not know.
I think it's in a trillion, maybe $1 trillion. I don't know.
No, it's not. It's about 156 billion or something like that.
Yeah, it's something just crazy.
So you see, in Australia, there's only one private university. All the other universities, like in England, are public. Oxford, Cambridge, any other university. It's a different system. But all the Ivy League in America, Princeton, Harvard, Yale, and all of those are privately owned.
Yep.
It's get to a point, and they failed us. That's what they did. They failed us.
I wouldn't recommend anybody to go to university these days. They're not institution of education. They're institutions of indoctrination.
Doesn't it sort of depend on what you want to learn? Like, for example, I would argue that if you want to learn theoretical physics, then university is probably the best place to do that.
The STEM subjects, yes.
Then really, real physics. That's.
So our education is segregated in social sciences and natural sciences. And the pure.
I mean, I a few years ago I went to university as a mature student to learn animation, and
computerization.
But I think there is an argument to be made that if you're interested in a specific subject, even something that's arts related, like animation, then it can be useful to go to places like university, because they'll give you a grounding in the basics that you might otherwise miss if you're an autodidact.
I'm sort of generalizing here, but if I had it all over again, I'd love to be a plumber or a bricklayer or an electrician. Honestly, I'm being serious.
I'm a carpenter, and
My son,
I do a
as I
lot
said,
more than
the youngest son is an apprentice, second-year apprentice carpenter. I'm proud of him. He's probably got
You should be, Jim.
I'm proud.
You really
more than
should be.
proud. Yeah.
I've actually also been in carpentry and building my entire since my entire
I
work.
love that. Yeah.
So I was 17 years old. That's all I'll say. I'm not going to give any other information because I don't want, YouTube. I'm not trying to be a public person, but and I've enjoyed it my entire life. I never regret doing the choice that this is what I went to. I didn't do college. I just went right to building stuff for people, and I've made some money on building for people. So
yeah,
you can't get a tradie anymore. I mean, the tradesman, any tradesman, they're so expensive.
Give me a quick full screen there, Easy.
Yeah.
What do you mean you can't get a tradesman? I'm on the fucking panel with you.
In Australia, you can't. In Australia, you absolutely cannot get a tradesman.
but see, so that's different for me than here.
Well, you can. You got to pay a lot of money.
What do you guys
You gotta
got
wait
for
a long time.
trade schools and stuff around where you're at for carpentry training and?
I would actually
My
encourage
son's
more
in one
trade
now. My
schools.
son's an apprentice
Truly.
bricklayer. We
Little
need more
hard knocks.
tradesmen. We need more tradesmen.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we need-
I
Absolutely.
agree. Absolutely, I agree.
Yeah, we're hurting big time.
The whole world needs them.
Yes, they do.
It's all fair work
Thank you.
and pushing for the big white collar jobs. And
But
shit, everyone will
can
be a
tradesmen have
that, but
can
like, how do you keep
tradesmen
the infrastructure going?
can tradesmen have platonic friendships with tradeswomen?
Yeah, oh snap!
no.
You're going back to the
Are you a tradesman?
No, there's no platonic relationships. I think
Shiva, are
that's
you a
what
tradesman in this scenario?
finally figured out.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Fix on the job.
Well, then no.
I mean, I'm a man and I have platonic friendships with women, so I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, but you don't like women. So
No,
I like women, that's why I have friendships with them.
He just prefers men.
Yeah, but wait a minute. So, this is interesting. Actually, I didn't even think
all
of
of your
this.
relationships with
Hold
women,
up.
all of your
Hold up.
relationships with women are going to be platonic.
Well, wait. I want to know, Shiva, these friendships with women, do you spend time with these women personally, and these are like actual friendships, or would you consider them more acquaintances?
No, like there are women that I hang out with.
But you don't desire them.
Like as you would like a mate, like of the same sex.
And
maybe it's a bit different. Maybe look, I will grant you, it's probably different for people like me due to our preferences. Like, but so that kind of sexual polarization doesn't really come up because, like, I'm not trying to get laid with them.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say that this isn't the initial thing to come up, but do you think that there's absolutely no chance it could?
I've
like for either side too. I'm saying. Sorry, I meant to. Let me clarify my question. Do you think that for either side that it's not possible that romantic or sexual feelings could develop if you spent enough time together?
It could. I think if a woman develops romantic feelings for me, knowing that I'm gay, then she's a bit of an idiot.
Well, this happens though, right? Especially because women associate the closeness with romantic attraction.
I think you might be right that there was one friend who I no longer associate with just because we live in different cities, not because of anything that kind of happened. But I mean, you could say that me moving was something that happened. But anyway, she once said to me that and we had a bit of an odd relationship, granted, but she once said to me that I teach women a very important and long lesson. And maybe that was related to sexual attraction.
Yep. 100%. And then you'll hear like women say things like, "Oh, why are all the good men gay?" and shit like this. Like saying that there is a romantic attraction to this gay person.
It could be a conquest too for them. I mean, like, I could think, you know.
Well, I would argue, I would argue it's more of a lust thing because they know it's not reciprocated, but they're gonna lust off after the thought of what they believe
It's like
is
the forbidden fruit, isn't it?
perfect. Yeah, it's more like what their eyes, what a perfect man would be to them would be somebody who's super emotional and blah blah whatever. Somebody who's more in touch with the feminine side. But really, that's not what they really want. But in the moment, that's why I think it's more of a lust thing.
Whoa,
it's because
Shiva, he's trying to say that they didn't really want you.
Yeah,
they didn't. It was all because of his voice.
I mean, the voice does seem to do a lot of heavy lifting.
See?
All in the voice.
No.
I mean, you know, I've got a female fan in the chat who appears to be keen on my voice. Hello, Kitty.
Well, yeah, you've definitely heard it. I mean, I've said it before that you definitely have one of those voices. Sounds like it should be like narrating books. Like if I was you and that was my voice, I'd be caking because I'd be fucking narrating books like left and right.
I mean, I could probably
maybe I should narrate books.
Yeah, you really should, and you can make money.
I think yeah, maybe I'll look into it. It's not something I've ever really seriously considered. I suppose
what I think a good start, Shiva, would be narrating your own writings.
Facts.
That could be a good
Putting
start.
it into a video and narrating it. Yeah.
Yeah, but we're there. 25% of the takings comes from the stream right now, right, and we get to share that, right? For any
you get to share it. No, Bricky, no.
We're gonna share that. We've
discussed it on this panel, right? Okay, it's an opportunity. Look,
no, Elvis went broke. You realize that?
He's like, I was here when the idea was made, so I'm part of the idea.
That 25% gets shared amongst us on the panel right now. I mean, fuck the chat, right? I'll give you some chat, right?
Wait, did you just say fuck the chat, Rick? Whoa. Fuck the chat, Rick.
50% now.
Rick's gonna get eliminated on VK right away now.
Rick,
I'm loving it. Honestly,
I don't even have a
channel. Getting eliminated. There's no pressure.
Those are friends.
I mean, I've won 5 times. I've got UVC under my belt, right? And I'm going to go for another UVC. So, I mean, ticky tacks on me list next.
Oh, Brick, chat's not liking that.
Yeah.
I've got private chat on now, right? Okay. I'm not looking at chat, right? I'm not apologizing either. I'm not apologizing either. Fuck off.
Yeah, he doesn't need to apologize.
I think they're going to do just that to you. I think they are.
It's on.
That's how we go.
I'm just looking. It's not VK right now.
Spread it in the Discords, everyone. Brick said, "Fuck the chat." Spread it.
Spread it around.
I meant in a good way. Like you know.
Yeah, no. You meant fuck the chat and as in screwing them over out of money. So I mean that doesn't seem like a good way to me.
You're not doing me any favors.
Yeah, Brick. How is saying fuck the chat to screw them out of money a good way?
I want proof of this. I never said that.
Brick, you should have on the Monday. You could probably get away with this. There's a few shows between, so but we only have one more show before Verbal Combat.
And I'm already for the 1v1 for the real the
Good Friday's not going to be so good.
And just in case everyone forgets, Brick, on VK, I'll be here to remind them of what you said.
Right. I was just going to say, right, hopefully you don't forget, right? But Shiva, I can always count on you to be there just to stir the fucking pot, right?
Yeah, that'd be there.
I mean, I am a massive shit stirrer. I don't know what to tell you.
You are a massive khaki stabber.
As
What
well.
was the word?
Shirt
How'd you
lifter,
say that?
sword swallower.
Khaki stabber. Yeah.
Is that what you
Shiva,
said?
get the
Khaki
joke.
stepper?
Shiva got the joke.
I've never heard
straight
that
away.
one.
Shiva, I love you, kid. Dude. You
Although
know
again, my preferred homophobic slur is woolly woofter. You know, I'm just throwing that out.
See,
Shiva,
that one I
Shiva,
get.
What about a knob jockey?
Wow.
Yeah, knob jockey, skin flute player. You know, I know them all, mate. I know them all.
This is why I like because I've got no
Oh shit!
Well,
LD says, "Screw you, Bricky." That's the last time I bring you back from the grave.
Oh fucking hell! Come on, stop I'm literally giving you a 1v1 tonight. I'm paying for it, right?
See, you're forgetting Brick.
So calm the fuck
See,
down.
Bricky. See, that's what you forgot, Bricky. Not only can they take you out, they're the ones who bring you back.
Yeah.
Chad always wins.
Oh no! I've took the bank card off the wife now, so I can bring myself back at any time if I want.
We do that GoFundMe and everything.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. She gave it to me, bro.
By the way, Easy,
Yeah, but I've still got some allowance left.
I've suggested to one of your fellow countrymen that they come to VK. You're gonna fucking love him.
Oh,
who?
I'm
10th man.
excited.
Who?
10th man. He's been on Raging Tomatoes a couple of times.
Oh,
right. This is
man. Yeah, fine.
This is an example of classic 10th man rhetoric. He was on Raging Tomatoes, and I only watched for a few minutes because I was surprised that he was on there. So, they were talking about some kind of gender related issue, and somebody asked him a question, and he responded, "Well, that wasn't the question that I thought you were going to ask, so I'm going to answer the question that I thought you were going to ask."
Sounds like you've been fucking brilliant.
I asked you a question. It's like, please answer the question. Like the question.
That's not what I thought you were going to
guys will love him.
Oh, that sounds awesome. That's hilarious.
Really cool when he starts talking about his gay husband.
LD says 1v1. Nah, you'll pay half to kick your own ass off the stage for that.
Oh, hell yeah, LD.
Oh, my life.
Shout out to LD for
I'm
the
pissed.
super chat.
This is what I don't even mean to do this shit, you know, right? And it
LD
just
don't mess
happens.
around, Bricky.
Well, we always enjoy.
I'm not apologizing, though.
Yeah,
No,
you
you're
should.
not. You damn straight you shouldn't. Don't apologize.
I'll face the consequences like a fucking man. Right, okay?
And then cry like a baby when Chad takes it out on him. You'll watch.
Right.
He's not crying like a baby.
I didn't get that fucking far, right? Okay, like, but yeah, you're right. Okay, I will. I'll spur you in the chat and be a bitch. But it's all in good taste, though. It's all for the entertainment, people. It's all for the fucking entertainment. Right, okay? And we're all part of a pantomime. We all play our fucking part, right, okay?
He's just being the community pitbull, I see. The community pitbull bites its own, I guess, sometimes.
Yeah, he definitely bites his own ass.
But you know, when your dog bites you,
I've got mange. I kind of
you gotta bite it back.
That's what I like, Brick.
I've watched enough Caesar Milan. Okay, I know. When your dog bites you, you gotta bite it back.
Easy. You're the reason I am this way, right? Not all of it, right? But a big part of it, right? So you could have told me to fuck off from day one, right? You allowed me in because you could understand me a little bit, right? Then people started to understand us, right? Then it went from there, and obviously, I mean, I like to roast people. I like to be roasted. Not spit roasted, Shiva. So don't get me
What I need to see
I like how you think that I would go for you, prick.
is your soul is harvested, you son of a gun. That's
But
what
yeah,
I
you are like a big reason to you know. So don't even start taking. He's to blame, right? Blame this fucker.
I'll take the blame. That's
Is
good.
it me? Is that right?
Oh, easy. Right, blame easy. Yeah, fine. No, I can live with that.
I'll take the blame. No problem.
Now I feel like I want the blame because you're taking it. This is reverse psychology, this, isn't it?
No, I have no problem taking the blame because I see.
Yeah,
it
I want the blame. I want the blame.
All right, I'll let you have the blame back. No problem.
So masochistic, huh?
Why do I feel like I've lost, but I've won?
Never.
Like, it's this weird feeling going from your head. Like, it's like.
Were you
won?
predetermined this way, Bricky, or is it your free will?
Well, I definitely had free will to choose every choice that I took there. Right? Every one of them was the wrong one, right? It was the wrong choice, right? But I had free will to do that.
Well, since free will doesn't exist, it had to have been predetermined.
Who said that?
Back into free will.
Well, hang on. Isn't saying when you say free will doesn't exist, doesn't that give you the same burden of proof as those people who assert that it does?
Yes, it does.
Like it seems to me to be much safer to say I don't believe in free will because you're not making a kind of like an affirmative statement then.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
You're not taking on the burden of proof, Jim.
Absolutely right. What you just said is totally correct.
Jim, you're not talking about me, though, are you? It definitely wasn't me you're talking about.
So can you word that again, Shiva? It's better to say it how.
Right. So it's like in any when you're given a proposition, right? That there are two ways broadly that you can respond. You can respond by saying that proposition is wrong, right? For example, if I were to assert there are no gods, then that gives me just as much burden of proof to demonstrate my claim as the theist who claims there is a god, right? But saying there are no gods is not the same thing as saying I'm not convinced by the proposition that you just advanced. And I think it's much like if you're rejecting a claim, saying I don't believe what you said doesn't give you the same burden of proof as saying what you said is incorrect.
So I do actually think it's still so I think it's an attempt to only place the burden of proof on the other side, but I don't believe that whatever it be is, even though it uses the negative of don't, it's still affirming a position. Your position of not believing it. It's still
but I don't need to justify whether I think something because that's just an opinion, right? So I can just assert my opinion, and that's not actually making a statement about the world. That's just making a statement.
No, yeah,
about
you're not affirming. You're not stating what your position is, but you're affirming a position.
No, I'm rejecting a proposition. That it's not the same thing. Look, if you say to me, if I say to you, I have a magic Pegasus that produces money out of its asshole, and then you say, can you prove that? And I say no, because it's invisible as well, right? And then you say, well, I'm not convinced. You don't have a burden of proof there.
I mean, I wouldn't be convinced once you said you've got a magic Pegasus that could produce money from its arsehole, to be honest with you. That would be where I would stop believing you. Right, okay, but let's just grant you it. Let's just grant you it.
Does it?
The same goes for any claim, right? Like, so for example, if you say there is a God and I say, can you prove that? And then you say no. And then I say, well, I'm not convinced.
Can you disprove it?
Wait, and then I respond, well, I'm not convinced by your claim. I don't have a burden of proof there.
Right.
So then,
Versus
no,
you.
no, no, no,
Versus,
but no.
versus
But
you flat
what
out
if it's
saying
flip reverse it? What if it's the opposite way around?
it
What if
doesn't
you say
matter.
to me that there is no God?
Yes,
Right?
but
That's
then
what
I would have a burden of
he's saying.
proof.
You're making a claim. Yeah, he's making. Then you're making a claim that there is no God. So then you have to prove that there is no God. Just like if you say there is a God, then you have to prove there is. But if you say I don't know or how
It's
did
like
you
in the
say?
fighting industry, right, Shiva? You know, in the bare knuckle
can
world,
I,
where
I
someone
reject the
calls somebody
claim.
out,
can I
they have
qualify
to,
that?
the person getting
The
called out
burden of proof.
gets to
Can I
pick a
qualify
place.
that?
I remain
Oh,
unconvinced.
dear.
That's what it's saying. Yeah, that's what it is.
Can
If
I
you say I remain unconvinced,
can I legally qualify the burden of
go ahead.
the definition of burden of proof?
Legal. Let's give us a
Jim,
black
go
law.
on, get that bottle of fucking red wine down your neck, right, and give us the burden of proof.
All
Give us a
right.
Black Laws Dictionary.
The burden of proof in our common law, British, the Canadian American, is as follows. There's a criminal burden of proof and a civil. The criminal is beyond reasonable doubt. What that basically means, it's 99%, and there's no scintilla of doubt that the person has made is beyond reasonable doubt. That's the one meaning. The other one is civil. It's on balance of probabilities. So that's the difference. It's like 50-50. You're 51, that's the civil proof. You only got to get 51
Jim,
and you're
Jim,
okay.
you have 15 minutes to
exactly.
Google that, right, and
Civil
we'll
is
get
civil is
when
more.
you're talking to,
What is more likely than not versus having to be
beyond, the criminal, which is higher.
Yes,
Yeah.
civil is more likely. What is more likely than not due to the preponderance of the evidence that you put down.
Yeah, that's the American way. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, in a nutshell. Yeah. So there's a
So here's an analogy for you,
but a
Jim.
big
Here's an
difference
analogy for you, right? Okay, we've got King Blackout, we've got me, and we've got Easy, and then we've got Shiva, right? Okay, and we've got you, right? Okay, and then, but like, look at Easy. He is, in my eyes, on the panel, I would say that would be the most firmly believer in God, the more understanding. Then you've got like King Blackout at the bottom end of the scale, who's an atheist, doesn't believe in anything, right? Okay, then you've got Shiva, who believes in a Buddhist God. Then you've got me.
Oh, no. There's no gods in Buddhism. The Buddha was a man.
Sorry, right. Again, this is my. I'm trying to be respectful as well. But then you've got me, who I am just so confused of what to do with the knowledge I've got, right? But I'm drawn towards one sense. So, do you follow your own path, Jim? And do you go down that path reluctantly and face the consequences when you come of it?
Yeah, please correct me. I can see you're not educated in Eton or Harrow. I'm British public school. I fully accept that. And
No, he went to Oxford.
No. So the only one who understands what I've just said is the other part.
I mean, I was sent to
right.
Coventry once or twice, but I never went to Oxford.
That's right. Yeah, well, that's your good luck, actually. That's your, that's your good
Does he
luck.
really think I went to university?
No. I'm
No,
not
it's
trying
called
to
a
snob.
joke.
Please,
Yeah,
you're
he was
misunderstanding
taking a
me.
piss, wasn't he? Please tell me he was taking a piss.
He was.
Very
Yes, he's taking a
subtle,
piss.
very subtle, very diplomatic piss out of
It's you Aussies, man. You Aussies are little bastards, man. You slip it in, you know what I mean?
Did I smell a conversation on the burden of proof?
Oh,
effigy.
Much like a free will conversation will summon Shiva, these kind of conversations will summon me.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, you lucky it's not VK because you get eliminated before me.
Oh no, Brick! Not after today's performance.
Nothing happened. Shh. We're editing that bit out. Right?
Stop.
The internet never forgets, Brick.
Listen, we're already editing that bit out, right? I'm already on it, right?
Bricky, your heart will pick the right route.
I do not have one of them things you just mentioned. Like,
Well, you got a brain up there in that noggin?
Nah, I wouldn't even sound like that. I mean, honestly, you ask anybody on this panel that knows me for longer than two streams, they'll tell you I've got no brain.
I gotta go to work, like, literally.
All right, take care, Doug.
Good
Have a
Friday.
good one.
Good Friday. You're going to work. What sort of a heathen are you?
It's Good Thursday. It's not Friday yet.
Thursday, bro.
Well, it's 9:00 evening. Good Thursday. Tomorrow is
Yeah, it's 6 a.m. It's 6 a.m. Thursday here.
You should have took my advice and invested in Tesla stocks when they were down, right? Okay.
You know, Good Friday is the biggest day for DEA raiding houses and raiding big stuff. Like, so you always catch them home on Easter.
It's a big day for fish and chip shops as well, though, in Britain.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I'm going to
get that fish on the Passover, huh?
I'm going to fish market tomorrow, of course, Good Friday, and get with my good wife and
Effigy,
pray,
do you want to?
And say my rosary. All right, there you are.
Before we get any more sidetracked,
Yeah, so on what we were talking about before Jim goes down another rabbit hole of just meandering talk, remember the law of non-contradiction. For anything, either it or its negation is true. If someone is making a claim of something and it is a claim of belief, either it or its negation is going to be true. Either you can believe it or you don't believe it. It does not mean that you believe something else. So that's the whole point of saying, like, it's to get out of the weeds of God for a second. That's why Shiva brings up the other example. If I say there are, pink unicorns on Pluto, you can choose to believe that or not. But whether or not you choose those, it does not mean that you have chosen to believe the negation of it, because you're still making a Gnostic claim that you can't prove. So
we
to
literally
prove,
just got rid of Steel Man for doing this shit before Effigy. Right? Okay. Talking in riddles and shit. Right?
that's not riddles at all. It's straightforward English.
Pretty straightforward.
So the only way you can say that I believe
Yeah,
there
well,
are no,
I mean,
that there are no pink unicorns on Pluto is if you fly to Pluto,
of course
check
there's
the whole
no pink
planet.
unicorns. There's no white, black, brown, or yellow unicorns. There is no unicorn.
I'm riding a rainbow
You prove that,
unicorn
Brick.
right now as we speak.
It's a matter of not
Can you
claiming
prove it?
knowledge that you don't have.
Yeah. Can you prove that, Brick?
Yes.
How?
How?
Grim Reaper rides a black unicorn.
Have you seen a unicorn?
Yep.
I just
well
did.
then, fair
There's
enough.
another
Then,
one.
well then, my
So
side.
when we're talking about belief,
I
one of the things
just
people just seem
totally
to
my point.
keep failing to understand, though, is that disbelief is the default position for all unproven claims. There are an infinite number of claims that you do not believe in right now. You do not believe that there are 20-foot tall dragons on the third planet of Alpha Centauri. You don't believe that. You have no reason. There are an infinite number of things you do not believe, because disbelief is the default state for any unproven claim, because they are infinite.
But you don't have to believe in what debunked it or whatever, or disproved it.
You don't have to buy all the information, but
well, no,
Yeah,
to
you gotta
actively
be-
believe something is different than disbelieving it, right?
Have I smoked
To
too much
actively
weed
believe
or
that
do
there
I need
are
to
no
smoke more
gods
weed?
in the universe would be different than disbelieving the claim that there are gods. And I know
You
it's
don't believe in the
much of a
disbelief.
distinction without a difference, but it's an important difference.
Yeah, but it's still an active. You're still actively rejecting that specific belief. So you're what the fuck is that? What
Pink
is it?
blackout is falling into a black hole.
Oh, so that means you're making an affirmative statement about the person's mental state regarding that belief. So this would mean you're making an affirmative statement about your mental state and belief. So, like, using "I don't believe this" as an answer to
What the fuck's that?
King, you got like mad feedback on your thing there. Yeah. I'm pretty sure, anyways.
Was
Yeah, I don't hear no more.
He does it once in a while.
I mean, we can't prove it.
Oh, fuck off, Shiva. Right, you see, you had to do that, didn't you? You had to do that.
Damn troll.
Yeah, Shiva comes from the drama side.
So,
Yeah, so like you're rejecting that belief in dispute, which means that you're making an affirmative statement about your mental state on that belief, which means you have some reasoning to it, right?
Right,
Simply
but the
just saying, I
reasoning
don't believe
Where are
it.
you getting to the leap
Right,
where you're saying
but
it's an affirmative statement?
But the reasoning could just be as simple as the evidence doesn't seem compelling, right? Or the argument doesn't seem cogent.
But there's
Well,
two
then you
ways
would
to say
say, I don't believe it because the evidence. Just saying I don't believe it seems like a cop out of an answer. Because then you're just saying like,
Well, you go through a process.
It's the most honest answer you can have for things that you can't know.
Right, but then you're not. So when you're using like a reasoning of like there's not sufficient evidence, how do you know there isn't sufficient evidence if you're not even giving examples of what sufficient evidence would be?
You have to say I haven't
Because I'm not sure that I need to. Like, if the evidence that you have provided me for any given claim doesn't convince me, that's the situation. I'm just not convinced, right?
So so that means you're saying that it's not true to you.
No.
Then the
This is a really important distinction. Asserting that you are not convinced by evidence or an argument is not the same thing as categorically stating that the assertion is not true.
But you don't believe it to be true.
Correct.
Right.
That's a feminine thing to take.
So Shiva, you get caught going 80 mile an hour down the motorway, okay?
Right.
80 mile an hour.
Well, in a way, that really is just a cop-out.
Your speedometer, it's about 15 mile an hour slow. So you believe you're going 65. Right, okay.
Right.
So do you believe that you were going 80 mile an hour because you were recorded at that? Or do you believe what you saw based on?
I mean, if the externally available evidence is such that it indicates that my speedometer is incorrect, then I would believe the externally available evidence, right?
But what if that speedometer's incorrect? Would you not challenge that?
That's what I just said.
Right. So you would, wouldn't you? So you're consistent.
Right. So if you can demonstrate that the speedometer
you'd still be wrong, wouldn't you?
Not if I accepted the evidence that showed that I was actually speeding.
By what though?
By demonstrating that my speedometer isn't working.
But you weren't speeding by your knowledge, okay?
Until it's demonstrated that I was, in which case I would change my view.
Right.
And that's what being open-minded is, right? Being open-minded it isn't being willing to believe all sorts of fucking fairy tales and woo.
Yeah, but
it's
Shiva,
to change your mind based on the evidence.
So Shiva, don't you believe there's no objective truth?
Do I believe there's no objective truth?
Yeah, didn't you say that yesterday? Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe that was...
No, I'm not sure.
I think you were talking about intrinsic essence, essentially.
Yeah, so I don't think that things have an intrinsic existence, right?
I was just talking about like truth, because like the statement "I don't believe something" means you don't believe it to be true, right? Right. So like
that's go on.
Yeah, so I'm saying like when you're saying I don't believe it to be true, isn't this wouldn't that be an affirmative statement? It's the direct opposite of believing something to be true.
Well,
just what you believe in your worldview.
I think knowledge is just belief expressed with conviction.
Yeah, but like truth, like the concept of truth, wouldn't you say in your worldview it's just what you believe?
No, like for example, I would argue that say if I'm looking at a green book, right? Some people might be colorblind, so they might perceive the book as being read, but the wavelength of light that's entering the eye is going to be the same for everyone. And that would be objective. Similarly, I would argue that when you're around massive objects, due to gravity, which I don't claim to understand, but you know, there is a thing that called gravity that people cleverer than I am say exists, that things will fall towards the object of mass, right, which we refer to as down, and that seems to be objectively true. Like, we can't fly.
Okay, so
yeah,
maybe I understand a little better now. So what you're saying then is you don't believe that the existence of God to be true, but you don't know if it's objectively true or false.
No, it's not about. All right. So my position is this: I don't know if the universe was created by an entity, so I'm not willing to make any sort of affirmative claim on the matter either way, right? But
you
none
don't
of the
believe
gods,
it, but you don't know if it's objectively true or false. Like,
right?
you just don't know.
But none of the gods that have been presented to me so far seem particularly convincing.
So what? I like to ask this question a lot of the times when it comes to this. What would be sufficient evidence for the existence of God to you?
I mean, I suppose some sort of personal experience of God, right?
Okay, so
I have a canned answer for this question that I always give.
So, like, it would be a personal experience with God. So, like, what does that mean?
I don't know, but people apparently report that they have personal experiences of God, right?
Definitely, yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so-
I
there's only one
myself
answer to
had
this question.
a really crazy experience, but
Right. Yeah.
I'm
and you know, God being omnipotent could presumably present himself in such a way to me so that I like doubt wouldn't enter the picture, right?
The answer to the question is that God would know what would convince you. So it doesn't matter
Yeah.
that you don't know what would convince you. If there is a God, God would know what would convince you immediately, even if I don't. Right?
Okay,
Yeah,
but
and
that's,
huge Cullen, there's room on
I'm
the panel,
asking
son, if you want
you
to jump up here and express
what
your
would
views and
convince
opinion.
you.
Right? You're more than
I
welcome to
mean,
jump up here.
is my
dickhead.
answer not is my answer? Did I not answer that?
I mean, so you're saying when you say a personal experience with God, so just a quick reminder, with my experience where I literally prayed for a sign that God is with me, and then I find a pendant with an angel on
Right.
it that says "always with you" on it. Is this would you, if you had this same experience, you would believe in God?
Yeah, but see, the thing is that when I was a child, I did pray to God because I wanted to escape being tortured, right? Literally being tortured by my parents, but that never happened. So, like
That's
that,
not an argument.
as an example of saying, and maybe, well, it's an argument like against necessarily just accepting, and maybe, I'm not saying that God doesn't exist, right? But in that instance, when I was praying, God didn't intervene to stop the torture.
We don't always get what we want, and that was not God being mean to you. That was not God doing the torture.
I'm not claiming it was God being mean. I'm not making any.
It's not. The question is, if you pray, you expect God to come to you. It's the other way around.
Well,
That's
I would
other way
actually,
around.
so I would take a different
Other way
approach at
around.
this. So
Now,
I would say, wait, one sec, Jim, one sec. I would
go
say,
ahead,
Shiva,
Mm-hmm.
you grew up to be an adult and got away from this torture eventually, right?
Eventually, yeah.
Yeah. So
after years,
but the other result could be like something that it led to death or something else, right? So how do you know that you didn't get a blessing from God to get out of this just because it didn't happen instantly?
Yeah, it didn't happen in your time.
Well, I don't. I'm not making the claim that because my prayer
Yeesh,
wasn't
guys.
answered in the way that I wanted it to be, that means that God doesn't exist, but I'm just kind of like, you brought up the fact that you prayed and then you had an experience, and I'm countering that with, well, I prayed and the experience didn't seem to manifest because it was inevitable that I was eventually going to escape that situation because I would have become an adult and moved out of the house.
Or you could have passed before then.
Yep.
Yes.
Right. So like,
but presumably, if I had, I'd have gone straight to heaven, right?
Guys, could have been worse is not exactly the best argument.
Shiva,
well, wait a minute. Wait. Well, wait a minute. What is the escape from?
Suffering of being tortured.
Right. So like you did get out of this eventually.
But that would have always happened.
Some people never get to get out of it because they die of the suffering of being tortured. So you did have.
Is that not an escape from the torture?
You think those people pray too?
Just curious.
Prayers not being answered isn't. I don't understand.
Right, but you put forward the example.
Was, like, if you had the same experience I did,
just evidence sometimes and not evidence others.
Would this have made you? Would you believe in God? And then you said yes.
Maybe
you had a different experience that gave you a disbelief for God.
Yep.
Right?
No, that's not what gave me the disbelief for God. That happened when I was about 5.
Oh well. It seems like that's what gave you the disbelief.
Shiva, do you still like boobs?
Or? Oh, no. I was just bringing that up as a counter because you were putting forward your experience of prayer and then having an experience after the fact of the prayer as an experience of God, right? And I suppose
because a personal experience with God, this is a really hard thing to actually understand what we're even meaning when we say this, right? Like, seeing your child be brought into the earth, I would say was a personal experience with God I had too. So I'm wondering what would suffice as a personal experience with God. That's why I gave you my situation, because it's hard to understand what your personal experience with God would be.
In that situation of yours, was there any doubt in your mind as to whether that was a divine experience or not?
No.
Right. So that would be the situation. Like, if there was an experience in which there was no doubt in my mind that God had intervened in some fashion, and I'm not talking about like appearing before me in a halo of light,
angel pins,
right? Like, but just like an experience that left no doubt in my mind that I had an experience, like a divine experience.
Would you let it happen?
That would be. Sorry?
Would you let it happen?
Would I let it happen?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
Would you continue to block it or block God, or would you let it happen?
No, generally when I have a situation in which doubt about a situation is untenable, then I drop the doubt because it's not very useful at that point.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so other than
I was
a
wondering when the
personal
idea that
experience,
someone's blocking God would come in there. Like, that usually always ends up being like, well, it's your own fault because you didn't let God in. It's like, there's so much language borders on victim blaming.
So is a personal experience with God the only thing that would be sufficient enough for you to believe in God?
I mean, none of the arguments that have been put forward regarding God have seemed particularly convincing to me.
I mean, a mass experience would be just as good, right? If God showed up big as a planet outside of the Earth's orbit and was like, "Hey guys, it's me, surprise!" I think we'd all be like, "Holy shit, guys!"
Other than like something like what Effigy has just spoken about, like some kind of mass experience that we couldn't doubt, or something like you've spoken about, a personal experience that doesn't leave room for doubt. Well, what else is there? There are arguments in favor of God, and none of the arguments have seemed to me to be particularly convincing.
So, what made you go to Eastern religions?
So when I was younger, for boring psychological reasons, I took quite a lot of drugs, and some of those drugs were hallucinogenic in nature. And so someone introduced me. They loaned me a book on meditation practices, and I started experimenting with those practices as I was coming up on like these shrooms. And so I had like crazy,
no wonder
wild.
You're a Buddhist. Jeez.
I had crazy, wild kind of experiences. So then I started to ask myself whether I could kind of replicate that kind of transcendental experience without the use of drugs. So I started practicing meditation just as a practice. And then there was a book that I read, which is a bit of a wacky book, but I kind of started reading around the area, and there's a very famous formula, like a Buddhist formula called the Four Noble Truths. And the first two noble truths are that the first one is the existence of suffering, and then the second one is that suffering is caused by craving. And those two premises just clicked, and that's no doubt due to my childhood experiences, right? But yeah, right. And so because those premises clicked, in combination with experiences that I was having with meditation practice, that after probably a period of like 5 to 7 years, led me to the view that I was a Buddhist. To be honest, a friend of mine, a female friend, as it happens, she told me that I was a Buddhist, like years before I accepted that view myself. And so it could be that the reason that I'm a Buddhist is just that I was surrounded by Buddhist-minded people when I was having what I would call, in air quotes, spiritual experiences. Like if my friends had been Christian, it could very well be that I would have interpreted those experiences as being divine in nature and ended up being some sort of Christian. Right?
So you actually believe
isn't suffering the essence of Christianity? Why did you have to go to Buddhism to find suffering? The whole
It's not. Well, no. I didn't. Hang on. It's not that.
This reminds me of
theology of Christianity. Being a Christian is to suffer.
You know what your story reminds me of?
Mm-hmm. No.
So there was this guy one time. He went to a cave and he had a really crazy experience in this cave. And then his girlfriend and her mom, because he thought like it was like a demon possession. He was like, that was fucked up. That was scary. I think I got possessed by demons. They're like, no, that was God talking to you. You're the chosen one, actually. You have to go and tell everybody that they have to marry 9-year-olds and wear burqas.
Right.
That sounds like the story of Muhammad. That was the devil talking to you and telling you to be a Buddhist.
Yep.
I mean, that's certainly a view. So it's like I'm not claiming
that. You can't believe in the other, right? Is that what you're saying?
Most early religions have some
look,
sacrament involving some kind of psychotropic drug, like most.
The thing is that the doctrine of Buddhism, of which there's only one really, which is dependent arising, that makes sense to me. Whereas the doctrines of Christianity, the central one being a transcendental being that kind of creates everything and oversees everything and loves us and all of that stuff, that just doesn't make sense to me. Like it's not, like it doesn't compute, to use young person speak.
So you denied the existence of historical Christ.
Yep. Well, it's not that I don't deny the existence of Christ. I'm sure there was a person called Jesus Christ who lived in the time that he's purported to have lived. And you may have done.
You really think there was a person who was basically in their name translated out to Savior?
We're starting to see a repetitiveness in
Like,
this.
really? You really think?
Every time. This is why we can't listen to our women. All right, as much as we love them and take care of them, we can't listen to them because they'll tell us that it's something. See, you said she told me I'm a Buddhist, so I took that experience as Buddhism.
An altered state of mind.
she
That's
told
very-
me.
I
I mean,
don't think
what
that's
she
very
actually said.
authoritative. I don't think.
What she actually said was that I lived my life as if I were a Buddhist, and I actually rejected that claim for a long time. Like for years, I would assert quite confidently I am not a Buddhist.
What's so enchanting a woman saying that?
See, this is just like when Eve told Adam to eat the apple.
Right. But I would argue that if it weren't for Buddhism, I would still be a very dangerous person right now. I would be a dangerous man. It's only because of the fact that
So if you were a
I've been
Christian,
practicing.
you'd be also.
I mean, that's good. That's a
Yeah.
positive.
Yep.
Why I don't
feel
view
you,
being a
though.
Buddhist as a negative thing because it's positively impacted my life, like to such a vast degree that it's kind of incalculable.
They really hurt you,
What's the view of homosexuality in Buddhism?
Traditionally, the view is, I think in traditional Buddhist societies, homosexuality is frowned upon, right? Like I think maybe in India, it might still be illegal to be homosexual.
And I'm not talking
but
about not talking about the law. I'm talking about the religion, the theology of Buddhism.
Yeah, I think the traditional view would be that it's unskillful, but the issue isn't so much with.
Unskillful. That means you're not.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, in Buddhism,
What does that mean
it's
to me?
the ethical precepts. They're like they're not rules that you're supposed to follow. They're more like training principles, and so it's a bit like if you're wanting to get fit and be like really strong and muscly, there are certain things that you probably should do in order to achieve that goal, right? But if you fail to do those things, it's not like you failed in, you can have an off day and eat donuts and it's probably going to be all right as long as you're kind of sticking to the general path. And with regards to sex, it's the thirst that is the issue. It's not necessarily what you're thirsting after. Right, like that. So yeah, according to another famous formula, Praticca Samuppada, things arise in dependence upon conditions, and in dependence upon sense contact, you have thirst, and then in dependence upon thirst, you have grasping, and it's that kind of process that Buddhism tries to chip away at.
And what's the goal at the end, Shiva?
To become a Buddha.
When you what does that mean exactly?
I mean, I'm not a Buddha, so it's very difficult for me to say.
That's when you go Super Saiyan level 2.
Yeah. I say it's in terms. There's a thing in terms of progress along. According to the Theravadan model, because there are lots of different schools of Buddhism, and they don't always mesh together very well. But the kind of final stage is phrased as knowledge and vision of things as they really are.
Sounds to me like Freemasonry, but anyway. 33 degrees.
So there's not a God. There's many of.
Yeah, there is a class of beings in Buddhist thought called devas, and deva is roughly translated as gods. But unlike the kind of Western concept of gods as being these eternal beings, gods, much like humans or animals or people trapped in the hell realm, they are gods for the length of time that the fruits of their karmas, their actions, allow them to be gods. And then once that process has run out, then they die.
What the fuck does that even
rebirth.
mean?
Yeah, I don't know what the
Wait a
end-
minute. They're gods as long as their functions allow them to be gods?
No, karmas. So there's this concept in Buddhism of karma, right? Karma, the word
isn't it
karma
like you can
means.
build up your karma or whatever? Isn't
So
that what
the word karma?
That's a Western
Yeah.
I
view of
always
it.
say, anyone says karma, I say karma is a bitch.
Wait,
Yeah, so
Buddhists
the
don't
word-
believe they can build up good karma? Am I wrong?
Well, no, that's a kind of a mischaracterization. So karma is what we do. The word literally means action. So when people say that's instant karma, that's a misrepresentation. There's another word called vipaka, and that means fruit, right? So really what people should say is that's instant vipaka, like that's the instant fruit of your action. So if you have a traditional
just
view,
think of karma as what you are here to do.
But do you have to repeat?
or as what you do.
Reincarnation is what I'm
Wait,
asking.
I'm so okay. I'm confused. I thought that karma is just your consequences of your actions, and there was a belief in Buddhism that virtuous actions build positive karma.
Well, no,
It's like an
right.
Aussie
So
boomerang. What goes around comes around.
right. So it's karma is what you do. Vipaka is what you experience as a result of your karma, and you can influence the karma by performing what are called meritorious actions. And so those are actions which, according to the law of karma, lead to a beneficial outcome.
That's what's the benefit, Shiva? Really, I don't.
It depends on your. Well, no, I mean it's not reincarnation; it's rebirth. Because
But there's positive and negative karma, right?
Yes, there are positive and negative actions, or skillful and unskillful actions. Yes.
And okay, and what you were saying about the gods is that the belief is that they remain gods as long as their actions allow them to be gods?
As long as the fruits, as long as the conditions that cause them to be born as gods, as long as those conditions remain in place.
And the way those conditions remain in place is by everyone else's karma too?
No, karma is an individual thing. So like my karma is the actions
isn't the
that
belief
I perform.
that karma? But wait, isn't the belief that karma affects future lives?
One's own future lives.
Oh, it's your own future lives. Oh yeah, because they believe
yeah.
in reincarnation and shit. Yeah, that's right.
No,
Okay.
rebirth, not
rebirth.
reincarnation.
Isn't that the same thing?
No, it isn't, because reincarnation implies a soul or some sort of essence that transmigrates from one life to the next.
Bring something with you.
Yeah, and that concept just doesn't exist in Buddhism. So a better way of thinking of it is, rather than imagining a soul that removes one body at the point of death, like it's some sort of clothing, and then adopts a new body, like it's putting on a new suit at the start of the next life. It's more like, imagine you have a candle, and then you take a second candle, and you light that candle from the flame of the first candle. It's kind of more like that. That's a more apt analogy.
So that basically the start of this next life, it's dependent on yours ending.
Yes, but you don't have to. You don't need to be to believe in rebirth as a process that transcends lifetimes in order to be a Buddhist.
But
At least
okay, but
according
if you
to-
don't believe in it, is the belief that it doesn't matter if you believe it or not? That's what's going to happen.
No,
That the end of your
the
life
view,
will birth a new one.
No, the view is that there are two legitimate ways, according to the Buddha, that you can view the process of rebirth. Right? If you view it as a process that transcends lifetimes, like you are literally reborn into a different realm, right, like the God realm or the Hell realm, then you engage in practice so that you will get a more beneficial rebirth. And the best rebirth, the best realm to be born into is the human realm, because that's the realm from which you are most
And
likely
that's
to
what,
be.
and you're saying, and this is your consciousness, right? Your consciousness is what's reborn.
Um,
and it's influenced by past actions.
Yes.
Yeah,
this is
but you don't need to
reincarnation.
believe. Well, hang on. You don't need to believe that. So
I know you don't need to
can
believe that, but that's reincarnation.
No, it's rebirth, because there's no soul, there's no essence.
Yeah, I get that.
Consciousness,
There's no soul.
right?
But
Because consciousness is a process.
What is
Yeah, but a consciousness is a process. It's not a thing, right?
Will
It's an
you
important
know your past
distinction.
life when you get
But
there?
it's your consciousness, right?
But the second view that you can have, because you might not believe in rebirth, and I don't believe in rebirth as a process that transcends lifetimes, right? So you can hold the view that rebirth is a process that is continuously happening here and now.
So what's the view
Right.
you hold then?
That rebirth is a process that's continuously happening here and now, that the six realms that we are born into are psychological states of mind, and that the reason that I practice it isn't for some benefit in some far-flung future lifetime, but for the results that I would accrue in this lifetime.
And you won't have another?
Wait.
Well, I mean, I don't know that I won't, but I see no evidence to suggest
You don't
that
believe
I
you will. You
Yeah.
personally do not believe you will.
Rebirth is in the here and now. This is. You
It's
might have to
confusing.
give me that one again. This is a little bit.
Okay, so-
just one question, if I can just you can answer the question: is in Buddhism human life considered as sacrosanct? Yes or no?
It's, I mean, yeah, the first precept is not to take life. So I suppose that would be yes.
Well, how do you explain Buddhist self-immolation, burning themselves?
All right, I would
in
say
China,
that's
in
an
India.
unskillful. Yeah, I would say that
And
that's
they're
an
Buddhist
unskillful.
monks, not.
Yeah, I know what you're referring to,
you know.
and I would say that that's an.
To me, that's a dog.
I'm trying to answer your fucking question, Jim.
All right, go ahead. Sorry,
I would say that's an unskillful act.
but by the clergy, the monks.
Yeah. Well, the fact that one's a monk doesn't mean that one is automatically ethical, right?
Well, that's true. Absolutely, I agree with that.
What were you asking?
I gotta step away for 1 second. For 1 second. So just everyone behave. 1 second.
Yeah.
Quick party.
But you don't go up, and these are honest questions. There, Eva. You don't go into another body or life according to your personal beliefs in the subject.
I see no evidence to suggest that that's real.
Okay. So you're getting yours in your personal belief now, in your present life.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
So, like, that's more that view. I suppose it is more in line with both, with kind of tantric Buddhism. Although tantric Buddhism does hold with the idea of rebirth as a process that transcends lifetimes. But the idea being that you can become a Buddha here and now, like right now.
And to get your here now, you have to do certain things, whatever those are, right?
Yeah, like abide by the precepts, which are to not take life, to not take what hasn't been given to you, to not engage in sexual misconduct, to not speak untruths, and this is the one that I fail most often, to not take in intoxicants that cloud the mind.
You forgot
But
the
then you
precept
also
not
need,
to be a sassy bitch.
but then you need to marry that with a meditation practice to establish a calm mind, and then insight practices to
these things are required.
If you want to become a Buddha, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, you could do it. The Buddha became a Buddha just by doing the mindfulness of breathing, right? Like, so I suppose that is possible.
All right, I am back.
It's complicated.
But
Yeah,
aren't all,
so I
aren't
was,
all religions
All religions
complicated?
are complicated.
Yeah,
They're
they are.
necessarily complicated.
100%.
If any of them last, they become necessarily complicated because they
Especially
keep
if you
revising themselves.
if you're full like talking about like fully understanding it, right?
Yeah.
Like say it's like with the idea of with karma, I thought the idea was like the more positive karma you do, the more positive karma you build, like the more like positive outcome you build for your future, like the more like positive return you get from the universe.
Yeah, that would be known as kind of making merit. But the danger with, like, there's a danger in that view, in that you can just become obsessed with merit making, and then it becomes like an empty ritual that doesn't really do anything.
Okay, so that is a belief, though. I did understand that right then. That is a belief.
As long as the as long
okay.
as the merit you're making is for yourself. So I couldn't make
had the
merit
word
for
wrong.
you. Well, yeah, that's because, like, I think quite often the actual tenets of Buddhism aren't really discussed that broadly in Western culture, and the kind of popular kind of views of it are kind of broadcast in mainstream media as if that is
It's
the
more than
Buddhist
likely
Dharma.
that like popular views on Buddhism were shaped more like by like movies and shit than they were by actual evidence or interaction with Buddhists.
Yeah, it sounds like it. It looks like
So
it.
one thing I would ask about this, because like, okay, so like you've probably heard many times, we'll say like that person claims they're a Christian, but they're not really a Christian, because like I believe that if you're not following the teachings of Jesus, you can't claim to be a Christian, right? If you're not at least attempting to, no one's perfect and can be Jesus. I don't expect anybody to be Jesus, but I'm saying, like, if you're not attempting to follow the teachings of Jesus, I don't believe, like, people who like grape and murder for fun and then would say they're a Christian, like, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't. There's a set of standards you have to hold up to be a Christian. So when I look at when I hear these different things,
chock full of Christians, right?
What's that?
The prisons are like chock full of Christians, right?
Yeah, a lot of people who say they're Christians. That's what I'm trying to get at here with what I'm saying. When it comes to Buddhism, I feel like there's a lot of like. So you said the one thing, like, you don't have to hold the belief of rebirth to be a Buddhist.
Yeah.
So
Well,
like,
yeah,
there is no real standard to being a Buddhist, or it's like there's like
No.
like,
All right. So yeah, no,
couple
there is a
different
standard.
paths.
Like there is a standard. So you'll find, even though the different Buddhist schools can have wildly different expressions of the Dharma, there will be certain things that are core to all schools. So one of those things is Praticca Samutpada, dependent arising, right? Which I would argue is the only doctrine in Buddhism. So in Mahayana schools, it's referred to as emptiness, right? But it's actually talking about dependent arising. Yeah. Right. The other thing that you'll find is common to all schools of Buddhism are the refuges and precepts. So the refuges are the three things that you're supposed to take refuge in, and that's the Buddha, the Dharma, which is the teachings of the Buddha, and the Sangha, which is the spiritual community of Buddhist practitioners. And then you have the precepts, and for lay practitioners, which is what I am, because I'm not an ordained monk, there are 5 precepts, right? So you'll find those things consistently across. I mean, I'm not going to say all schools of Buddhism, because there might be some weird niche, like school that doesn't stick to those things, but that's pretty consistent. The reason why, look, when one of the things that you're trying to do as a Buddhist is to get rid of views. So there's a phrase that's often repeated in the Pali Canon, which is kind of stories about the Buddha's life, which is the Tathagata has no views. And the word Tathagata is an epithet for the Buddha that means thus gone, right? And so when, because he was kind of a pragmatist, I suppose, like he was less concerned with what people believed than with getting them to work with their minds.
Okay.
Like,
So being a Buddhist is not about what exactly you believe in. It's more about the system and following its like core system.
Sounds like
it's like, I mean, there are things that are referred to as right views and wrong views, right? So like a wrong view would be that meditation is not conducive to Buddhist practice. Like I would say that's a wrong view, right? But it's like from a Buddhist perspective, all views are inherently empty, like they're dependently arisen. And so, and you know, as I'm not a Buddha, I just want to stress this again. Like, it's difficult for me to kind of talk about what it would be like to not have views, right? Because I'm plagued with all sorts of fucking views about all sorts of things. But yeah, right.
So you're saying it's possible to clear your
So
mind?
could you? Could I ask you this? Then maybe you'll know this. Could you both be a Christian and a Buddhist?
Good one.
Maybe. I'm not entirely sure, because there's a teaching called the 3 lakshanas, which is the 3 marks of conditioned existence, in which it holds that all conditioned phenomena are marked by impermanence, dukkha, which is most often translated as suffering, but I think unsatisfactoriness is a better word, and anatma, which means no, it literally means no self, but what it's referring to is no kind of fixed, eternal, unchanging essence. And it would be at some point, I think you would run into difficulties with squaring the idea of an eternal, unchanging deity with the idea of a thing that lacks an essence and is impermanent. So I don't know how you would resolve that as a Christian Buddhist.
Would it so like you couldn't posit the belief maybe that like everything is a personal God as a Buddhist? Like you don't even have to go with the Christian God, just everything is a personal God. Because I'm pretty sure one of the like things about Buddhism is they don't believe in any personal God. Like they believe there is no personal God.
Well, to be specific, there is no personal, eternal creator deity.
Emptiness.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, there are beings who are born into the God realm, devas, but they're not viewed as being beings that have. Well, they're not beings who have created the universe and oversee things and run things and whatnot.
Okay, yes, yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, so I don't think you would be able to hold that belief then, right? It would make sense that you couldn't really be a Buddhist and hold that belief.
I think eventually you would need to find some way of resolving that dichotomy, and I don't know how one would do that.
Yeah, I don't think it makes sense at all. That's why, like, I was saying there definitely should be something that you could make a distinction between being a Buddhist or Buddhism and not Buddhism, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like at first it kind of sounded like you could pick and choose what parts of Buddhism you want to.
Is the question
Not
of
really.
to be or not to be
Yeah.
the Buddha?
Well, now it doesn't sound like that.
Well, I mean, like the Buddha wasn't attached to view. So there's one sutta.
Yeah, I know. He
and I
said he
forget-
doesn't even know where he's going after or whatever and stuff like this. Yeah.
Well, no, that's a different thing. But I forget the name of the sutta. But he rocks up at this village, and the villagers are like they're confused, and they come to him and they say, "Look, we get all these gurus coming, and they keep saying, I have the truth. I know the way. Like I know the way to enlightenment. Follow my teachings, and you will become enlightened." But some of them contradict each other, and so we don't know who we should listen to. So who should we listen to? And rather than saying, "Well, you should listen to me because I know the truth and I know the way, and I can lead you to enlightenment," his response was, "Well, listen to what they say, and then maybe put their teachings into practice. And if the results of their teachings are as they advertise them to be, then you know that they're speaking truthfully." Like, so he wasn't like, yeah, like the views aren't necessarily that important, but at the same time, if you want to become a Buddha, then you need to follow certain steps in much the same way that if you want to make a Genoese sponge, then you need to combine certain ingredients in a certain manner and then process them in a certain way, right?
So would your belief also be, or I get no that doesn't, because you don't believe in that version of rebirth, but like it seems to me like with the rebirth belief, it would also be like kind of like blaming a past life for if your life was going to be.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely
blaming a past life for if your life is going good.
That's definitely a kind of concern, I suppose. And I wonder whether the Buddha's use of language regarding rebirth was nothing more than skillful means, because in the Pali Canon, he often when he first starts teaching, he's using the language of like what is the perfect Brahmin, because the Brahmins were the holy men, right? And so in the early suttas, he's using the language of Brahmins, but then he later drops that language and instead refers to practitioners as bhikkhus. And so part of me wonders whether just because the view of rebirth and reincarnation was so prevalent in India at that time, that he just used that language. But what he was really trying to do was just to get people to engage with working with their own minds.
So, would you consider Buddhism more of a lifestyle than a religion?
No, I mean, maybe,
No?
but there are. Well, no, okay. So if by religion you mean a system of practices that necessarily involves a god, then yes, right? Because you don't worship a god, but
Right.
there is a form of practice in Buddhism which is actually the one of the forms of practice that I respond most strongly to, called puja, which literally it means worship or devotion. And people are sometimes quite surprised by the fact that I'm actually a very devotional person. I've got a whole bunch of Buddha statues like around my house. I have a shrine. Like I perform puja. Puja is more likely to get me into dhyana than say doing the mindfulness of breathing, right? So you have these kind of ritual practices, which, in certain respects, like from an outside point of view, could seem very much like prayer or a Christian mass or something, right? Like, so it's kind of a grey area, I suppose. Some people say it's just philosophy, but then it has a whole bunch of like ethical rules, yeah, right. So I mean, so that's why I tend to view it as a religion, but not in the sense of worshipping a deity.
If you don't mind me asking, when was this founded, or when did it start, or they start recording it, or?
About 500 BC.
Okay.
That's right. You're right there.
It's been a while, huh?
Yeah.
Look, if there's no concept of heaven or
Yes.
afterlife,
Yes, but
it's all
heaven
about-
is a realm to be avoided.
I'm sorry?
Your microphone.
Heaven is
Never mind. Sorry. Shut up. I'll shut up.
heaven is a realm to be avoided.
I fully appreciate there's no concept of in terms of Christianity of heaven, hell, purgatory. Now, the essence of your soul or being after your death, where does it go to? Does it continue, stop, goes into
Well,
the ether?
Buddhism would deny the very existence of a soul or any sort of essence to your being that transmigrates.
Right.
Like the orthodox position is kind of a paradox. Rebirth is a process that takes place, but there are no beings that are reborn.
So you're being sort of reincarnated. Reincarnation.
No, because reincarnation implies a soul or an essence that transmigrates.
My question is, I'll repeat, where does your essence or soul, in terms of Christianity, call it the soul?
Right.
Where does it go after your death?
No, there's no such thing in Buddhism, Jim. Buddhism would deny the question as being fallacious because it presupposes something that it denies.
So death is the end of you or anyone, everyone, I should say. Is that
Well, my view is that the process of birth and death or creation and destruction is
there's no
something that's
afterlife?
continuing.
What I'm asking is, there's no afterlife.
No, it depends on your view. So as I was talking about with Easy a few minutes ago, if you hold the view, when we were discussing karma, if you hold the view that rebirth is a process that transcends lifetimes, and that's a traditional view in Buddhism, right, that you can be reborn into one of 6 realms, then you would practice for the benefits that you accrue in those later lifetimes. But if you don't believe in rebirth as a process that transcends lifetimes, then you practice for the benefits that you accrue in this lifetime.
And that's what
So
you do.
it's very subjective. You determine it. There's no God or.
Yeah,
There's a certain isn't like so. you're explaining to him how there's like, or you're going to, I guess, maybe now, like about nirvana, right? This would be what he's kind of getting to.
Alluding to, exactly.
Yeah, like nirvana is like, isn't this supposed to be like where you're now outside the cycle of rebirth, and now you're in a state
unless you take
suffering?
Yes, unless you take the Mahayana vow, the vow of the Bodhisattva, and the Bodhisattva takes a vow to remain in what's called samsara, cyclic existence, for the benefit of other beings.
Huh.
Now you lost me.
Oh, samsara is the rebirth, like the cycle of rebirth.
Yes.
Yeah. But you have to believe in rebirth to do that, right?
Right, but rebirth is a process that can take place continuously here and now, right?
Yeah, I understand that part, but I mean, to do that, what you just said, you would have to believe in the rebirth, in which you don't.
That's true, but nevertheless, I have taken the Bodhisattva vow. Look, it's impossible to liberate all sentient beings from suffering, right? It's literally impossible.
Suffering's a fact of life. It's just going to happen.
Well, suffering is the emotional response to painful feeling, Tone, right?
One more time. I didn't.
So suffering, in my view, is the emotional response to painful feeling, Tone.
Okay.
So now this is where I get confused when you say that, right, Shiva? Because when you say that, then like, what if my emotional response to being tortured is happy?
I mean, that would be very, very
masochism.
That would be very, very odd. But there's a story of a Tibetan monk who was captured by the Chinese. And then he eventually escaped, I think, and then went to the Tibetan enclave in Dharamsala, where he met up with the Dalai Lama. And the Dalai Lama asked him, and the Dalai Lama asked him what his captivity was like. And the monk's response was, my greatest fear was that I would lose compassion for my torturers.
He's speaking in Christian terms.
Well, he was speaking in Buddhist terms.
Well, yeah, I understand, but it's analogous to Christian thinking.
Yeah, but I'm saying what I'm asking. The reason I'm asking about that thing, because like the goal is to not cause suffering, but then if it's an emotional response to the physical feelings, reality. Yeah, so this would mean like, what if I'm having like really like, I'm happy to like, just like just destroy cities and burn shit down. Like, what if that makes me
okay?
Happy?
Yeah, would this necessitate wanting to destroy cities and burn shit down?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's well, what if I also I'm happy to get my city burnt down too?
Right. Yeah, but like what I'm going to get at is that the act of craving is in itself suffering.
Craving, wanting something. You mean?
Well, no, craving, which is stronger.
Okay, well,
than
that's
just
not what
something.
I'm saying. I'm not craving it. It's just like, if I get burnt, I'm happy about it.
I mean,
good example.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I mean, I don't know anyone like that.
Like someone burns me and I'm like, and then I'm like, oh, thank you for doing that. That was awesome.
You could bet there's somebody else.
Right. Then you're not suffering, right?
Right. So that's
when you're dead.
But that wouldn't be good, right?
I mean, it wouldn't be skillful. Like, I don't think that would help you along the path towards Buddhahood.
Well, why are so many Buddhist monks burning themselves? Effigies.
Well, I think there are very few Buddhist monks who are burning themselves.
Oh, mate.
Once the Mooney.
Who's always the dudes you see hitting themselves in the dick, bro?
Christians.
No, don't lie.
Well, I mean, self-flagellation is a thing in Christianity, right?
Of course.
Wearing a hair shirt is a thing in Christianity.
They practice suffering in its physical form.
Right.
Self-flagellation, remember? It's not sadomasochism or anything.
I'm asking about specific things here.
Were you sure about that?
Well, there you are. This is the modern.
I mean, like the question that I would ask is, how would enjoying being set on fire or being punched in the stomach or whatever, like how does that help you get towards Buddhahood?
Well, why doesn't it though? Because like, wouldn't that be looked at as like good karma then? Because that like your action is causing. Why not?
Because it's
suffering.
Yeah, but that's not the only thing that moves you towards. It's not the only. It's not so much whether it's negative, and I would argue that it probably is. So
yeah, isn't there a concept of good and bad?
Right, in the time of the Buddha, you had a lot of ascetics who would do things like hold their arms up in the air for 20 years, right? Or, do all sorts of like crazy mortification of the body. And the Buddha tried this. Like he tried mortification practices. So he kind of starved himself. Like he lived on a ridiculously small amount of food. And then he was kind of nearing death because he was starving to death. And he was completely emaciated. And there are like, this is represented iconographically with statues and pictures of him being so thin that his ribs are showing through, right?
Was this and then good?
Well, no, right, but this wasn't leading him towards enlightenment, and so someone came along, like some farmer's wife or whatever, and gave him some rice milk, and so he ate the rice milk or drank the rice milk, and he had the realization that extremes of behavior don't lead to enlightenment. And I would argue that things like enjoying being burned or wanting to destroy cities or enjoying your city being burnt down or whatever, that's an extreme behavior. So there's a
word I was looking for. That was the word.
So like, where is the? So what I would ask is like, who is the arbiter of all of these things? Like, who decides what makes something extreme, what makes something bad or good? Who decides that in Buddhism? Because that's something I've actually tried looking into before, and it seems like it all just says there is no arbiter of what is good and bad. It's rather due to what causes suffering or not.
Well, it's what leads you to become a Buddha or not. And I suppose like the arbiter. Well, it's not about what causes suffering. It's about what causes you to become a Buddha.
So whatever causes you to become a Buddha is good in Buddhism?
It's okay.
And who decided that? Buddha?
Well, originally the Buddha, yeah.
Okay, so Buddha's your god.
Yeah, the Buddha.
No, the Buddha, when he first became enlightened, and he met his the people who would turn out to be, I think, his first 4 disciples. One of the questions that he was asked was, "Are you a god?" To which he emphatically responded, "No."
No, I understand that, but I'm saying like if your arbiter of good and bad is the Buddha, wouldn't you be kind of considering Buddha like God?
Yeah.
No. I mean, because my understanding of God is like some kind of eternal being, probably immaterial, who like creates the universe or has a kind of sphere of influence. You know, like fertility.
Okay, so let me ask you it
weather or
this way. Maybe
whatever.
this will help better. What makes you believe that Buddha is right about what's good or bad?
There are a couple of things. That there are, first of all, there were doctrines such as the Four Noble Truths that just clicked when I learned about them. There's and then there are things that are spoken about in terms of like if you meditate, then you will have these experiences, and these are recognized markers on the path towards Buddhahood. And I've had some of those experiences. And so the rest of it, I will take as a matter of provisional faith.
Okay, so this is what you were talking about earlier about the personal experience.
Yeah.
Are they the same for everyone?
You mentioned the word faith.
Yeah, Shraddha.
So there is a concept of faith in Buddhism. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but it should be provisional. It's not like blind
Meaning
belief.
provisional based on what? On whose authority?
Trust.
Trust.
Right.
These
Yeah.
are all concepts.
Well, of course, they're concepts. Yeah.
Yeah. So what's the difference between Buddhist faith and Christian faith?
I'm not sure that there is, other than the objects that they're placed upon.
Well,
I don't have an issue with Christian. Jim, I'm an atheist, and this might be somewhat confusing, but I don't have. Hang on, Jim. Hang on, Jim. Hang on. I don't have. Hang on. No, wait. Hang on. Hey, wait. Yeah. But listen. I don't have.
Yes, Jim. Buddhists are atheists.
I don't have a problem with faith.
You just fucking lost me for the last half an hour.
He just told you that Buddhists don't believe in gods.
You say, well, it's what the. Pardon my ignorance, please.
Right.
I profusely apologize. You've been
What do I have
bullshitting for
faith
the last
in?
45 fucking minutes if you say you're an atheist. There's nothing.
Why?
Atheist means ether. Nothing. Zero. Nada. Nicht. Niente.
No, that's not what atheism means. Atheism just means that you don't believe in a god.
Atheism without
what do you
theism.
believe then? Where's the essence of your belief? Where's your structure, your hierarchy?
Shut the fuck up. Atheism doesn't mean nihilism, you dumbass.
No.
I'm so tired of this idiotic rabbit hole that people go down.
Read your Friedrich Nietzsche if you want to talk about nihilism. That spoke Zarathustra. All right? Have you read that? No, you haven't, you dumb fucks.
Are you asking what I have faith in, Jim?
You dumb fucks.
Yes. Would you like to know what I have?
Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait, I'm gonna have Jim. I'm gonna give you a hand here. You're right, Jim. You're actually right. Shiva stated earlier, if I'm not mistaken, Shiva stated earlier there is a belief in gods.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, David.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's not so that's not atheism.
Well, hang on. But I also said,
or lack of belief of God
allow me to respond.
God.
Allow me to respond.
Go ahead.
Okay,
I also said.
Just wait, Shiva. I know you.
Allow me to respond.
But I know you understand, but I was saying it for like also the audience sake that atheism also includes gods.
Right. Okay. So allow me to respond. I also said that I don't believe in rebirth as a process that transcends lifetimes, and that I view the realms that we can be reborn into as psychological states of mind.
And that's a valid choice in Buddhism.
Yeah. Right. So I don't believe
you also cannot believe in the gods and still be a Buddhist.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
There are many
Wild.
sects of
The two
Buddhism.
models are valid.
Wild.
Are there
I
any
mean, yeah,
difference between
Buddhism's
Christians and their beliefs?
What do you mean?
Wait, what? Yeah, you can't just. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to say, "I'm a Christian, but I don't believe in God."
Yeah.
That'd be
But
fucking insanity, bro. You'd be a fucking crazy person.
But there are no. You're not making a true analogy. The true analogy is whether or not things like there are Christian sects that almost deify, say, like the apostles and Mary and stuff like that, and treat them way more in deification than others. And there are contentions in Christianity how certain things are treated or deified or reified, stuff like that. So there are these same analogous examples in Christian religion as to how Buddhism has
What
differences.
is Christianity? A follower of the teachings of Christ.
Right. And what is a
Where-
Buddhist? A
if you can
follower of the
show me in
teachings of the Buddha.
teachings of Christ that it tells you to look at the apostles as God, maybe this would make sense, but that's not what is in the teachings of Christ.
Yeah, I've never heard that. So
So that's what I don't.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you. The Buddha himself said it's not necessary to believe in rebirth as a process that transcends lifetime.
I understand. I'm saying it just gets a little shaky for me.
Why? If you're trying to eschew views, why would you dogmatically adopt a view?
Wait, what?
Okay, so the
Really quick, let me
Tathagata-
jump in. Really sorry, Steve. Sorry, I had to get a drink of something. I had to cough, and I wanted to answer easy before we get too far past it. This is like one of Martin Luther's things that he nailed on the wall was the veneration of the saints and Mary and the apostolic succession and stuff like that. There have been contention about this for a while, right? As someone who was raised Catholic, I would constantly hear my Protestant friends talk about how we treat Mary like a god and stuff like that, and how we have statues of Mary, and that's a false idol and stuff like that.
Wait a minute. Okay. Wait a no. I think Mary is treated as like a
god. What does that fucking mean?
Like the mother
Father,
of
Son,
God,
and Holy Spirit.
right? In a sense,
What's this got to do with Mary?
Mary is the mother of God when God chose to take human form. But nobody looked at Mary that Christ didn't come teach you to be like, yeah, Mary's a god, just so you know. Where is this taught? I'm not.
Are you Catholic? Have you ever been Catholic?
No, I'm not.
You know what Catholic practices are? Catholics have prayers just to Mary. In Catholic churches, there are sections that are venerated just for Mary.
Well, we said Christians, but okay.
Well, no, different Christians have different practices, right? It was the entire purpose of Martin Luther pulling away in the Protestant Reformation and stuff like that.
Yeah, 92 Theses you're talking about. 1547. Is that what you're talking about? Where he nailed the 92 Theses on the church's door. That's what we're talking about, aren't we, mate?
I'm simply pointing out it's not unheard of for people of the same religion to have major differences between the sects of that religion.
Look, I'm a traditional Catholic, pre-Vatican II. I don't like the Pope, but I didn't splinter off and become a Protestant. I don't like his liberation theology, Marxist South American thing, but I'm still part of the body and magisterium of 2,000 years of my Catholic belief. And I believe I'm pre-Vatican II. That doesn't make me a heretic. And there's a lot of things and a lot of splinter groups within the Catholic Church or any religion. But that's normal. And I'm just listening to my friend in Britain. Same thing in Buddhism, whatever, or Islam. Alawite, Sunnis, and all the other. What's the other one?
Shiites.
Shiites from Iran, exactly. So it's normal. This is getting back to the other thing, free will.
You're right.
We are
It is normal
individual
for
human
religions to have
beings, and we've got
splits
free
and have
will,
contradicting
and
opinions
we've
because
got
it's all opinion.
opinions. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. And as a lawyer, and I got a female in, say, family law, you know, you get instructions from the client, and she says one thing, and then when you go in, she gives you an affidavit and blah, 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 and then you get the other side, the husband's affidavit. Well, actually, how do you reconcile what he said here and what you said, diagonally opposite and contradictory in terms?
Yeah, my what I had brought up here was that like it just seemed like it seems odd that you could like so like Buddhism seems, this is why I said Buddhism seems more like a lifestyle rather
That's
than
my
a religion.
impression. I could be wrong. You're absolutely
Because
right.
like you can believe in the gods, but you can also not believe in the gods. You can believe in rebirth, and you can also not believe in rebirth. You can, you know, like you can kind of like pick and choose your path of Buddhism, which seems more again as a lifestyle choice rather than a religion.
Again,
I mean,
that's how
I think it
take it.
depends. I think if you go to traditionally Buddhist countries, that they'd probably have a kind of different take on it. But I'm coming at this from a kind of Western, somewhat skeptical point of view. So it's like
Right. I mean,
it's not like
there's an entire section of the world that has the varying stripes of Buddhism as their main religion. And they do all the same kind of like ritualistic practices that every other religion, including y'all's, do. They include it into their daily lives, and they think about morality in the same kind of way. They just put it through that lens.
Yeah, so then it's kind of like when when we say that like atheism is like a religion, and you say no, but then I could just be like, well, yeah, but there's like so many people that are atheists and they practice the same types of practices.
what's an atheist practice?
Being a whore, that's one of them.
Fuck you guys.
And I suppose like the reason why I think it's kind of
being godless. Wouldn't you say?
The reason why I think it's the reason why I think it's a bit murkier.
Be like Ivar from Vikings. I am the godless.
Like the reason why I think it's murkier with Buddhism vis-a-vis it being a religion is that there are ritual practices. There is an ethical framework. Whereas, like, I don't think you can say the same thing about atheism.
Well, there's a framework.
No, you haven't said anything like of a positive nature. Like,
yeah,
as
your
far as
morals of all
an
atheists.
atheist could be a humanist. They could be something,
Everyone
anything
should
that
be able
just
to
doesn't
do
involve
whatever's
God.
good. All the atheist morals come from anyone should be able to do whatever they like as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else. It's another atheist practice.
Could I?
So two so far that we can name. I mean,
well, hang on.
being a whore is another one.
Are you
Jesus
equating,
even subscribed to that one, right? When he met the Good Samaritan.
Are you equating having a view with engaging in a practice?
If you want to talk about Christianity, we can, but like we're talking about these other things, and you keep going back to all Christianity. What does that have to do with atheism being a religion? We're just talking. I know Christianity.
From my worldview, morality comes from us.
But
Therefore,
empathy,
religion.
I know
comes
that
from us.
Christianity is a religion. I understand that.
One point on that: if you say you're an atheist, meaning you're negating God, by virtue of negating God, you're admitting there is God.
There you go, Jim.
Wait, what?
What?
I'll repeat for the dumb fucks. All right. If I am, hypothetically speaking,
Because we have to use the concept of God to use a word,
Well,
because
well, don't
people
put
believe
words
in
in my
God.
mouth.
We've admitted
Don't
that there's a
interject.
God
Let me give
concept.
you 30 seconds and I'll shut up. If I say
30 seconds.
hypothetically that I'm an atheist, I claim to be an atheist. by virtue of me claiming to be an atheist, that means there is no God. I'm assuming or presuming or referring there is no God. If I'm saying there is no God, I'm acknowledging that I reject the God. Therefore,
Okay, let me put this to you.
Claim not made by us.
Let me put this to you, Jim. If I say to you that I have a magic money-producing Pegasus in my backyard, are you going to believe that claim?
Of course not.
Right. Does rejecting the claim necessarily mean, therefore, that there is a magic money-producing Pegasus in my backyard?
Well, it's very subjective.
Wait, what? Does rejecting the claim mean that? Is that what you said?
Well, that appears to be the argument that Jim's making regarding God, right?
Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry. Go ahead. Keep going.
Atheism, as I understand, Chris, correct me, maybe I'm wrong in my perception, understanding what atheism means.
I can explain it to you really quick, Jim. It's really simple. No. I'll explain it to you really simple. Really simple.
Supernatural thing called God.
Religious people
Jehovah,
come out and make a claim.
whatever.
Their claim is that this thing called a God exists. They make this claim. Religious people make the claim. A God exists.
Yes.
Yep.
I look at this claim, look at it like every other human being in the world does, and say, I do not believe your claim. That's
then the onus is on you to prove your non-belief.
Then the onus is on you, Jim, to prove I don't have a magic money-producing Pegasus in my backyard.
I
can prove I'm talking about Christianity, not Pegasus.
But it's the same principle.
Pegasus.
No, Jim. Jim, it's
away from the arse. Pegasus.
Hey, Jim, it's the same principle.
No,
Jim, it's the same principle, Jim.
If I claim in a court of law or anywhere, I make an assertion, a statement,
right,
that I verily believe in that, then it's up.
Right.
The onus is on me, or my lawyer, or barrister, or solicitor, to prove whether it's civil or criminal beyond reasonable,
yes,
or on a balance of probability,
right, okay,
depending on a court.
Look, Jim.
My assertion for the judge to determine. Now, if for you to say no, then the onus of proof shifts on you. You say you can't.
Right.
Say,
so, Jim, here's the issue. Jim. Jim. All right. Yeah, Jim. Allow me to respond.
Let me finish. I can prove it. God. I can prove it.
Okay.
2,000
Jim.
years.
Right, Jim.
All right,
here's the issue.
About me proving, and then you.
No, Jim. Wait, Jim. Allow me to respond. This is how conversations work, back and forth. All right. So listen. Taking your logic and applying it to my magic money-producing Pegasus in my backyard. If I were to take your logic, you merely saying no, I don't believe you have a magic money-producing Pegasus in your backyard would necessarily mean that you now have to disprove that. Do you not see the issue here?
Absolutely. And I'm absolutely. And I would say, show us the Pegasus.
Right, but that...
Because you're claiming you got one in your fucking backyard. You physically claiming you got
Jim, using your logic. Jim, using your logic. If by your logic, in rejecting the idea of a God, that necessarily means that we accept there is a God, then that same logic also applies to my magic money-producing Pegasus.
No, that's
just by virtue of you denying its existence.
Because I can argue my case from a theological point of view, from a historical point of view, and a historian like Josephus, who's anti-Christian, contemporary. I can for 4 Gospels,
right?
Okay. And all the things. So I can historically argue the essence. Did the person, forget about him being divine God, did
so
Jesus
many words and you don't seem to know what they mean.
Live or not? That's the first
probably.
question.
No one's disputing that.
No, not probably or possibly. Let's look at the historical. Forget about believing in Jesus, believing in God, believing in whatever. Theories. Let's Go back.
Well, no, now you know. No, you're
go
moving
back
the
and look
fucking
at history,
goalpost. No,
Roman history
no,
and all that.
no, stop it.
Yes.
Stop it. You are moving the goalpost. This is bad faith.
What?
Not to mention the fact you don't know what the fuck you're talking about since Josephus wrote his
What
shit
the
in the
fuck?
100s.
No.
Yes.
Who's Josephus?
You're moving
Josephus
the goalpost.
was a Jewish
yes,
slave who the emperor took and made into his own personal pet historian.
No, that you're talking about 4th or 5th century. I'm talking about Roman.
No.
I can give. Look, I haven't got it here. It's late here, but I can give you proof of historians, anti-Christians, mentioning the person called Jesus Christ. Not,
But that wasn't your.
divinity.
That wasn't your
We're not talking
original
about
In the
assertion.
divinity.
100s AD.
So now it'll be Easter is in 2 days or 3 days on Sunday.
Yeah, but Jim, that wasn't your assertion.
crucifixion.
Your assertion,
And
Jim. Your assertion, Jim. Right, Jim.
Now, one.
No, wait, no,
let me
stop,
finish.
stop.
Let me
Listen,
finish.
stop,
There are 12.
stop,
You believe with the 12
stop. You
apostles.
never fucking finish. You just go on and on and on. Stop for a moment.
Right,
That wasn't
go
your
with
original.
Eastern
That wasn't your
mantra. Why don't you
assertion.
fucking
Your
move to fucking-
assertion.
You moved to fucking India. Fuck you.
Your
He's a
assertion,
fantastic
Jim.
lawyer.
Your assertion was that in denying the existence of a God, we acknowledge a God. That was your assertion.
Say that again. Denying the exactly. If I
Oh
say
my
there is
fucking God! Give me a
if
brick
I
wall
say
to
there is
bang my
God,
head
it's-
against.
The onus is on me. If you deny, you got to deny on what basis God does not exist.
No, that wasn't your original assertion. Your assertion was that in denying the existence of a God, we necessarily acknowledge a God. That was what you said.
No.
That's literally what you said.
But that's not,
It's more like we acknowledge the word exists, right?
if you make a claim, if anybody, it doesn't have to be about religion or God or whatever. If you make a claim X, Y, Z exists or happened, the onus is on that person who's making the allegation that X, Y,
Exactly.
Z
Yes,
existed.
yes, it is. You're the
And
one
now-
making the claim.
Do we agree on that point?
Yes, you're the one making the claim.
Okay.
So
And if the other person says no, then the onus, that very instant, shifts on the other side, say no because
no, it does not.
If the other
No, it
person
does
is
not.
saying no,
The burden of proof does
But
not
if-
move.
if that other person is saying,
I can't simply say no. I don't believe what you just said.
Right.
If I put a feasible argument with various evidence, witnesses, blah blah blah, documents, faxes, emails, whatever. Here's my proof. Here's my argument.
No,
There
the
it
onus
is.
of evidence is on the person who makes the claim in
yes,
philosophy,
it
my
could
man.
be
I don't
very
care what your law
flimsy
firm says.
argument.
If the person who's
Very
trying to
flimsy
make the
argument,
claim
but
cannot
then
prove this claim,
my
there's no
claim,
point for the
of
negative
course it's
because
not proven.
by default,
That's
they
my
win.
claim. For you is just rebuff that claim. That's my
But we're not-
point.
but we're not-
Provide enough evidence, I don't have
You
to.
can't say I'm not making claim. I don't believe in your claim. It's shit, and I'm not
But
going to
Jim,
say anything.
Jim, we're not rebuttaling your claim. We're not rebuting your claim. We're just saying we don't believe your claim. We're not saying your claim. We're not saying your claim is wrong.
If you don't believe,
We're saying we don't
if you
believe
don't
your
believe, you got to have a basis of your non-belief because I made a
Wait,
claim.
if you're saying you don't believe it, though, you're saying you're saying you don't believe he's right.
Yeah, but on what
So that
basis?
means you believe he's
Exactly.
wrong.
The next step is, all right, you don't believe. I accept that.
Right, yeah, but
Then you gotta
easy.
justify your
look.
my non-belief or my
Right, my
assertion
original,
to the claim.
my original contention was
You
with
understand
Jim's
it?
claim that in being an atheist, that necessarily means that you are acknowledging a God. That was my
Aren't you
contention.
isn't atheism denial of any supernatural existential
No.
belief or any
No, because you get atheists who fucking believe in woo, like crystal magic and all that kind of bollocks, right?
Then the onus is on you to prove your belief in voodoo.
I don't believe
No,
in moon.
atheism
is a position on one
If you
singular
make an
plane.
alternative, if I believe in
atheism
God,
is the disbelief or lack of belief in the existence of God or gods.
yes,
That's
Yeah.
I
atheism.
accept that. But if you say that by virtue of you saying, as I have to prove why I believe in God, and if they say no, I negate your belief, it's bullshit, which is fair enough. Then the onus shifts instantly to prove why their belief is correct. And
All right.
that's all I'm saying. No more, no less.
Look,
If I
yeah, but
claim my
all I
belief,
have to do, Jim, all I have to do is say I'm not convinced by your argument. That's it. Or is he being told off for shouting now?
I remain unconvinced. Is that?
Tell him
It's
to take his
called-
blood pressure
Yeah.
medication.
it's called justice.
Is that what you're doing?
Justice for the
Remain
scales.
unconvinced.
So,
Remaining unconvinced. Yeah.
so Jim's
All right.
point is that we have to
That's all I'm
maintain
saying.
positive beliefs about every unproven
That's all I'm
claim in
saying. It's called
existence.
justice. It's
But if you're
justice.
given
That's why-
arguments,
Equilibrium.
if you were given
Look at it,
arguments,
look at it.
wait,
Look at it. Look,
nice,
Oh my
nice.
God.
One second. If you were given arguments for the
what a dumb
belief
fuck.
in God,
I'm dealing with fucking dumb fucks. Fucking hell.
Oh, what are you?
if you
You're
were
dealing
given,
with dumb
if you were
fucks.
given arguments, one thing I would say is if you were
Mhm.
given arguments to someone's reasoning for the belief in God, would you think that a sufficient answer to those arguments would still just be I don't believe it?
No.
No, I
That is
think
a
if
cop-out.
you
No, wait,
He
Jim,
wasn't
I'm not
asking you,
asking
Jim.
I know what you believe. Come on, man. I'm asking Shiva and them.
All right, go ahead. Yeah,
Right,
go
no,
ahead.
I think if you are going to reject a specific argument, then you need to have some sort of reason, right? So,
Okay,
for example, I reject tag as an argument because it mistakes sufficiency for necessity and it's circular, right? And I think that's sufficient, like that's a good enough reason to reject tag as an argument, right? So, but like just merely asserting there is a God and then offering nothing in the way of any kind of supporting evidence or argumentation.
I agree.
Like,
Absolutely.
like the burden isn't on me to then disprove that claim, right?
So you're like, like the cosmological argument where like obviously you agree that everything that comes into existence must have a cause,
Yes.
right? And you believe the universe came into existence.
Yeah, probably.
So therefore, I would say that the Christian God, omnipotent, omniscient, eternal,
Mhm.
uncreated. This is a necessary foundation for a universe to exist. And you would say,
and I would counter that by saying that assumes that an agent is required to create the universe. And I don't think like an agent is like again I think it mistakes sufficiency
Seems a lot more than that.
for necessity, right? So an agent is sufficient reason for the creation of the universe, but I don't think it's a necessary reason.
What's an agent? Who's an agent? What's an agent?
Like a god. God is an agent, right?
But you don't believe in God.
No, but oh my god.
Are you even tracking, Jim? Jim, are you even tracking the conversation right now, bro?
So what I would ask you then for this, when you answer with this, Shiva, is like, is it because you see an alternative to the existence of the universe?
No, it's because I'm aware that there may be an alternative.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
There may be an alternative, but you just don't know what the alternative is.
Yeah. So God is a sufficient explanation for the creation of the universe, but I don't think you can argue that it's a necessary explanation for the creation of the universe.
Maybe.
So, but what I would say is, if you don't have a an alternative explanation, then your disbelief in this explanation is not rational.
Why?
There you go. That's literally an argument from ignorance.
What
Wait, what?
Is it not? Is it not? Is it not? Oh, Jim, let the adults speak, Jim. Is it not? Is it not sufficient for me to simply say I don't know what caused the universe?
Well, you can't. If you say that, make that
No,
assertion.
it's not rational to. Yeah, no, it's it's not rational. If you don't have an alternative to the thing you're saying you don't believe or you don't accept, you're saying it's sufficient but not necessary, and there could be something else, but I don't know what that is. That's not rational.
Yes,
there could be an infinity of things. Though.
Right. So there could be like, so my disbelief in God, but then my not knowing of what exactly or how to exactly explain it means like that's where I'm getting confused.
Well, I gave you because like I used the cosmological argument for the existence of God, and you're saying, well, I don't believe that is a good reason that God exists. The universe could exist from something else, and then when I say what is that something else, you're saying, well, I don't know. Well, it's not rational to say that there could be something else if you don't even know what that something else is.
What if we don't have
Yeah, but there are. Well, wait. There are other explanations, right? Like
All you're saying when you say that is there's thoughts that I may not know. Cool. That's not even. That's not rational.
Your Honor, I'll rest my
It's
case.
completely rational to understand
You're
that there are
actually
things that you
throwing
don't
Your
know.
Honor, I'll rest my
Logic out
case.
the window.
Exactly.
Logic would show you that if this is the only explanation I can come up with,
I thought I was talking
that
to a
this is
rational
the
human
answer.
being. Logical.
Well, just like what you just
Well,
said.
okay, right. Okay,
How is it
easy.
how is it irrational?
What I'm going to do, easy, but like I'm not particularly knowledgeable about non-theistic theories for the creation of the universe. But what I will do is go away and research non-theistic explanations for the creation of the universe, and then come back to you. All right?
All right.
How's that?
All right.
Yeah, I'm down for it. I'm down for it. We'll go through that.
Make sure you bring a certificate or a degree or something along so we can.
She was like, I almost have to concede God, and I'm not doing it. I'm gonna go.
Well, no, like you put forward.
The assumption in all this is that Christians don't understand the infinity of possible answers that they immediately exclude when they make the giant leap from their things exist to God did it. They don't.
I didn't do that.
I could sit here. People always do. It could be a giant magic purple turtle.
No, I just walked with you.
There's an infinity of things that I can
if we agree that everything that comes into existence must have a cause, and we believe, and we also agree that the universe came into existence, and then even Shiva agreed that God is a sufficient explanation for the universe coming into existence, and then also says there's no other alternative he can think of. This would mean that your logical reasoning should bring you to that's the answer, not there could be another one.
Maybe.
Right, but hang on, easy. If I do come back,
not disproven, it's an argument from ignorance.
Right.
If I do come back with other, if I do come back with other sufficient reasons, will you concede my point?
Absolutely.
If you come with other sufficient reasons, I'm gonna have an answer for you. I don't think you will, but I'm gonna have an answer for you because I've done this debate against myself many times.
Okay.
Look. I'm from a historian.
But I know you'll find something because you're good at doing it.
Christian theologian at all.
I'd like to find chinks in armor, easy. You know me.
Keeps me sharp.
Any flaw, I'll fucking pry that flaw wide open with a conceptual crowbar.
What did you just say? A conceptual crowbar?
Crowbar, yeah.
Wow. I like that.
Oh, what was I watched a good video. It's like my fucking shit's listening to me because we talked about Alex and I do watch Alex O'Connor, so that could be why too. But like, it's just funny because we were talking about free will, and then we were talking about Alex O'Connor. And there's a video by someone named Absolute Philosophy, and it's a breakdown of Alex O'Connor's us not having free will, and it's kind of like an answer to it as well, critiquing it, of course. And I think you should watch that one. Absolute Philosophy is the channel.
Can you put a link in the private chat?
Yeah. Actually, I'll go grab it. One sec.
It's an off-the-ball question, Sheila. How old do you think the planet is?
Well, that's also the thing about philosophical conversations. There's no real one answer. It's always going around in a circle of explanation. Usually that have existed for half a century.
Was that how old do I think the planet is?
Yeah.
Older than 6,000 years.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Millions, billions? I don't know.
I heard 375 million at least. I don't know. I was wondering. Curious. That's a lot.
There we go.
Older than 6,000.
Good.
Yeah, he does good. He does good. I like his videos. He's a smart guy. I like Alex O'Connor too, though. Like, even though I disagree with some of the stuff Alex O'Connor says, there is stuff I agree with him as well, and he is a smart dude.
I disagree with a lot of things that you say, but I still like you, Easy.
Yeah. Thanks. But yeah, he's a smart dude, man. I can't take that away.
Well, the thing that I like about Alex O'Connor is that he actually wants to believe in God. Like, he wants to be a believer. That's why he studied theology.
Yeah, that's I notice he's always saying that like he wants to not have this disbelief. He says that a lot, actually. I mean, he could be lying when he says that, but
I mean, he could be, but what would be the point in lying about that?
True.
I mean, because that would kind of alienate a segment of his core audience, atheists, right?
This is true. Yeah, he doesn't really gain much by saying that. Alex,
have you seen his debate?
Yes.
With, have you seen his debate with Dinesh D'Souza?
Yes. That
was a fucking train wreck.
Yes.
Dinesh D'Souza is a train wreck.
One thing that I noticed about that debate was that every time Alex filled his water glass, he filled Dinesh's water glass first.
Wait, he filled it for him too. Oh yeah, that's right.
Tactical kindness.
That's what it is.
Did he have a
He's pretending to be nice. I see what's going on.
By being nice.
Theologian, is he? He's
I think he pretends to be, Jim.
Oh my God, this dude in the back. You see this dude in the back? This guy like goes channel to channel and just writes this shit in the back. And if you let him on panels, he'll fucking hop on panel and say that. Like, this dude, and he has like a bunch of accounts because I've already banned a bunch of them. Like, the dude's such a clown. Like, I wonder like how lonely you have to be to do that. That's wild to me. Oh, there's another account banned. Make a new one, buddy. And he does it like all the time. Like, he's been doing that for the last 2 years that I've been streaming. He's been doing that. I just don't understand what he gets out of that.
What does he do? He goes from channel to channel. What?
Look in private chat, Jim.
Yeah, in the private chat there, Jim. See what he wrote?
The name
Some people can't make their mark in the world, and they're down low enough in life. creating chaos is the only real way to have effect and get acknowledgement. I've
Yeah,
seen it
that's
happen to a
true.
lot of people.
I think it is to have to do with some type of attention, right? You're not getting attention, so it's kind of like a child, right? They do this too. When they're not getting attention from their parents, they'll act out so that they get some type of attention.
Stupid,
Yeah.
but silly. I
Yeah,
don't
they're
see
just
what
doing it
you're
on a
saying.
societal level.
Speaking of crazy morons, Effigy, when you and Creative, no, not Creative. What's his fucking name? Is it Creative? Came on my panel the other night. Anyway,
Corrosive?
no, the guy who comes on these panels, the debate panels.
Who was that?
Somebody 101. I think it begins with a C.
Cleaner.
Cleaner, that's it. Yeah.
Cleaner
Yes, JS.
Yeah. When you two came onto my panel, I actually became really embarrassed because it was a bit like I've been thinking about it all week. It was a bit like when you introduce an ex-girlfriend to your new friend set. Like having
did
10th
we
man
interrupt
on-
all of your fucking YouTube fucking drama with actual conversation? Sorry.
Well, it was like when 10th man was on there accusing Corrosive of being a pedo, I was like cringing so fucking hard.
Yeah, Shiva was probably thinking, "Fuck, I don't want you guys to see this side of the."
It was interesting hanging out in Shiva's chat. I'll tell you, it was watching him go live. It was a different experience.
Got to meet some interesting
This
characters.
is not
What's your channel?
It's not
I'm
Shiva
pretty
that
sure.
you all know.
I'm pretty sure Effigy was around for some of the times of when I was exposing those, drama fucking people. So I think Effigy saw some of that already.
I'm from a distance for sure.
My channel, Jim, is called "You're Gonna Love This," the Church of Four.
You're
Really?
gonna love
Just
this.
drop the link, please. Yeah, I'd like to
Yeah, I'll stick it in private chat.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh no, yeah. You think Shiva's all like highbrow and erudite and philosophical, and you go over his channel and it's like fucking TMZ over
I'd
there.
like to be enlightened.
It's like rolling around in the gutter. Well, it's been a strange evolution because my channel initially started off. It started off as Shiva the Scam Destroyer, which I lost access to because I cleverly forgot my password, and so. But then I kind of morphed into, because it's kind of related, critiquing First Amendment auditors, who some of them are just out and out scammers.
Oh, that's right. They call themselves.
Thank you. Some of them, fuck, most of them, guy. What do you mean? Some of them?
I mean there are a couple. There are a couple that I think are quite good, but yeah, like so then and then it kind of like when COVID
you notice
hit,
how quiet they were when I asked them if any of them planned to become lawyers and do it for real.
and then when COVID hit and the kind of panel thing exploded, it kind of morphed into like because you get community
drama,
right? Yeah, like it kind of became more about drama and people, like just basically calling each other cunts. And like I'm not saying that I was not a part of that. I was definitely a part of that for a good couple of years. But about a year ago, I was like, I'm kind of bored of this. Like, it's not. But when I go live, the people that tend to come on my panels are the drama whores. People who yeah. Yeah, it was kind of embarrassing.
Make sure to come back over and embarrass you more next time you're live.
Well, yeah.
I was smoking,
I'm
but I wanted to say, I understand though how it can be easy to get caught up in it yourself too, right? Because like I've explained this to people, like if I wasn't someone or at the time in my life where I was standing on my morals the way I do, Like I was getting like 500 people in chat sometimes just fucking talking shit about these idiots, right?
Yeah.
So I can see the attraction to wanting to keep doing this type of content.
Well, I'm gonna after reflecting on the embarrassment of the last panel. I have been thinking, like, I kind of did this thing with Teriak a while ago called the Incongruous
Turn your
Sofa.
back, or you got to double down, Shiva.
Well, yeah, I think so. So I was going to start, like, maybe inviting some of you on. Like, I was going to ask you, Effigy, if you wanted to come on and just have a conversation. Like, we could discuss your incoherent view on free will, for example.
Wait, you don't want to ask me on to talk shit about other people? Like, you got to double down. Let's start some fights.
Yeah, drama.
Yeah, we'll do like the drama communities I used to cover, and we'll start doing fake beefs.
Yeah,
we'll make a skit,
WWE style. Will, brother, I better not see you.
These aren't like these people don't do fake beef, so they do things like if they find out where you work, they will have no compunction about ringing up your employers.
Oh yeah, but you know,
try and get you fired.
I just simply don't.
Because they're psychopaths, Jim.
No, this is huge. This is one of the things that this is what I started exposing was like that they do a bunch of that doxing and sending in police calls and CPS calls and all this shit. And then I also, what happened was one of them tried reaching out to me and asking me to do a fake beef with them to get the subs to feel, empathy and want to give more money and shit like this. And I just went and sent that picture right online the next day. I'm not one to normally expose DMs unless someone else does, but that was something I felt the subs deserved to see. I was like, nah, fuck that.
No, I don't like. That's the one aspect of this YouTubeization of life that I loathe. Like when it spills out into real life and people are like, we got to fake shit in reality to get the clicks, to get the subs.
Right.
And I actually know people who have done that,
man.
Who have kind of fabricated fake beefs in order to drive views, because we got a content.
Controversy. That's what you're talking about, is it?
Yeah.
Create controversy.
But it's fake controversy. It's not some of it isn't real, right? Yeah. Although a lot of it is
what you're saying.
This is why I have to, these are actually why the only rules I have, besides obviously YouTube TOS, and that's not my rules, is that you don't use people's children as a weapon and there's no doxing, right? Because this is where they go. Those types of people, those fucked up people online, that's where they go. Is they go for children and for doxing to put you in some type of danger.
Sick.
Yeah, I mean, the rules on my channel, other than the terms of service, are no doxing, which actually is part of the terms of service. But people are fuck muppets, and you need to make some of the things explicit. No doxing, no threats, no spam. Otherwise, you can say whatever the fuck you want in my chat. It's a bit of a free for all.
Good.
Yeah, she was like, "Fuck it, take my channel, YouTube."
When you're streaming, you get away with
that
a lot more, right?
corner of the internet. Shit gets really. People showing up at places and wild.
Did somebody ask a question?
That was kind of stupid after I think about it. It was me.
Right.
It was. I don't want to ask it again.
Go on, do it. Make yourself look silly.
I'm already silly and dumb. I was thinking that you get away with more while you're live streaming as far as terms of service. But that's the only
It depends.
Yeah, definitely do.
Okay. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, they'll nail you on something in a video way faster than they will in a live stream.
I know they nail me on my little goofy videos. I play the drums to a music track, and they won't post it or whatever. I don't care. It's for me, but they get me about every time.
I think that's because too, like with a video, they like every video has to run through the AI scan, and it's like their like top version of it. So like you can't get past it with a video. Where with like, there's been times like where people have been like P-bombed, and like it'll go for like fucking 10 minutes before anyone gets it shut down.
You know what people have started doing now? Easy, fucking porn bombing with their own dicks.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I was on someplace.
Dude, that's not even new. There's a guy. I seen him on someone else's channel the other day, and I said, "Watch, this guy's gonna end up P-bombing them," and he did. I said to him in the chat too that it was gonna happen, and he didn't listen to me. There's a guy. If you ever see someone on a panel named Real Shit, he puts his name as Real Shit or 420 Shit or Real 420 Shit. It's like a variation of these names. Don't let this dude on your panel. He'll literally whip out his own dick on his.
That's the guy that did it. Yeah.
Yeah, like he's a piece of shit.
Talking about this, there is a very small channel with a Catholic priest and about 3 or 4 other people, which we sort of.
Sorry, Jim. It's a little hard to hear you.
Sorry. The other day, there's a small chat between myself and 3 or 4 other people, including a young Catholic priest, and talking about that. There was a guy who sort of got on, and everyone's live and faces and so forth, and then he did, what you just said, pull his decks down and all that, which is pathetic.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
I just don't understand. I mean, people.
And I, don't understand because it's not as if these people have particularly impressive genitals.
I don't think that's what they think of it as. I think it's they want to ruin your stream. They feel
It's
some
not my
type of
stream.
power over you by being able to do it. Right? It's like it's a power thing. This is like a lot of things like
They want what they can have.
When it comes to like murderers and rapists, a lot of the times that's what it has to do with power. People do fucked up shit to feel powerful. And I think that's what it has to do with. These people have so little power in their actual lives that they think that, getting onto a panel and causing some, it's like someone just mentioned, causing some type of reaction or getting someone's stream shut down, I went up there and got that whole channel taken down. Fucking right. You know what I mean? So like, that's what I think it comes down to with those type of people. And then attention. The ones that actually show, like, because that Real Shit dude shows his own face. It's not like he hides behind a camera or behind an avatar and then shows his dick. No, he shows his real face and talks and everything, and then shows his dick. Like, he's not hiding.
The person who did that, there was a black guy, American, I presume, and he got on and.
No, this is a white dude that I'm talking about.
Well, yeah,
Didn't he do it to you about 3 weeks ago or something easy?
What?
Didn't he do that to you just recent?
Not recently to me, no. There was someone else who tried. There's actually people who try all the time that I don't give them attention, because what I'll do is like I'll click on them, but click off them really quick. So they never actually reach the screen, but they'll still get the little message that says you are now on the live. So then they'll pull their dicks out, or they'll put some porn or put something going on in the back. Or I've seen videos in the back here of like people blowing their own brains out and shit. They tried to hit my channel so many times. I'm too smart for them. Fuck them.
Yeah, damn that. F that, man. For real.
Yeah, that's why, like, I like so there's people like Effigy, for instance, you Shiva. There's people that are here now that's never had to show their face, and I'm never gonna require it in the future of them. But now I always require people to give me at least a camera in the back before I bring them up, because like there's too many times people have tried this shit, and like I'm not playing that game.
Don't blame you. Not even a little bit.
I would have faked it.
You gotta do when Easy Mania comes for you.
What the hell?
I've had one almost get me because like it was because like I usually do the whole just give me a peace sign thing.
Yep.
And like so it was like this video. It shows like here, I'm gonna have to go on camera to give you a visual of what I'm talking about. But like so like it shows like this girl sitting there with a vape in her hand, and she's like doing this kind of thing, and like I'm like, hey, just give me a peace sign so I know you're a real person or nothing. And like not long after I said that, she goes like this, like it looks like a peace sign, right?
Right.
And like I'm thinking in my head, like, okay, that's obviously a reaction to me. And just before I click it, I wait a couple like 2 more seconds, and I see this little like it looks like a skip, and it was a fucking looped video. So I double clicked it to see if that's what it was, and boom, they switched to something else. Like fuck you. Fucking looped video almost got me too. It was close.
Motherfuckers looped my video.
That was impressive, but nah.
That's why you got to make your loops perfect.
Yeah, you better make that loop perfect, exactly. And make it not so obvious. Like someone just doing this back and forth, I would eventually have been like, "Is this bitch on drugs? Like, what is she doing?" Like, oh fuck. That one guy was on panel for Time and then P-bombed us. The real shit, right, Alicia? You're talking about? That's who I'm talking about. That's what he did. He was on for Time, talked about the topics, was engaging, and then out of nowhere, dude fucking pulls his dick out. I'm like, yo, get the fuck out of here, really?
Let me grab you. Let me touch you just for a second.
Yeah. It was like he was here for a time. I was like, you really stayed here all that time talking about topics just to pull your dick out on screen, you goofy. But like if you end the stream quick enough, right? You just end the stream, delete it, you'll be good. But like you better do it right away, right? Because that shit you can get fucked.
Like they
I've seen in my time here already a few different channels of the actually amongst those people that were all fucking with each other. One of them got a hold of the other StreamYard somehow and fucking just ran a straight live stream of different porns until it got taken down. Just straight live streamed right from the channel.
Oh shit!
The whole channel got taken down. Oh, the chick with her tits. Wait, which one?
Seen those two.
Betty fucking goofy bitch pulled her tits out on stream too.
And she had been on panel too.
Yeah, Betty was like, she was a mod of mine at one point too. Because like Betty came around like right at the start and acted like she wanted to help with everything, and then she just wanted to grow her channel. It happened with a lot of older mods we had.
So correct me if I'm wrong. There's high competition between the streamers. Is that what they're trying to get? They're trying to get each other's audience.
Yep.
Basically.
They want the clicks, man. Clicks pay, right?
Well, that, but also to shut down your channel.
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
Competition,
people, like especially like I do this for a living now, right? So like people will feel some type of power to be able to take that away, right? People are jealous of that. That's another reason people would want to take it down because they can't do it. So they're like, if I can't have it, no one can. You know what I mean? And then it's like the classic line from the Batman, you know, where Alfred's talking to Batman and he says, listen, you know, sometimes people just want to watch the world burn.
Well, talking about channels and money, can I make a pledge, or can you give me some sort of a email that I can give a bit of shekels or dollars to your stream? You sound like a bona fide person to me.
If you want to donate to the stream, yeah, you can send a super chat or anything like that. There's super chat, PayPal, Cash App.
No, just hold on. Remember what I said. I'm the only lawyer without a watch and mobile.
I don't know if we have shekels anymore.
You're being facetious.
I got a pair you can borrow.
I'm being facetious. I'm being facetious in my. I do have a credit card, and anyway, we'll talk. I'll get in touch with you.
I mean, shekels might be worth more. I kind of want the shekels now.
You don't have a watch, and he's a lawyer.
No, just to help you out. That's all. I think you're, of course.
I appreciate it.
I didn't know this was your living. And you're
yeah. I used to work full time and do this full time, and I decided I got to choose one.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. How many children have you got? 1, 2, 3, 5? I got 4, and grandkids. But anyway,
how many kids? I got 7 in total.
Really?
He's got a litter.
Whoa, man!
Got an army over here.
7. Are you kidding?
Like Elon Musk?
No,
are you joshing me?
No, I'm not kidding.
Any relation to Elon Musk?
I think Elon Musk's beating me now, isn't he? He's got like 9.
He wants a legion of little Elons.
13.
Isn't his idea? He thinks that, right? Like because
congratulations,
he's so smart. He wants to make sure that.
But I think his idea. There's been an expose recently where he's apparently been contacting conservative content creators on Twitter and then suggesting that they procreate, and so that in the event of an apocalyptic, world changing event, there will be lots of little Elons running around.
Some of those been done through the.
You're kidding me! I'm out of the loop. This is all news to me.
Wait, Musk has 14.
Wow, man.
No,
double. He's double.
Information for him is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
14 that we know of.
I believe that probably makes sense. That
I don't see why anyone has to try and rationalize it.
If there's an apocalyptic world event, there'll be a bunch of little eons here.
You don't even have to go that deep into it. Man with the most amount of money in the world fucks women without abandon or consequences.
Like, he's not even having
he's not even
money buys him access.
They're all surrogates, bro.
Now, there was one woman that he propositioned on X. She turned him down and then told some of her friends. And when he found out, he squashed her monetization.
Rumor has it he had a botched penis enlargement.
Should have kept your mouth shut, huh?
And slept with him.
Well, no, just kept your mouth shut. I didn't say to sleep with him, but
they're all boys.
You added in that she went and told all her friends about it.
Looks like my.
That's what's being reported. Yeah.
Looks like my expected invitation to Mar-a-Lago in Florida is just diminished.
Your what?
Yeah, right.
My invitation, invitation to Mar-a-Lago.
Well, come on,
Why were you expecting such an invitation?
The only thing I'll say is, if this is what I'm going to say, obviously I don't agree with the, spreading your seed to a bunch of different women. I think Elon Musk could have easily got one woman that would have agreed to have a child every year for him. Right?
I agree.
He would have killed her.
He definitely would have been able to find this woman. One is trans? What the fuck are you talking about? One is trans.
Yeah, one of his
He could be a trans man.
transitioned.
One of his kids is trans. Okay.
Yeah, that's why Musk has
I
gone
don't
so
want to talk
anti-trans
about his
lately.
kids.
Yeah, he did names her all the time.
Well, I mean, she's talking about herself on social media.
Yeah, but
relation
is she an
to him.
adult?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay then. Well then.
Fuck that bitch or him or her or whatever.
Ah, shit.
Big
That's too good. I was not expecting that one, but I was. Ah, shit. Too good. He wants 100 kids, not possible with one woman. Well, listen, maybe not, but you could have just. Let me think.
No. I mean, the most
King
logical way
Blackout.
is to spread
King
many.
Blackout, are you in a rowing machine?
No, you're right. Probably not. But you know, you can get like 15. You can still get like 15, so that's still good. 15 kids. That's a
There
nice,
are people that used to have that many.
That's a good little soccer team there. Somebody's fire alarm is running out of battery. It sounds like he can afford to have 10,000 kids.
So
Well, yeah, he
at some
definitely
point
can.
you have to think that this is kind of weird, right? Like at some point there's no possible way to give any of those children the amount of time equivalent necessary to be an actual father in that person's life, right? If I have 100
Right.
children, how can I possibly be a good father to all of them?
Well, listen,
just
I'm
giving
not
them
saying
money and
I'm
paying
not
for their
saying that,
nannies isn't.
Effigy. I don't agree with this. Right? I don't think we should be doing it this way. Right? This does cause complications. It's hard, right? You have complications with mothers that change their
It's
mind,
beyond
and maybe like want to
narcissistic and
keep him
egotistic.
away, or he can't be around them. There's so many different things that could be a possibility here. You're right, but I was just pointing out, wouldn't it be good though? It would be good, not wouldn't it? It would be good, in my view, of him doing multiple kids with one woman and being in this woman's life, being with this woman and the kids.
He just paid one of them child support.
Well, sure, yeah, that's what you guys advocate for. So
Yeah.
consistent. But anyone who looks to this and goes, it's fine, when they're advocating that position, when he's literally enabling behavior that most people in these spaces like rail against.
Yeah, no, I think
pumping
it's
out a kid to
degenerate
get a
behavior.
paycheck.
Absolutely.
I think it's degenerate behavior, just spreading your seed just because you have a bunch of money and you think this is like some power move. You're trying to Genghis Khan the world over here. Like, fuck off.
What do we think about the fact that the amount of money that Doge will have saved is from the fraud, waste, and abuse that's apparently endemic in the American government is one of an order of magnitude less than they claimed they were going to find, and two is going to be swallowed up by Trump's budget request for the Pentagon.
Think of it this way, guys. Imagine a $1 bill. Okay, 100,000 $1 bills
Right.
is 3 stories tall.
Okay.
A little over 30 feet, right?
Right.
A million $1 bills is around 31 stories tall.
Okay.
30 stories
320.
now to a billion, right? A billion $1 bills would be from sea level to the top of Everest.
Right.
Okay, a billion to a trillion. We're talking a trillion $1 bills goes 3/4 of the way to the moon.
Right.
Okay.
Or wasn't the original claim
Bullshit. I call
the
crap.
original?
We don't know how
Uh,
far
the-
away the moon is. We ain't never been there, motherfucker. What are you talking about?
But
they left their car up
the
there.
original claim from Doge was that they were going to save 3 to 4 trillion, wasn't it?
Yeah, and they're dealing with like stacks of bills like this big. You know what I mean? Like in the overall scheme of things, when we think about billion to a trillion, we can't typically recognize the gap there. You know.
Definitely.
No, agreed. Which is why
I can recognize that gap there.
You know my ex-wife.
Give me the difference. Give me
Yeah,
the
I just wanna
difference.
touch
I'll recognize that gap for
which
you,
is
man.
why them having a projected
320 feet
saving
up.
now, them having a projected saving now of what is it, 250 billion, is an order of magnitude less than the 3 or 4 trillion that they were originally talking about. And Trump has recently put in a budget request to the Pentagon, which is an increase of something like $200 billion, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
largest Pentagon budget ever.
Yeah,
And
so the savings
right
that they've
before they're
made.
about to pass the largest tax cut ever, which is going to add 4.5 trillion to the deficit. Yeah,
And take that out of mostly Medicaid.
Yeah,
Fucking
it's all a fucking shell game. It's all a dog. It's a ridiculous fucking show.
Weapons of mass
What do we
distraction.
think to the idea that the reason why Trump paused the tariffs is because there's a fear that foreign entities, governments and private companies are going to start dumping U.S. treasuries?
Well, the prevailing theory out there is because usually the stock market and the bond market are inverse, and they were not inverse for the first time, and maybe ever. I'm not sure. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But it looked like people were about to start dumping the dollar, so that was one of the big impetuses.
When you say
But also dumping the bonds.
Yep.
And I think when they start dumping the bonds, that means that if in the future, when the U.S. government issues bonds, they have to issue them at a high interest rate.
Well, if you noticed, one of the things he did already this morning was attack Jerome Powell for not automatically saying that they were going to lower interest rates. See, Jerome Powell is one of these people who actually waits for a calamity to occur before he reacts to it, instead of just giving this guy what he wants, which is free money like they had when all these calamities were happening.
It's really easy to break a bunch of shit and be like, hey, look, it's all broken.
Fix it.
Oldest game in the book. What's a pickpocket?
Effigy, why are you out here speaking BS again, hey?
Who? What? Who? I want to hear it.
According to OK in the chat, Effigy is Effigy.
Oh, I've got a whole big fan club in the chat. Everybody loves me out there.
Yeah, effigy is well loved, well revered in chat.
Yeah,
Effigy's just lying. He doesn't want everyone to know how much he actually loves tariffs.
When your worldview gets pushed, right? It's just like the typical addict to go into like denial and then fight or flight.
There will be people who write books on the collective denial of half the population over what a fucking tariff is and who pays it.
You know, the fucking Austin Tea Party was a revolt over a tariff.
True. Tariffs are
bad.
Hard.
Effigy, what's the fucking tariff and who pays it?
Words are hard, you know?
The consumer always pays it. Always has.
Words are hard.
What, like fucking knocking a hill up in
There's a big reason why all these jobs left America in the first place, right? We think tariffs are going to bring back the corporate oligarchs that have moved their shit to another country so they can pay lesser wages. Like,
yeah,
are you looking forward to working?
Can't you see all these like hip Gen Z kids who are just wanting to jump into a factory to make blue jeans?
Hell yeah, for like $3 a day.
Their life's about 30 seconds.
Not yet. What are you saying, Effigy, that we're not going to have the means for
the workforce?
No, when that shit comes back here, if it does come back here, most of it'll be automated.
Oh, here we go. Automated. How much level do you think there is like to this automation that like doesn't involve human? You still need humans in automation.
Sure.
Very, very
but it doesn't
few.
help your undereducated
Very,
populace
very few.
because they're not the
Exactly.
people who are going to be fixing automated machinery.
Well, not even that. Like
Yeah,
in the most
uneducated populace. So what makes you think that all these fucking people in China can use these automated machines, but we can't?
right in the most automated
They're not,
assembly
though,
lines,
right? They're not
still
fully automating
consist
things. They have
of
armies of
humans
slave labor working
working
in the
side by
tunnel,
side
right?
with machines.
And skilled labor are two different things.
Well, why would they
Their
do that if
factory
they
line
could
is
just
still human
automate
being
everything?
dependent.
You can't automate everything.
That's what I mean. There's not
That's
every.
the
can do
point.
that
That's
here.
what I'm trying to get at. You can't
No, you couldn't
automate
do that
everything.
here
Cannot.
because the amount
For
of
some
labor
things
we have
you
laws
can't
that don't let
automate.
you pay people like slaves. So it would be cheaper to automate the things
But that's just it.
because
That's
we
it.
actually have workers' rights here.
Right. That's just it. Effigy though is there's only so much automation that's been done or that can be done. Even the most automated assembly line still works hand to hand with people every day.
Well,
There's
sure. I'm
still
not saying
people
that it's
doing
going to
it.
be turned
Not
into a complete
necessarily
robot, but it's not going to be like
right.
what a factory was in the 20th century. When we talk about factory jobs or manufacturing jobs, textiles just aren't made the same way anymore.
Listen to what Elon and Peter Thiel have
Not
to say
true.
about it.
I can give
Yeah,
you
but
that.
that means there's
They're so
openings
complex.
of new types of jobs.
Can I simply
Some of the
interject?
stations have too many
I mean, that's
variables to
that's
be able to
exactly
automate.
why we got rid of the kind of manufacturing that manufactures rudimentary shit so that we could manufacture more complex technological stuff, right? That was like the entire purpose of exporting the manufacturing
How
of
good was that?
base shit.
How good of an idea was that? You think that was a
I don't
good
know.
idea?
What did the last 70 years look like?
You're
You know?
talking 20th
actually
century
created, like,
technology
Only because of
and
America or
economics,
something?
and we're in the 21st century.
Maybe it was good. Maybe it's a good idea on paper, right? But the fact is, right now, places that have all the means of all of this is the ones, also the countries that see, like China, for instance. They produce more scientists every year than there is right now, or in America.
Not
So, like,
economics.
don't you
Well,
think this
everything
is
China's hyped up way past what it
nothing?
actually has.
This idea of we're gonna send them all the work so that we can focus on the fucking technological advancements. It didn't really help, did it?
Well, it hasn't been just China though. Remember whenever all the
Well,
good shit
but
used to
I'm
come
using China as an example
right? It's
because
like
this
we
is
had to
what we're
outsource
talking about.
our shit because we were polluting ourselves. First of all, that was the main reason why like a lot of the industry left is because the EPA shut them down. And for the cost of doing operations in America while polluting and paying the fines is easier. It's still easier to this day to ship logs to China and have them milled and ship the lumber back over here.
Faster.
It's cheaper. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're not talking about. So, like, now we're just talking about
So it's
cheaper.
it's corporate bottom line. It's bottom dollars. It's red
Right.
black. It's,
Yeah.
And
So,
that's
like,
why-
you ever heard the saying, "You get what you pay for"?
Sure.
Why do you want a bunch of low quality shit?
Because we're a consumer nation. We need more shit than we produce.
Yeah, but if we stop producing,
No, we won't. We don't need
hold on.
any.
If we stop producing disposable shit, if we go back to where the stuff that's actually lasts longer, we aren't going to be such a consumer nation. We won't have to buy things at a high rate that we do now if they're made of better quality.
If we
And if
if we sell
automate
somebody a
everybody's
washing machine
job-
that lasts forever, right? Then we can never sell them a washing machine again. We have to make shit so it's disposable. That's the corporate way. That's what
If you
corporations
automate
do. They make
everybody
money.
out of a job and nobody's buying anything, why do you need to make anything? You don't. Everything.
Hey, we're just describing to you guys the world that consumer capitalism has brought to us. We're not the ones who brought us here, right? Like
As far as Trump's
all the
concerned,
things
we
you argue
still
with,
have the
like,
option.
sure, like that'd be great.
Is there a better way, Everett, that you know of?
I think so, sure. I mean, I think we
what
just
is
got
it?
to do things in an intelligent
Yeah,
way as far as putting guardrails on things. I just think we've let things get out of hand.
Like nobody's for big government, right? But regulation works. When we pull regulations that have been put in place for a reason, we see bad things happen, whether it's on a number of scales.
Capitalism
Regulation
without regulation
works.
is theft. Straight up. It's
dangerous.
Without regulation, it is theft.
Can I
Unionize the hose.
boys and
All right,
girls,
listen. I've been going 9 hours now. Actually, just this
shit.
second
Oh.
hit 9 hours. Who's streaming? Where can I send everyone to?
Yeah, your eyeballs have turned into quarter slots.
What?
Your eyeballs have turned into quarter slots where you're tired. They're almost closed.
Yeah, I'm getting ready for a nap.
Yeah.
OG Dude Dirty's on.
Easy. I will go. Thanks very much, boys and girls, and in betweens. I thoroughly enjoy this discourse, and I hope I haven't offended anyone.
No, you're good.
I am
Jim, I want to see
bombastic.
your ass at
I
Mortal
am
Kombat on
bombastic.
Friday.
I am bombastic in my statements and verbose and all of the criticism. You can't insult me. I'm a fucking lawyer. It's water off the duck's back. Remember
Give
that,
Are We
boys
Not
and
Men 10 seconds for that.
See you later. All right. Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
send
And
Easy your credit card. We'll be all
look,
good.
well, give
They'll
me a
be good.
link. Is this? Where's your link where I can?
It's at the top of the chat there, Jim. Click on that donation thing up there.
No, donation with the.
Well, I'm sorry, it's down at the bottom where you put in your chat.
Yeah, like you mean like where you do super chat on YouTube?
Yeah. Get him there. He'll do it.
There's like a
I'll
little
give you some-
money symbol at the bottom of the
I'll
chat.
get out and I'll don't close the channel. I'll try to put some money in. All right, mate.
Been a pleasure,
Is that all
Jim.
right? Okay, mate. Okay, thank you. Good night.
Thanks for
Bye.
coming out.
See you later.
Wendy
Good
says
night.
thin mint frosties.
Oh, good morning to you. Well, what's the
Yeah,
time?
good morning
Where are
as well.
yours? I know there's a couple of Poms there. That's their
Freaking
morning.
9:30,
What about in
Jim.
America? Where are you?
AM.
All of you. Which part of America? East, West Coast, whereabouts?
Central.
All over
All over the place. All right. I'll leave it at that.
at the same time.
All right. See you
Because
later.
I am everywhere and nowhere.
Have a
You guys
good
see-
one.
Take care, Jim.
You
All
guys
right,
see the Bernie
Easy.
rally from Idaho a couple days ago?
What?
You see the Bernie rally in
Oh.
Idaho? It's a couple days
Yeah,
ago, 3
Bernie's
days
a
ago.
fucking liar.
Sure, whatever. Either way, pretty good fucking rally. Yep.
Yeah, great rally. My favorite part is when he ended it.
Then everybody went home.
All right, I'm tired, everyone. I'm getting the fuck off. Everyone,
Have a good
thanks for
night.
coming up. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Easy.
Thanks, Easy.
Right.
Been a pleasure. Everybody, have a good one.
stuff,
God bless.
always. Keep that horse between you and the ground.
Based. Bricky is asleep, I'm pretty sure. Rockabye, Bricky. In the treetop. All right, listen, you guys. You guys are absolutely amazing. Can't thank you guys enough for being here with me. I hope you all have a beautiful day today. Okay, I will see you guys later. Don't forget, not tonight, but tomorrow night, we have verbal combat. So don't forget about that. Put it in your little notes on your phone. Set an alarm. All right, verbal combat. We're going to be starting at 10 p.m. Central Time. So don't be late. All right, let me see who's streaming though. Let's see if there's anyone actually awake streaming. You know what I mean? This guy's playing Grand Theft Auto. This is some random panel. Oh, the Daily Atheist Morning Show. Why do Christians lie so much? These motherfuckers. I've been wanting to call into this show, but I'm never up when it happens. Or I'm never up when it happens. I'm never doing my live when it happens because that show seems to be on right in the mornings, and I'm ending when that happens. So. The whitest kids you know? Raid to Donut Raw Police 24/7 body cam. I've never even heard of this. Donut Raw Police. I've never even heard of this. Is that a real thing? Oh shit. I just watched a dude get slapped and then now we're watching people get shot. What's going on here? This is like, how is this allowed on YouTube? I'm not understanding. Damn, there's blood all over the ground here. This is insanity. I can't send you guys here. How is this how is this allowed on YouTube? Motherfucker, they want to shut me down for saying a couple words. This dude's got half his body on the fucking pavement, and he's allowed to have this shit on live? That's craziness. I've never heard of this channel. Holy fuck, it's a huge channel too though. I'll sub up. Oh fuck. Donut operator 5 point fucking something mil. Okay. Well, I'll check out their stuff later. OTW is live. You guys want me to send you to OTW? I mean, OTW hangs out with D-Gens all the time. I mean, I could send you there. But I don't think, he hangs out with all the fucking D-Gens and losers. You know? I'd rather give it to Nightish. I see Nightish is streaming. Let me see. Does he have it so we can raid him? You saying we are D-Gens? Well, most of you are. Not you, Creative. Well, I mean, a little bit. It's okay. I still like you, though. Don't worry, okay? I, myself, was the biggest D-Gen, okay? D-Gen of D-Gens. Alright? The degenerator. Alright, that was corny. So, I'm getting tired. Corny jokes. Yeah, I'd rather give it to Nightish. Where's Nightish? Hold up. Let's give it to Nightish. He's a cool cat sometimes. Oh, fuck, his name is stupid on YouTube, so it never pops up correctly. The fuck's the name of his life? If no America, then why does he use all these like weird lettering? He's lucky I found him. Easy, give me a link, please. Then you met your wife. True. So I don't know what you use. So there's the Cash App link. The Cash App link's gonna come here, Jim. And then if you don't use Cash App, here's the PayPal link. I appreciate the support. And chat, I know you're a little lacking on the dono goal tonight, but it's okay. I still love you. I still gave you a hardcore, normal long show because, best chat on YouTube deserves the best shows on YouTube, okay? So let me, yeah, that's set up. I'm sending you guys over to Nightish. Tell him you got a bear raid when you get there. Spam the fuck out of his chat. Give him a like. Like I said, he's cool sometimes. A lot. Oh. Is this guy sleeping on stream? My guy's sleeping on stream. Do you guys want to go troll him while he sleeps? Like, I mean... This guy's gonna get a raid while he's sleeping. Long goodbyes is right. I know. I always do the long goodbyes. Right, it would be better to raid Bricky if I'm gonna raid someone who's sleeping. Okay, hold up. Fuck it. Chud Logic is live. Sending you guys to Chud. Listen, guys. Again, it could be 30 in the chat. It could be 1,500 in the chat. Best fucking chat on YouTube. Hands fucking down. And I realize we can't raid Brick because he's restreaming from here. So when this ends, his will end too. But listen. Love you guys. God bless. And again, I hope you all have a beautiful day. I will see you guys later. Everyone take care of yourselves.
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?